Chapter 1. The Shared Boyfriend System. In a dimly lit rental room, the only source of illumination emanated from the computer screen, showcasing a bikini-clad beauty. Damn it, I've lost again. Soo-gu cursed, tossing her phone aside and collapsing onto the disheveled bed. Unable to find a partner or secure employment, life had become exceedingly arduous. Even a simple game meant to relieve stress had turned into a source of frustration due to her teammates' incompetence. I just don't want to try anymore. As Soo-gu resignedly closed her eyes, a melodious and soft voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding. Scanning. Host meets binding conditions. Binding at 10. 100. Binding successful system. A system. Soo-gu's eyes widened in shock as she beheld a translucent ice blue screen hovering before her. This cannot be a high-tech prank who would come to this budget accommodation to play tricks on someone like me. The voice that appeared directly in her consciousness and the ethereal screen before her unequivocally informed Soo-gu that this was indeed the fabled system. Anyone who acquires a system can reverse their fate. There's always a way out. Excitement and exhilaration danced across Soo-gu's features. Regaining her composure from the shock, Soo-gu focused on the ice blue screen, which displayed 3 options: orders, exchange, and lottery, along with a balance of 0 points. What kind of system is this? Soo-gu trembled with anticipation. Ding! This system is the shared boyfriend system, enabling the host to become a shared boyfriend for single goddesses. Upon completing order tasks, you will receive exceptionally generous rewards, whether it be wealth, power, status, or extraordinary abilities. All shall be within reach. A single goddess. Soo-gu swallowed hard. That sounds incredible, but why am I suddenly reminded of the Duck King? Ding! The system has been unjustly maligned. Unbinding countdown. 10, 9, 8. Wait. I was wrong. Please continue. Seeing the countdown for unbinding vanish, Soo-gu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, marveling at the system's unique personality. Ding! Upon accepting an order, the host will gain a capability specified by the ordering goddess, lasting until the rental period concludes. Upon completion of the order, you will receive a basic reward points and additional rewards based on the ordering goddess evaluation. Points? Soo-gu glanced at the screen, which prominently displayed a large 0. Ding! Completing the first task will unlock exchange and lottery functions, both of which require varying point expenditures. Realization dawned on Soo-gu. I see. So how does the goddess evaluation work? Ding! Upon completing the order, receiving a perfect evaluation grants you permanent possession of the ability designated by the goddess. Additionally, there are 3 evaluation levels: satisfied, average, and dissatisfied. Receiving a dissatisfied rating yields no rewards, while the former 2 provide points. With this understanding, Soo-gu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as she finally comprehended the essence of this system. It was about accepting orders, becoming a boyfriend, completing tasks, and garnering both basic and evaluation rewards. Although the redemption and lottery features have yet to be activated, Soo-gu is certain that the treasures within will not disappoint him. Ding! Order received. Would you like to accept it immediately? As the system's voice faded, the order option on the screen illuminated instantly. Of course I want to accept. Wait, system, is the one fulfilling the order a beautiful woman? Soo-gu inquired, a hint of apprehension in his tone. Ding! All the eligible ladies available for orders have been meticulously selected by our system. They're all single beauties of the utmost caliber, absolute goddess level. Please rest assured, host. All right, then I shall accept an order. Soo-gu licked his lips and opened the order section. Chapter 2. The First Order. With a flash of light, a full-body photograph of a girl suddenly appeared in the blank space, accompanied by her name, contact information, and real-time location. Lin Yi. Indeed, she is a remarkable beauty. The system does not deceive me. The girl in the picture possesses long, flowing black hair, a fair complexion, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth, evoking an irresistible joy at the mere glance. Ding! This order is rated 1 star. Please confirm whether to accept the order. Soo-gu was taken aback. Orders are categorized by levels, and I need to confirm again? How incredibly user-friendly. This way, I can decline if I encounter a type I do not favor. Confirming the order. Ding! The order has been confirmed. Transmission is commencing. Soo-gu barely had time to react when he noticed the world in front of him seemed to warp. However, when he regained his senses, he found himself still in his previous rental apartment, and everything remained unchanged. Ding! The host has arrived in the parallel world and has automatically acquired the goddess-designated ability, Master of Barbecue. Ding. Please locate Lin Yi before 10 a.m. tomorrow. From the moment you meet, you will be her boyfriend for a duration of 3 days. A parallel world. So, parallel dimensions truly exist. Suji's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Simultaneously, a plethora of barbecue knowledge flooded into his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Just then, the system's voice resounded again. Ding. The host's first order has triggered a novice gift pack. Physical body restructuring. Skills when passing and chasing wind. Cash of 1 million. The cash has been deposited into the system space and can be withdrawn at will. 1 million in cash. Had it been any other time, Suga would have leaped for joy, but at this moment, he could hardly pay attention to his phone. A tingling sensation enveloped his entire body. Before he could react, he suddenly collapsed onto the bed. The prickling sensation penetrated deep into his bones, making him feel as though his very brain was itching. Fortunately, this feeling gradually subsided after a brief moment. Gasping for breath, Suga found his clothes completely drenched in sweat, exuding a strong scent of blood and perspiration. Is this the sensation of physical body restructuring? Indeed, it feels as though he has shed countless burdens, filled with newfound strength. Suga sprang up from the bed and dashed into the bathroom with astonishing speed. This must be the enhancement from the chasing wind skill. Standing before the mirror, a smile gradually formed at the corners of Suji's mouth, expanding until it illuminated his entire face. Truly, stunningly handsome. The mirror reflected the visage of Suga post-transformation. While his appearance had not changed drastically, the subtle adjustments yielded astonishing results. The Suga in the mirror had piercing eyes, a perfectly shaped nose, and an ethereal presence. His previously ordinary aura now radiated warmth and security, making him incredibly pleasing to the eye. With such a face, he would never need to worry about food in his lifetime. After admiring his redefined self, Suga took a deep breath and proceeded to remove his short-sleeved shirt. As the garment slipped away, it revealed a physique that was both athletic and proportionate. The contours of his muscles not overly pronounced, yet each curve possessed an exquisite elegance. His pectoral muscles had subtly developed, transforming his previously defined abs into a strikingly layered six-pack, exuding a powerful sense of explosiveness, even if his appearance remained unchanged. This physique alone would undoubtedly captivate many a woman. Suga silently praised himself upon emerging from the restroom. He valued the skills he had acquired far more than mere looks. Approaching his desk, Suga gently waved his hands, causing the two neutral pins atop the desk to vanish, leaving his hands equally devoid of anything. With another swift motion of his hands, the pins reappeared in a flash, sliding out from the cuffs of his shirt, firmly grasped by his strong hands. The wind-like motion served as a fundamental basic attack skill, while the grip on the daggers was characterized by the left hand holding correctly and the right hand in reverse grip. Divided into 3 distinct forms: a horizontal slash with the right dagger, a thrust with the left dagger, and a double dagger stab. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being sliced echoed, and in an instant, the afterimage vanished. If one were not paying close attention, Suji's movements would be nearly imperceptible. Chapter 3. The Exquisite Goddess, Lin Yi. Simultaneously, within a luxurious villa located in the Jinyang district of Tianfu City, a beautiful young girl clad in a pink nightgown was engaged in a telephone conversation. Meow meow. We're going camping tomorrow. Will your boyfriend be able to join us? You've mentioned him before, yet we've never seen him. Are you pulling our leg? Pull your leg? When have I ever deceived you? I'll bring him along tomorrow for you to envy. Just don't be jealous then. Humph. Fine. Just you wait. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yi hung up the phone, her mind swirling with anxiety. This is a disaster. I can't afford to lose face. If I don't bring my boyfriend tomorrow, they will undoubtedly mock me. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled the mysterious app, Shared Boyfriend, that had unexpectedly appeared on her phone that morning and which she had ordered from. Grasping onto it like a lifeline, she quickly picked up her phone and clicked on the enigmatic app once more. Ding! Your shared boyfriend is on his way. Please remain patient. Lin Yi muttered in exasperation. Alas, resorting to such an unreliable thing. I must have lost my senses to place an order. The oversized icon that had suddenly materialized on her phone screen resembled some form of malware. Moreover, the app promised that the shared boyfriend would not only be extraordinarily handsome but could also be customized to possess specific traits. Most importantly, the service was entirely free of charge. Surely, there could be no such good fortune in this world? Pouting, Lin Yi collapsed onto her bed. Fine. Let them laugh at me this once. Tomorrow I have to carry so many things, and I also need to pick up ingredients from Annie's shop. Just thinking about it is exhausting. The following morning, Su Ge flew to Tianfu City. System. Ding. An icy blue interface materialized before him. Su Ge opened the order and, following the real-time location indicated, hailed a taxi to rush to Miaowani's whereabouts. Handsome, you must be a big star. The middle-aged driver exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at Su Ge. In his eyes, someone as striking as Su Ge was a rarity on television. Su Ge smiled non-committally. I'm just an ordinary person. The driver clearly did not believe him. An ordinary person can't be as handsome as you. Don't worry. I want to expose your whereabouts and attract throngs of fans. The car swiftly navigated through traffic, arriving at a secluded street. The system's location indicated that the ordering goddess, Miaowani, was just ahead. Where is she? Su Ge peered out the car window and saw a group of ruffians surrounding something, and upon closer inspection, he realized they were encircling a girl in a pink dress, lugging a large bag. The ruffians pretended to be familiar with the girl, while onlookers merely observed without intervening. Ding. You have spotted the ordering goddess. Go forth. Shared boyfriend. She is Miaowani. How dare you harass my ordering goddess? MLGB, do you have a death wish? Su Ge tossed a bill, flung open the car door, and dashed forward. Beautiful lady, isn't it heavy carrying all those things? Why not let us help you? A ruffian, with an air of insolence, chuckled mischievously. Miaowani, filled with trepidation, frantically brandished her phone, exclaiming, Get away. I'm calling the police. Another bald thug, grinning lewdly, approached her, attempting to snatch the phone while taunting, Oh, don't be angry. We'll take you to a fun place. I promise you. Before he could finish his sentence, a man clad in a shirt surged into the crowd like a cheetah, forcefully shoving the bald one aside. Su Ge, brimming with indignation, proclaimed, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, How dare you filthy scoundrels openly harass a young lady? Is there no law in this land? The bald thug, thumping his chest, retorted, Where did this little brat come from, daring to meddle in our affairs? Brothers, let's deal with him. Unwilling to let the matter slide, Su Ge took the initiative and delivered a swift kick to the thug's groin. Ah! The bald ruffian clutched his groin, his face contorted in agony, and slowly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the surrounding thugs finally regained their senses and erupted into a frenzied assault on Su Ge. Run! Su Ge shouted, pulling the dazed Miaowani behind him as he plunged into the throng. The thugs, fierce and numerous, posed a formidable challenge for an ordinary person. Yet Su Ge had been reborn with enhanced physical prowess and bestowed with skills by the system. With focused determination, he deftly evaded the onslaught of fists and kicks, retaliating with unwavering resolve. Having been transformed, Su Ge's physical capabilities had significantly improved, akin to a seasoned martial artist honed through years of rigorous training. Displaying remarkable stamina and composure, coupled with his sharp gaze, agile footwork, and deft hands, he single-handedly engaged 6 adversaries in combat. Chapter 4. A brutal assault on a group. A band of ruffians launched a fierce attack, yet all their efforts were in vain, leaving Su Ge unscathed. In contrast, Su Ge's strikes landed with precision upon the 6 thugs, eliciting their anguished cries. Stand aside. I will slay him. A thunderous roar erupted as the bald thug, face contorted with hatred, wielded a machete with ferocity. As the blade descended, Su Ge's eyes flickered with a dangerous glint. 2 gel pens silently slipped from his grasp, and with a swift motion, he evaded the thug's slash. Run, you bastard. I will kill you. The bald thug swung again, but Su Ge deftly parried the machete, though the blade severed the pen in 2, revealing the bald thug's lethal intent. A chill coursed through Su Ge's gaze as he thrust his left hand, striking the thug's wrist with precision. Blood spurted forth. The bald thug shrieked, losing his grip on the machete, which clattered to the ground. With Su Ge now unarmed against a blade, the thugs, believing victory was theirs, momentarily hesitated. However, upon witnessing their leader's defeat, they surged forward with a ferociousness akin to hyenas. In a precarious position, Su Ge found himself lacking both evasion space and weaponry. At that moment, Miaowani screamed as she rushed in, and in the next instant, a yellow-haired thug clutched his shoulder, howling in agony. Upon closer inspection, a skewer was embedded in his shoulder. The yellow-haired thug was rendered incapacitated, creating an opening in the encirclement, and Su Ge seized the opportunity to punch him down and break free. Outside the circle awaited Miaowani, and Su Ge swiftly embraced her slender waist, propelling them both 10 meters away from the thugs. The skewers. Su Ge's gaze darted to a large bag on the ground, unmistakably filled with numerous skewers. A sly smile crept across his lips as he set Miao down. My dear, please fetch me a bottle of drink. I shall return shortly. With that, he grasped a skewer and resolutely turned back. In a flash, the first thug closed in, brandishing a folding knife. Sugo flung the skewer, and the assortment of meat struck the thug's face like hidden projectiles. The thug was caught off guard, his eyes blinded by chili oil, and he wailed in confusion, flailing his knife aimlessly. With only 2 gleaming skewers remaining, Suji's fingers moved with agility, transforming the skewers into blurs as he thrust them ruthlessly. The sensation of piercing flesh resonated as the thug collapsed, howling in pain, and Su-gu retreated, meeting the next thug head-on. At this juncture, only 4 thugs remained to confront Su-gu. One had retrieved the machete, while the others were unarmed. In stark contrast to the clumsy thugs, Su-gu, enhanced by his swift skills, moved as though he had mastered the art of agile footwork, his skewers seemingly possessing a mind of their own, striking precisely where aimed. Another agonizing scream echoed as the knife-wielding thug was pierced, the excruciating pain robbing him of strength, and he too was felled by Su-gu. From an initial 7 opponents, only 3 remained. While Su-gu had sustained merely a few light blows, the remaining trio now stood paralyzed by fear. 3 individuals encircled Su-gu, yet not one dared to make the first move. Humph. Su-gu let out a cold chuckle, and with a swift motion, he lunged forward. The 3 ruffians, filled with terror, scattered in disarray, abandoning even their comrade who writhed and wailed on the ground. Phew. Once the ruffians had fled, Su-gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the previous confrontation appeared effortless, both his mental and physical energies had been severely drained. Are you all right? Miao Wani hurriedly approached Su-gu, astonishingly holding a bottle of beverage in her hand. It's merely a minor injury, nothing to fret over. Su-gu replied with a grin. But what about you? Did those men harm you in any way? Miao Wani's cheeks flushed slightly, and no, by the time I went to buy this drink, you had already dealt with them all. You're so impressive. There's nothing impressive about it. I'm just relieved that you weren't hurt. Suji's concerned gaze made Miao Wani's heart race even more. In her earlier panic, she had failed to notice Suji's features, but now, realizing that her savior was an extraordinarily handsome man, she felt a gentle warmth envelop her. Wow, so handsome. How can there be such good-looking guys? Upon meeting Suji's eyes, Miao Wani shyly extended the drink towards him. Thank you. Su-gu smiled. No need to thank me. After all, I am your boyfriend. It's my duty to protect you. What? Be boyfriend? Miao Wani's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her momentarily speechless. Indeed, Su-gu replied with a gentle smile. My beautiful lady, I wonder if you are satisfied with the boyfriend who placed an order for you? Upon hearing the phrase placed in order, Miao Wani suddenly comprehended, her eyes sparkling with incredulity. Chapter 5. My parents are not home. You are my shared boyfriend, Su-gu. Miao Wani gently covered her mouth, yet her excitement was undeniable. Indeed, Su-gu smiled as he loosened the button of his shirt collar, a seemingly trivial gesture that caused Miao Wani's heart to race uncontrollably, her cheeks increasingly flushed. The shared boyfriend was truly here. Oh my goodness. The shared boyfriend app is real. Who says that fortune doesn't fall from the sky? I'll deal with them. Su-gu affectionately ruffled Miao Wani's hair and said, Meow meow. I apologize for arriving late as your boyfriend and causing you distress. From now on, let me protect you. All right. Meow meow allowed Su-gu to tousle her hair, a hint of shyness gracing her features as her voice softened. At that moment, a gathering crowd had formed around them, all eyes filled with astonishment directed at Su-gu, with many even starting to take photographs. Suddenly, a police patrol car approached with its sirens blaring, and 2 officers exited the vehicle. Upon seeing Miao Wani, their faces turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. Miss Miao, are you all right? From the murmurs of the onlookers, they had already deduced that Miao Wani was the victim of this incident. She was, after all, the boss's person. Any trouble in their jurisdiction would not bode well for them. Therefore, they needed to rectify this situation immediately. Humph. If it weren't for my boyfriend Su-gu arriving just in time, I wouldn't be standing here unscathed. Your neighborhood really does a great job. The 2 officers exchanged bewildered glances. What? Boyfriend? Miss Miao has always looked down upon those wealthy heirs. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? However, as they observed the strikingly handsome Su-gu by Miao Wani's side, everything became clear. Such a remarkable man existed in this world. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed the ability to fight. With his refined demeanor, his intellect was undoubtedly exceptional. No wonder Miss Miao took such pride in him. The officers, thinking this, approached Su-gu with great enthusiasm, extending their hands for a handshake. You must be Su-gu. Truly a distinguished gentleman, a paragon of youth. There are likely no young men in the capital who can compare to you. We are immensely grateful for your assistance today, feeling a sense of delight at their flattery. Suga maintained a composed smile. Miao Wani is indeed my girlfriend. It is only natural that I protect her. Hearing the officers praise Suga, Miao Wani felt an inner sense of pride and decided not to pursue the matter further. Just apprehend those ruffians, and we shall consider this settled. Understood. The officers eagerly agreed, feeling relieved. The ruffians lying on the ground were taken into custody, while others who attempted to flee were pursued. Meanwhile, Suga and Miao Miao boarded the patrol car heading towards the hospital. Although her injuries were minor, Miao Miao insisted on going, and Suga complied, taking the opportunity to complete the necessary reports. Before long, at the hospital entrance, Suga and Miao Miao stood hand in hand by the roadside, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Where are we going now? To my home. The masculine presence nearby, coupled with the warmth of his firm yet gentle hand, made Miao Miao's heart leap like a startled fawn. Suga could not help but feel his heart race. To be honest, this was his first time holding the hand of such a beautiful girl. The softness of Miao Wani's small hand was incredibly delightful, and being close enough to catch a whiff of her faint, natural fragrance sent his thoughts wandering. Although his mind was in disarray, Suga maintained an outward composure. Nearly smiling as he inquired, "Are we heading home so soon? Visiting the parents or?" "No, my parents aren't home," Miao Miao replied, her face flushing even more. "I'm just going back to grab some things. I'm going camping with friends today." The moment she realized the double entendre in her words, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, yet that thrill ignited an excitement within her. "Oh, I see. Then let us hasten back," Suga said with a gentle smile, causing Miao Miao's heart to race once again. Miao Miao shyly nodded in agreement. The two took a taxi to Sunshine Community, and after navigating through the complex, they arrived at a 3-story villa. "This is my home. No need to change your shoes," Miao Miao exclaimed, opening the door and pulling Suga inside. As Suga stepped through the threshold, he turned to secure the door behind them. "So, what shall we do now, my dear?" Miao Miao's heart fluttered like a startled deer at Su Ji's words, and her cheeks felt warm. "Wait, are we really going to do something right away?" Seeing Miao Miao's flustered expression, reminiscent of a lobster, Suga chuckled. "I meant, is there anything you need help with?" "Oh, it's the camping gear." Miao Miao snapped back to reality, her cheeks still flushed as she led Suga to a corner of the living room, pointing at a pile of items. "It's these things." As she looked at the heap, Miao Miao suddenly felt perplexed. Just yesterday, she thought there wasn't too much to carry, and she could handle it alone, but now that she had a boyfriend, "Not a problem, just watch me," Suga declared confidently. Chapter 6. That was my first kiss. The ground was strewn with an array of equipment, starting with a large backpack, followed by a tent, mat, sleeping bag, knives, flashlights, and other assorted items. Additionally, there was a set of windbreakers. After all, Miao Miao was a beautiful fairy, and she would not don such attire unless absolutely necessary. It seemed that this excursion was a legitimate camping trip, rather than a trivial riverside picnic. Suga pondered as he meticulously categorized the essentials into the backpack, before turning his attention to the less crucial items: a large box of cosmetics and skincare products, some delightful lingerie, short skirts, stockings, shoes, and a few filming tools. How innate the desire to be beautiful is for a girl, Suga mused. Just then, Miao Miao emerged from her room, exclaiming, "Suga, come look." Turning around, Suga was taken aback to see that Miao Miao had changed into a new outfit, her face adorned with light makeup. Even without embellishment, Miao Miao was striking. But with her newfound glamour, she was breathtaking, causing Suga to catch his breath. "How do I look? Pretty, right, Suga?" With Su Ji's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling crescent moons. Suga nodded. "You look stunning. It's hard to believe you don't have a boyfriend." With a mischievous smile, Miao Miao replied, "Who says I don't have a boyfriend? You are my boyfriend. I didn't see you have one before because I was waiting for you." Teased by the beautiful girl, Suga grinned. "Then I can't let you wait in vain." Just as Miao Miao was about to respond, Suga leaned in, and before she could react, he pressed his lips against hers. Miao Miao's eyes widened, sparkling with a mixture of surprise and excitement, as Suga savored the sweetness of her cherry lips. He felt as though he had tasted the most exquisite delight in the world, his heart racing and blood surging with fervor. Thankfully, Suga retained his composure, realizing that excessive boldness might elicit Miao Miao's displeasure, so he parted after a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds, albeit reluctantly. "My first kiss." Meow Meow covered her mouth, feeling a bittersweet sense of loss. Yet upon seeing Sugu's handsome visage, she felt as though she were the fortunate one. In truth, that was my first kiss too. Sugu chuckled, speaking the unvarnished truth. Meow Meow blushed at his words, sticking out her tongue playfully. I don't believe you. Let us hurry. We'll be late. All right. Sugu nodded, securing his backpack and lifting the previously prepared meat skewers, which made his back feel cumbersome, his hands heavy. In the past, carrying such a load would have been quite uncomfortable for Sugu. However, after undergoing systematic training, not only had his physical fitness improved tremendously, but he had also acquired the passive skill of Wind Chaser. Thus, despite the apparent weight of his belongings, he felt virtually unencumbered, as light as a feather. Sugu, let me carry that. Meow Meow, eager to lighten his load, snatched the meat skewers from him. Sugu smiled and did not resist. Together, they made their way to the villa's garage, where an Audi Q7 awaited. After loading all the ingredients and gear into the trunk, Sugu took the wheel, driving them away from the community. Where shall we go camping? Sugu inquired. Meow Meow, donning sunglasses in the passenger seat, activated her phone's electronic map. Including the two of us, there are a total of 6 people, and our destination is Black Bear Valley in MC County. At that moment, a phone call unexpectedly came through. Meow Meow answered and put the call on speaker. Hello, Sha Sha. I'm already on the road. Didn't we agree to meet at the MC County Forest Hotel before noon? You've set out already? I thought I was coming to help you with your things. My boyfriend is helping me with that, but I still appreciate your offer. What? You really have a boyfriend now? I don't believe it. Since you're already on your way. He must be with you. Let him say something. All right, all right. Meow Meow winked at Sugu. Understanding her cue, Sugu spoke up. Hello, Sha Sha. I am Sugu, Meow Meow's boyfriend. Thank you for your concern for her. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by an exclamation. What? You really have a boyfriend? Everything you said before was true. The ones I introduced to you weren't to your liking, so he must be extraordinarily handsome. Quickly send me a few photos. I am so eager to see. Of course he's handsome, but we're about to meet, so why the rush? Besides, Sugu is indeed my boyfriend. Stop teasing. Just send the photos. I must see how handsome he truly is. Chapter 7. Best friend Sasha Meow Meow had long wished to take a photograph of Sugu, so she said, just wait a moment, I'll send it to you. After hanging up the phone, Meow Meow shyly gazed at Sugu and asked, Sugu, may I take a picture of you? Of course. Sugu replied with a smile, but let us take one together. Absolutely. Meow Meow exclaimed with joy. Click, click. After capturing the images, Meow Meow first selected one to set as her wallpaper before sending it to Sasha. After a prolonged silence, just as Meow Meow was about to inquire, Sasha finally responded. Meow Meow, is this godlike figure your boyfriend? He is so handsome. Could he be a newly debuted star? My goodness, even when I enlarged the photo, I can't find a single flaw. Did you edit this? No wonder you've remained single. If I had such a target, I would cling to him for dear life. Where on earth did you find such a remarkable guy? A flurry of 3 messages arrived, each one brimming with Lin Sha's astonishment and admiration, tinged with an unmistakable hint of jealousy. Hee, jealous, aren't you? Meow Meow replied. Sasha responded, of course. I was considering accepting Li Hua's advances. But after seeing your Sugu, I have absolutely no interest in him anymore. Then keep searching. How could I possibly find someone like him? Unless you were to give Sugu to me. Impossible. Not a chance. In the blink of an eye, the Audi Q7 was cruising on the highway. Meow Meow watched Suji drive with utmost concentration, a sweet smile blossoming on her face. If it weren't for Sugu, I would be the one struggling behind the wheel right now. It truly is wonderful to have a boyfriend. Hee, lost in her thoughts. Meow Meow soon drifted off to sleep, a glimmer of dew forming on her lips, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. The journey from Tianfu City to MC County would take approximately 2 hours. Sugu and Meow Meow arrived at the Forest Hotel at 11 o'clock. After parking, they approached the front desk, where Sugu handed over their identification cards and bank cards to the receptionist. Wow, this young man is so handsome. The receptionist gazed dreamily at Sugu, stretching her hand to receive the identification, fumbling twice before managing to grasp it properly. Coughing lightly, Meow Meow noticed the receptionist was utterly entranced by Sugu and couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight. She gently cleared her throat to bring the receptionist back to reality. The receptionist finally took the identification and apologized. I'm so sorry, your boyfriend is just too stunning. Radiating like a star. In her heart, the receptionist felt a twinge of melancholy. To her eyes, Meow Meow was also a striking beauty, and together with Sugu, they made a perfect couple, while she felt like just an ordinary girl. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow immediately wrapped her arm around Sugu's and cheerfully urged, "Please, hurry and check us in. We'd like the best room available. And could you also store our luggage?" "Certainly. That will be 568 yuan, which includes breakfast for two. Here are your bank card, identification, and room key. Please keep them safe." The receptionist summoned a bellboy to assist with their luggage and efficiently prepared their room. As Sugu and Meow Meow gazed at the hotel receptionist handing over a room key, they suddenly found themselves frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. A simultaneous shock coursed through their minds. Oh no. They had forgotten to discuss how many rooms to book. Sugu blinked, contemplating. Is it appropriate to book just one room? Yet, they had only known each other for a mere 2 or 3 hours. It felt rather hasty. Would Meow Meow be comfortable with that? Meow Meow's cheeks flushed, her heart racing with uncertainty. Are we really going to share a room? However, opting for 2 rooms or a twin room would undoubtedly raise suspicions among Sha Sha and the others, potentially revealing that Sugu was merely renting the space. Both were enveloped in a tangle of thoughts, yet the receptionist, oblivious to their inner turmoil, noticed the couple's reluctance to take the key. Finding this peculiar but hesitant to pry, she simply stood and placed the key in Suji's hand, offering a polite smile. The checkout time is before 2 p.m. tomorrow. Your room is on the 6th floor. Please take the elevator on the right. All right, thank you. With the key now in Suji's possession, Meow Meow decided to let go of her worries. After all, sharing a bed with one's boyfriend was a perfectly natural occurrence, wasn't it? Chapter 8. Staying at the Forest Hotel, the elevator swiftly descended to the 1st floor, and upon the doors opening, the two stepped inside together. As the doors gradually closed, the confined space allowed them to perceive each other's scent. The masculine aura surrounding Sugu caused a subtle flush to rise on Meow Meow's cheeks, and her heartbeat quickened imperceptibly. Meow Meow's natural fragrance was equally enticing, eliciting a faint smile from Sugu, a feeling of enchantment. The elevator soon reached the 6th floor, and they located their room, stepping inside after unlocking the door. The Mack County Forest Hotel may not have been the epitome of luxury, yet its unique decor, particularly the expansive and transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, delighted both Sugu and Meow Meow. Once the door clicked shut behind them, the atmosphere shifted once more, enveloping the quiet room with a palpable tension and fervor. They lingered in silence for a moment, and Suji's warm smile made Meow Meow's heart race once again. Unable to contain herself any longer, she exhaled softly. Well, I think I'll take a shower first. Tomorrow we're heading to Black Bear Valley, and it might be a luxury to enjoy a warm shower then. Sugu chuckled gently. All right, but let us first inspect this room. Meow Meow was momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned upon her. Yes, it's wise to check, as hotels aren't always entirely safe these days. However, her face flushed even more after speaking, realizing the implications of their actions. Were they truly going to engage in something secretive? Her initial statement about showering now felt like a hidden suggestion. Panic set in. Would Sugu think her too forward or lacking in decorum? But she was not that kind of person. Despite many suitors, she had never accepted any of their advances. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Sugu for being so incredibly handsome and possessing an exceptionally pleasant temperament. Thus, amidst Meow Meow's myriad thoughts, they thoroughly inspected the room, ultimately discovering no hidden cameras or issues with the mirrors. Sugu was confident in the results of their search. The room was simple and clean, with scarce places for surveillance devices. His keenly trained eyes, enhanced by the system, left no detail overlooked. Meow Meow, feel free to shower. I will peruse the guide to Black Bear Valley, Sugu said, retrieving his phone and sinking into the sofa. Okay. Meow Meow replied with a smile over her shoulder as she entered the bathroom, the door slowly closing behind her, obscuring her figure, bathed in light. The frosted glass door framed her graceful silhouette, with every curve and contour captivating Suji's gaze. If such a scene were to appear on a computer screen, he believed he could remain unfazed. However, the enchanting beauty before him made his heart race uncontrollably. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon Sugu felt parched. He hastily opened a bottle of drink and took a hearty swig, only to realize half an hour had already passed. At that moment, Meow Meow finally opened the bathroom door, and Sugu turned to behold her, utterly astonished. After her bath, Meow Meow's light makeup had faded, revealing a natural beauty akin to the pristine lotus emerging from the water, unadorned and exquisite. Her dark hair, slightly damp, framed her charming face, which bore a hint of allure reminiscent of the goddess of the Luo River descending to earth. It was almost surreal, Sugu murmured to herself, only regaining her senses when Meow Meow approached, instantly captivated again by the tempting fragrance that surrounded her. Sugu, Are you not going to wash up? Meow meow. Noticing Suji's momentary daze, felt a mix of shyness and secret delight. Sugu offered an apologetic smile. You are so beautiful that I am utterly enchanted. At this compliment, Meow Meow's shyness and delight intensified, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the tender atmosphere in the room. It's Lin Sha. Let me take this, Meow Meow said playfully, sticking out her tongue as she answered the call and activated the speakerphone. Chapter 9A Gathering of Friends. Hello? Meow Meow, have you arrived? The voice on the other end was not Lin Sha's, but that of a man. It's Li Hua. Sugu and I have already made it here. All four of us are here. Our room is on the 6th floor, number 608. You should book a room on the same floor. Oh, all right. The call ended with a series of beeps. Meow Meow frowned slightly. Li Hua's tone seemed somewhat distracted. Sugu also picked up on Li Hua's unusual demeanor and remarked, he might be unwell, perhaps just a slight cold. Let us not worry about him. Meow Meow set her phone down and gazed at her boyfriend, Sugu, her spirits lifting immensely. Moments later, voices erupted from outside. Sugu listened intently. There were 2 men and 2 women, likely the other 4 companions traveling with them. Sure enough, footsteps paused outside room 608, followed by a ring at the doorbell. We're here. We're here. Meow Meow peered through the peephole before swinging the door open. As the door creaked ajar, a vibrant pink figure dashed in, enveloping Meow Meow in a hug. Sha. Meow Meow, I've missed you so much. Let go. I have a boyfriend now. I don't want you anymore. What did you say? I'll strangle you, haha. Despite her playful threat, Lin Sha planted a hearty peck on Meow Meow's cheek. She then pushed Meow Meow aside, peering curiously behind her. Your boyfriend, Sugu, as Lin Sha's gaze landed on Sugu, and she was instantly rendered speechless by his striking appearance, which surpassed even his photos. With a smile, Sugu nodded at Lin Sha, causing her heart to race and her excitement to bubble over. At that moment, the other 3 guests squeezed through the door, a tall beauty sporting a white baseball cap, her figure slender and elegant, adorned with heavy makeup and oversized sunglasses. 2 young men, one in a red t-shirt with a tousled hairstyle, the other in a blue shirt with neatly parted short hair, both of whom possessed a certain charm. Upon seeing Sugu, the 3 paused, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. They could not help but concede that Sugu was the most handsome man they had ever encountered. The tall beauty, lowering her gaze slightly, let her eyes glide over her sunglasses and fixate on Sugu, unable to look away. Meow Meow, you're quite the cunning one. Keeping this from me for so long. Lin Sha gazed at Sugu with the fervor of a treasure hunter spotting a rare gem, nearly reaching out to touch his chest. Meow Meow, you are truly fortunate. You must cherish him. The cap-wearing beauty exclaimed, equally captivated by Sugu, as if she were a devoted fan meeting her idol. Under the intense scrutiny of the 2 enamored women, Sugu offered a shy smile. Everyone, please don't just stand there. Come in and chat. He had already noticed the slightly sullen expression of the young man in the red t-shirt, shadows lurking in his eyes. Despite the latter's attempts to mask his feelings and feign indifference, he could not escape Sugu's perceptive gaze. Sugu remained unperturbed. Not only had he been shaped by the system, but even in the past, fear held no sway over him. However, this individual was a companion on their camping trip and a friend of Meow Meow's, and he did not wish to jeopardize their relationship. Indeed, everyone. Please take a seat, Meow Meow urged, prompting Lin Sha and Yang Shi to finally divert their gaze from Sugu. They settled onto the sofa alongside 2 other gentlemen, while Meow Meow, linking arms with Sugu, took her place on the edge of the bed. Chapter 10, The Jealous Li Hua. As everyone settled in, Meow Meow began her introductions. This is my boyfriend, Sugu. This is Lin Sha. This is Yang Shi. This is Li Hua. And this is Yang Shi's boyfriend, Chiogua. From the introductions, it was evident that Yang Shi and Chiogua were a couple, while Lin Sha and Li Hua were both single. Hello. Hi there. As Meow Meow introduced them, Sugu greeted the 4, establishing acquaintance. Lin Sha wore a pink t-shirt. The tall beauty was Yang Shi. Li Hua donned a red t-shirt, and Chiogua was in a blue shirt. Lin Sha and Yang Shi welcomed Meow Meow's boyfriend, Sugu, with enthusiasm. Chiogua remained gentle, while Li Hua exhibited a certain aloofness. To Chiogua, Yang Shi's admiration for Sugu was striking. He merely smiled faintly, as he too occasionally found himself captivated by stunning women on the street, thus keeping his dissatisfaction at bay. Li Hua, however, was different. The more he observed Sugu, the more irked he became. Watching Lin Sha extol Sugu as if he were a rare treasure, a twinge of jealousy inevitably surfaced within him. With a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, Li Hua remarked, for Sugu to win Meow Meow's affection, He must possess extraordinary qualities. I wonder. He was poised to provoke, but Meow Meow interjected. No, no, no. It's not Suga who pursued me. I pursued him, hee hee. Li Hua felt a lump in his throat, his jealousy intensifying. Anger simmered within him, and his smile became rigid, even the whites of his eyes tinged with red. Li Hua, Lin Sha, and Meow Meow were classmates in university, often seen together, which had led to playful banter about him being flanked by two beauties. He had found himself irresistibly drawn to both. Upon hearing that Meow Meow had a boyfriend, although he could hardly object, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered, akin to a cherished possession being snatched away. Seeing Suga, all eyes were drawn to him. He felt both inferior and resentful. He had contemplated letting go of his feelings, yet found that the more he tried, the more agitated he became. Taking a step back only deepened his sense of loss, especially when witnessing Lin Sha's envious expression, which kindled a flicker of animosity towards Suga. After some time of conversation, apart from Li Hua, who remained taciturn, the others engaged in lively dialogue. Lin Sha, sensing Li Hua's discontent, suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we go for lunch? Driving is a bit tiring. Let us order takeout instead." Li Hua waved his hand dismissively. Lin Sha pouted, "But I've heard there's a delicious snack in MC County that I really want to try. One of the reasons we chose MC County was for that snack. It would be such a pity not to go." Meow Meow's face lit up at the thought of food. Yes, yes. Yangshi chimed in, equally a food enthusiast. Rejected by the three enchanting women, Li Hua's spirits plummeted further. Glancing at Su Ji's smile, he found it utterly detestable, as if he were a devil incarnate. "Then you all go ahead. I'll just order takeout." Having spoken, he then rose and made his way to his own room. Xiaogu observed this and felt that Li Hua was somewhat petty. However, as a friend, he naturally sided with Li Hua. Thus, he chuckled and said, well, I shall order takeout as well. You will go enjoy your snacks. Suga, you must ensure the safety of the three of them, so that no ruffians take advantage of them. Stay in touch." In the blink of an eye, Xiaogu's figure vanished beyond the door, leaving Suga and the three girls, Meow Meow included, behind. Chapter 11. Sharing a bed. The group was no longer composed of children, and they naturally perceived the underlying tension. Lin Sha felt perplexed. Li Hua was not like this usually. What could possibly be the reason for such inexplicable behavior today? Could this be her true self? Thankfully, I had not acquiesced to his advances before. Yangshi rolled her eyes lightly and chuckled. Have you never encountered a handsome guy like Suga before? Oh. Is it my fault then? I have done nothing from the start. Suga thought to himself in silence. Meow Meow laughed. Ahem. I should buy a mask for my dear Suga. Otherwise, the three of us might not be able to fend off the alluring distractions outside. Who wants to team up with you? I'll beat you. Haha. It tickles. After a bout of playful antics, they certainly would not miss out on the local delicacies. Dragging Suga and Lin Sha towards their destination, walking side by side down the street. The trio of stunning beauties accompanied by a handsome young man drew numerous envious glances. Under the scrutiny of astonished, admiring, or even jealous eyes, Suga felt no discomfort. He had grown accustomed to such attention after crafting his persona. After a day of indulgence, the four had thoroughly explored MC County, and the sky gradually darkened, ushering in the vibrant nightlife. After an afternoon of fun, the three girls were fatigued, whereas Suga remained invigorated, cheerfully carrying several bags. Upon returning to the hotel, they agreed to meet for breakfast at 9 the next morning, and Lin Sha, along with Yangshi, entered their room to share a bed. Suga and Meow Meow shut the door and proceeded to arrange their belongings. As they glanced at the solitary bed in the room, the atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat charged. This bed, a hint of allure graced Meow Meow's lovely face. Suji's heart fluttered. This bed is quite spacious. Indeed, it is large. Shall we sleep on opposite sides? After biting her lip for a long time, Meow Meow could not muster the courage to suggest sharing the bed. Suga smiled broadly. All right, the blanket is all yours. I will go take a shower first. Okay. Watching Suga enter the bathroom and close the door, Meow Meow initially sighed in relief, then became conflicted. It's only the first day we've met. Do we really have to share a bed? Meow Wani, you've already agreed, and it's too late to back out now. What if Suga wants? What should I do? Just chill. After closing the door, Suji's turbulent emotions settled somewhat, yet ripples of excitement remained. He exhaled softly. Although this is my first time sharing a bed with a girl, and she is a super beauty at that, I am confident I can maintain my composure. As the cold water cascaded over him, Suga gradually calmed down, his eyes regaining clarity. He quickly finished his shower and donned the new clothes he had purchased while out, a simple white t-shirt paired with black shorts. An ordinary combination that looked like a high-fashion ensemble on him. Recalling the astonished expression of the salesgirl when he bought the clothes, Suga smiled faintly and opened the bathroom door. Meow meow, I'm done washing. Ah, Meow Meow was lost in thought. Her expression slightly flushed as she gazed at Suga, and then suddenly she snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm coming, she exclaimed, hurriedly gathering the clothes she needed to change into, and with quick, tiny steps, she made her way into the bathroom. The air in the bathroom was infused with the fragrance of shower gel, mingling with a subtle, pleasant scent. As she inhaled the fragrant air, an intense warmth enveloped her. Once she had finished her shower, she cautiously opened the bathroom door, only to discover Suga, fully clothed, sprawled across the bed, occupying but a small portion of the expansive mattress. Meow Meow tiptoed over to Suji's side and observed closely. Suji's breathing was steady and deep. She had indeed fallen asleep. Chapter 12. Escaping the night, but not the morning. How could she have fallen asleep so swiftly? Meow Meow felt a momentary sense of relaxation, only to be suddenly plagued by doubts about her own allure, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Observing that Suga had succumbed to slumber, she gently climbed onto the bed, cocooning herself in the blankets as a myriad of images danced through her mind. For instance, envisioning herself asleep while Suga flashed a mischievous grin, his hands slowly slipping beneath the covers, or imagining him transforming into a wolf, salivating and leaping towards her, or the thought of simply drifting off to sleep. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and Meow Meow's eyelids grew heavy, surrendering to the embrace of dreams. At that moment, Suga suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, he had merely been feigning sleep, under such a charged and intoxicating atmosphere. It was impossible for anyone to truly rest. Although he was not a renowned seducer, it was merely their first night together, thus, he felt it prudent to exercise restraint. With Meow Meow now asleep, Suga relaxed entirely, allowing his weight to sink into the plush bed. As the night slipped away, the brightness of morning crept in. Oh dear, he had forgotten to draw the curtains last night. The room, adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, was now awash with golden specks of sunlight that danced upon the bed. Meow Meow, still drowsy, let out a soft yawn, and suddenly felt a firm yet gentle sensation beneath her. Peering down, she realized it was none other than Suga. Just as she was about to scream, a hand swiftly covered her mouth. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was indeed Suga, his gaze fixed intently upon her. In the summer heat, their attire was scant, and they were pressed closely together, acutely aware of each other's warmth and breath. The delicate figure in his arms felt fragile and smooth, igniting a warmth within Suga that made him restless. He swallowed hard before finally releasing the hand that had silenced Meow Meow. Suga Meow Meow's voice was a melodious whisper, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled as if on the verge of tears. They were entranced by one another. Suga inhaled sharply and gently pressed his lips against her soft, pink mouth. Meow Meow felt an electrifying sensation surge through her entire being, rendering her almost incapable of thought. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, jolting Meow Meow from her dreamy state. She widened her eyes and hurriedly pushed against Suji's chest, her sparkling eyes pleading for silence. With a sigh, Suga relented, recognizing that it was morning. After all, the plans for the day were set, and to linger any longer would lead to uncontrollable impulses. As soon as Meow Meow was released, she blushed deeply, swiftly retreating beneath the covers like a fish escaping a hook. Seeing Meow Meow securely wrapped in her blanket, Suga chuckled softly, I shall answer the door. Having slept fully clothed, he bounded to the door and opened it. Suga, Lin Yi exclaimed upon seeing him, her gaze glimmering like crystal, exuding an allure that captivated. Ah, Lin Yi, what brings you here? Suga inquired softly. It's getting late. We need to have breakfast and prepare to set off. Where is Meow Meow? Lin Yi had already caught a whiff of a certain hormonal scent and, peering through the gap, spotted Meow Meow curled up beneath the blankets, her cheeks instantly flushing. She is still asleep. It won't be long, Suga remarked. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, saying, then Yangshi and I shall head to the dining hall first. Very well, off you go, Suga replied, watching Lin Yi depart before gently closing the door. Upon hearing the door click shut, Meow Meow emerged from her cocoon like a curious kitten. Suga approached the bedside, urging, it's time to rise, little kitty. No. Haha, Meow Meow protested, laughter bubbling forth as Suga scooped her up along with the blankets and whisked her off to the bathroom. Chapter 13. Departure. After completing their morning rituals, the two individuals proceeded to the hotel restaurant. Amidst the joyful laughter of Suga and his companions, contrasted with Li Hua's sullen demeanor, the group enjoyed their breakfast as the journey to Hexiong Valley loomed ahead. Sugo had diligently reviewed the travel guides beforehand. Discovering that a major river flowed through MC County, with one of its tributaries originating from Heixiong Valley. This secluded valley, rarely trodden by human feet, lacked proper paths, compelling most visitors to opt for boat rides. Thus, Sugo and his companions prepared to embark by boat. After retrieving their stored equipment, the group drove to the Heixiong Valley Ferry Terminal. The remoteness of the location became evident, revealing only a couple of dilapidated houses within sight. The three vehicles halted before a two-story red brick building, and an elderly man emerged upon hearing their arrival. Unfazed by the sight of the three cars, he approached them. Being the proprietor of the ferry service, "Are you heading to Heixiong Valley?" he inquired as the group disembarked. "Indeed, we are," Sugo replied with a smile. "We would greatly appreciate your assistance." However, the old man shook his head, cautioning, "Just the other day, I ferried a group in, and by nightfall, they were ambushed by wild boars. One even suffered a broken leg. I advise against going. MC County offers other delightful attractions that I can recommend." The mention of wild boars, along with the injury, instilled apprehension in the female companions. They were there to enjoy themselves, not to risk injury in pursuit of a camping adventure. Yet, Li Hua countered, shaking his head resolutely. "Having come this far, we cannot turn back. Besides, I am a Sanda coach. Why are you all so frightened?" Seeing this, the old man hastily shook his head, imploring, "Young man, those wild boars have 6-inch tusks capable of inflicting serious harm, and there are indeed black bears within." Li Hua scoffed. "Even if there are, they should have fled by now. If they haven't, then it would simply be their misfortune to encounter me." As he spoke, he flexed his biceps, showcasing his strength. Meanwhile, Miao Miao, hearing of the wild boars, clung tightly to Su Ji's arm, though her eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity and excitement. "Miao Miao, do you wish to go?" After a moment's hesitation, Miao Miao nodded. "I've long wanted to visit. If they're all going, I would like to join as well." Sugo affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Fear not, I shall protect you." With that, Sugo approached the old man. "Please, could you take us across? If you are determined to enter the valley, I shall ferry you once. But should anything unfortunate occur, do not hold me accountable." The old man paused before adding, "It will be 2,000 for a round trip. The choice is yours." 2,000. "Do you think this is an airplane?" Li Hua exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. 2,000 it is. Sugo interjected with a smile, preventing Li Hua from escalating the situation. He theatrically reached into his pocket, though his mind had already connected with the system. "Withdraw cash, 2,000. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a neat stack of bills appeared in his hand. Sugo extracted the money from his pocket and presented it to the old man, saying, "Please, count it, old man." The old man, with a look of astonishment, accepted the money. He had initially intended to deter the group with a high price. Yet he was taken aback that the most handsome among them regarded the money with indifference. It was understandable. Such an attractive individual could hardly be in want of funds. He mused. After briefly counting the money, he declared, "I shall prepare the boat. Please wait a moment." Once the old man departed, the heat seemed to intensify, evidenced by the sunburned face of Li Hua. "Hurry up and pack." Sugo waved to the group and pulled Miao Miao to retrieve their gear. "What's the big deal about a few measly coins?" Li Hua muttered as he opened the car's trunk, seizing a steel grill, ready to lift it down. Li Hua, "Wait, that is quite heavy." Chiogwa shouted. "What is heavy about it?" Li Hua replied impatiently, continuing his task. However, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on his arm. Caught off guard, he lost his grip on the grill, which clattered to the ground with a thunderous noise. Drawing everyone's attention, Li Hua stood there, a picture of embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been flexing his muscles, and now he had clumsily dropped the grill, feeling utterly humiliated. Chapter 14. Into the Valley. "If you can't carry it, just call me." Sugo stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the roasting stove. "Wow, Sugo, you are amazing." The three girls, Miao Miao and her companions, clapped joyfully. The scene of Sugo lifting the roasting stove left Li Hua and Chiogwa utterly astonished. They had first-hand experience of its considerable weight. This fellow, though seemingly of average build, possessed such extraordinary strength. Rivaling even the mightiest in the club, Li Hua felt an increasing sense of trepidation, especially upon witnessing the three girls applauding, which only deepened his envy. He was handsome, wealthy, and immensely powerful. He left no room for others to thrive. "The boat is ready. Bring the supplies aboard," the old man called out from the small dock. Everyone began to load various provisions onto the vessel, while the old man sang a mountain song as he started the boat. The propeller sliced through the water, propelling the craft towards Black Bear Valley. The further they ventured, The calmer the waters became, transforming from murky to a serene azure hue. From a distance, it resembled a small boat gliding across a cerulean expanse, leaving behind delicate, shimmering ripples. How beautiful! Miao Miao gazed wide-eyed at the breathtaking scenery of mountains and rivers. The old man cautioned, do not be deceived by the tranquil surface. Fierce undercurrents lie beneath. Should one fall in, even the most adept swimmer might never resurface. Miao Miao was startled, sticking out her little tongue and scooting closer to Sugo. As they delved deeper into Black Bear Valley, the cliffs on either side rose steeply, appearing as though they might collapse at any moment. The waterway narrowed further, resembling a cerulean ribbon winding through the canyon. Here, they had strayed far from civilization. Both the sounds and sights felt profoundly distinct from the urban jungle. The troubles that weighed on their hearts seemed to dissipate, leaving an inexplicable lightness in their spirits. However, this did not apply to Li Hua, who seemed to have begun a streak of misfortune since encountering Sugo. The boat navigated through the final stretch of constricted waters, revealing a shallow area with a rudimentary dock. The vessel gently approached the shore, and once the old man secured the boat, the group began to unload supplies bit by bit. Call me when you're ready to leave, and remember not to venture too deep. There are indeed many wild beasts within, the old man advised before setting off in a small boat. Having been busy moving supplies, Sugo finally took a moment to survey his surroundings. Unlike the previous canyon, one side here was marked by steep, grayish-white cliffs adorned with lush vegetation. On the other side, where Sugo and his companions stood, was a vast sloping expanse of trees, with a sprawling shallow area at its base. Crystal-clear mountain springs flowed through the shallows, and the mist created by splashing water was refreshingly invigorating. Let us find a suitable place to set up camp, Miao Miao cheered, pulling Sugo towards the shallows, with Lin Sha and Yang Shi quickly following. Xiaoguo and her companion remained behind to watch over the supplies. Before long, the four discovered a flat area showing signs of previous campers cooking, likely remnants left by an earlier group. The terrain here was quite favorable, even during high water. It would remain dry. Let us settle here. Sugo pointed to the flat ground. All right, I shall heed your words, Sugo, Miao Miao exclaimed with a smile. Let us venture ahead. As they proceeded, they soon arrived at the end of the shallow waters, a petite waterfall, approximately 3 meters in height, with a vigorous flow that sent up sprays of mist, revealing a faint rainbow in the air. At the base of the waterfall lay a modest pool, surrounded by a refreshing mountain spring that barely reached their ankles. How beautiful! Let us have a barbecue here at noon. The moment the idea of a barbecue was mentioned, Miao Miao's enchanting eyes turned eagerly towards Sugo. When she had submitted her request for a shared boyfriend, she had specifically noted her expertise in barbecuing, and now she was filled with anticipation to showcase her skills. Okay, Sugo responded with a heart gesture. Chapter 15. A dusty encounter. The group made several trips back and forth, first transporting their belongings to the tidied clearing, then extracting the grill and various cooking utensils to the shallow area near the small waterfall. Shortly thereafter, Miao Miao, along with Lin Sha and Yang Shi, dashed into the shallows to frolic in the water. On this sweltering summer day, the pristine mountain spring provided the perfect respite from the heat. And amidst the playful antics of the three lovely girls, a vibrant atmosphere mingled with the refreshing mist that enveloped them. Sugo constructed a rudimentary stone stove to boil water for the kettle. While the spring water was indeed pure, boiling it was a safer option. After finishing the stove, Sugo proceeded to set up the tents in the clearing, while Xiaoguo and Li Hua slipped into the woods under the pretext of gathering firewood. The 3 tents were A-frame structures. The larger could accommodate 3 to 4 individuals, while the smaller could house 2, featuring well-designed ventilation openings that effectively combined waterproofing with breathability. Wow, Sugo, your tent is so spacious. Miao Miao and the others waved at Sugo from the shallows. Sugo shimmered with an unusual brilliance, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Of course it's big. Then I shall come and join you tonight. Lin Sha chuckled. Sugo laughed heartily. You'll have to ask Miao Miao about that. Firewood is here. Let us get the fire going. At that moment, Li Hua and Xiaoguo emerged from the woods, arms laden with firewood, exchanging knowing glances that hinted at mischief as they looked at Sugo. The sun had reached its zenith, and even in this valley, the heat began to intensify. Sugo ignited the steel charcoal in the grill with the firewood, then kindled a flame in the stone stove, placing a kettle filled with spring water atop. The first lunch of their camping adventure would be a barbecue, as food would not keep well in the summer heat if left unattended outdoors. The ingredients for the barbecue had been meticulously prepared in advance, stored in the hotel's freezer the previous night, and by now, after a morning's thaw, they were perfectly defrosted. The ingredients were skewered on metal sticks, with separate packages for meat and vegetables to prevent mingling of flavors. For folding tables were combined to form an expansive dining table, their legs submerged in water, creating an amusing floating dining experience. The table brimmed with an array of ingredients, and the steel charcoal in the grill glowed like red iron. Everything was primed for the barbecue. Barbecuing, it seems, is my forte, Suga remarked, gazing at the grill with a faint smile. Yang Shi interjected, "So good. You excel at grilling? Then the barbecue task is yours and Li Hua's." Li Hua cast a sidelong glance at Suga, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. "No need. I can handle it myself." Without awaiting a response from the others, he took control of the grill and began cooking. "Just because you've touched the grill a few times, you think you're a master?" Miao Miao rolled her eyes and murmured under her breath. Linking her arm with Sugu's, "Let us grill together later." "All right." Suga chuckled, affectionately ruffling Miao Miao's hair, causing her to squint her eyes like a contented kitten. At the grill, Li Hua juggled vegetables in his left hand and meat in his right, continuously flipping them on the hot iron grate, the high temperature producing a satisfying sizzle. Moments later, a whiff of charred aroma wafted through the air. Who let the fire burn so fiercely? Do you not know that barbecue should not be cooked over fierce flames? The burnt aroma wafted through the air, prompting Li Hua to urgently hiss in anger. Previously, Sugu had claimed responsibility for igniting the fire, a fact well known to all present. Li Hua's words were akin to a direct reprimand. The laughter among the crowd momentarily ceased, while Miao Miao's brows furrowed slightly, and Suga merely offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. "Li Hua, can't you pay attention to the cooking temperature?" Lin Sha inquired with a frown. Under Lin Sha's scrutiny, Li Hua's temper flared even more. He transferred the skewers from his right hand to his left, then seized a piece of wood to stir the embers in the grill. With that motion, smoke billowed from the grill, and the heat dispersed it, resulting in the skewers in Li Hua's hand becoming utterly coated in ash. However, the gazes of Sugu and the others were not on the skewers, but rather stifling their laughter as they observed the disheveled Li Hua. At that moment, he was covered in soot, with dust adorning his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Combined with his expression of anger and disbelief, he appeared quite comical. Yang Shi chuckled softly. "It seems Li Hua is not particularly skilled at barbecuing. Indeed, it appears that our dear Sugu must take charge." Miao Miao giggled, playfully nudging Sugu towards the grill before quickly returning to her seat. Chapter 16. This is barbecue. Can it be done? Xiaobo asked with a hint of skepticism. Miao Miao replied, just wait to eat." Sugu smiled as he approached and meticulously cleaned the grill before commencing the barbecue. Mastery of grilling encompasses a wealth of knowledge, with various types of barbecue, of which skewers are merely one variety. To craft exquisite barbecue, quality ingredients, seasonings, and techniques are all indispensable. However, at this moment, the ingredients were predetermined, and the seasonings had already been prepared in advance. The meat skewers had marinated overnight. Thus, it all depended on technique. Although the heat of the grill was difficult to regulate, the temperature of the skewers could be controlled by the frequency of turning and the pressure applied, while those that were harder to cook required height adjustments to prevent the exterior from burning before the interior was done. Suga chose to grill the meat skewers separately, avoiding any mingling of flavors. Under Suji's deft hands, a large handful of pork belly seemed to come alive, dancing upon the grill, sizzling as droplets of hot oil trickled down the succulent meat, igniting bursts of flame. The aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, eliciting delight and salivation, as cravings uncontrollably invaded their minds. So fragrant! Miao Miao and the others swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the marbled pork belly, while Lin Sha hastily pulled Li Hua to sit down beside her. After a moment, Sugu placed a generous portion of perfectly grilled pork belly onto a fish platter. After tasting one skewer, he selected a few simple seasonings from what everyone had brought and brushed them evenly onto the skewers with a wool brush. "Can we eat now?" Miao Miao eagerly rubbed her hands together, her stomach growling in agreement, having long digested the breakfast. "All right, let's eat." As soon as Suga finished speaking, the group sprang into action, their arms ablur as they descended upon the platter, leaving not a single skewer behind. Li Hua and his companion were still engaged in a mental struggle, hesitating whether to shamelessly indulge in Suji's grilled skewers, only to witness them vanish in the blink of an eye. Observing the others' blissful expressions, they felt a twinge of regret for not seizing the opportunity. "Well, since I didn't grab any, I won't shamelessly partake in this guy's skewers," Chogo murmured to Li Hua, stealthily slipping him a white paper package. Li Hua nodded, his eyes a mix of resentment and excitement. "Sugu, I want more." Miao Miao licked her lips and raised her hand. "Me too." Lin Sha and Yang Shi chimed in unison, While Li Hua's face darkened at the sight, though Qiuguo remained cheerful. Patience is key. Hot tofu cannot be rushed. I'm grilling more right now. Sugo reassured the three lovely girls, then picked up a large handful of beef to begin grilling. When it comes to beef skewers, tenderness is of utmost importance, making the control of heat critical. Otherwise, no amount of seasoning will suffice. Therefore, the cooking time for beef skewers must be brief yet thorough, a balance that is challenging for most to achieve. Fortunately, this was no issue for Sugo, who soon produced an enticing array of aromatic beef skewers. Oh, quick, give them to me. The three girls exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Don't rush. Sugo smiled as she sprinkled some black pepper, and after tasting, she added a few more seasonings before placing it into the fish platter. Meow Meow picked up a skewer of beef, gently waving it in front of her nose. An enticing aroma wafted towards her, complemented by the tender, glossy appearance, instantly igniting her appetite. With her mouth slightly parted, she took a delicate bite, and the juices from the beef burst forth, filling her palate with exquisite flavors that elicited exclamations of delight. Each of the three girls held a skewer, their faces adorned with expressions of pure enjoyment. Sugo, you must try some too. While relishing the delectable food, Meow Meow did not forget her perfect boyfriend, offering 2 skewers of beef to Sugo. Sugo, smiling, savored the beef, exclaiming, quite delightful. You all enjoy while I prepare more for you. Wonderful. Meow Meow cheered joyfully, with Lin Sha and Yang Shi equally elated. At that moment, Li Hua stood up and remarked with a grin, I have prepared something special for this barbecue, but unfortunately, I didn't quite master the timing earlier, so I couldn't use it. Chapter 17. A Clever Ruse. What is that? Meow Meow inquired with curiosity. Li Hua produced a white paper package, declaring, It's this. The spices of Indigia. What? It's the spices of Indigia? That's a prize commodity. It's said to be worth its weight in gold. Several hundred per gram. Qiuguo exclaimed, astonished, as he rose to his feet, eyes gleaming with intensity, fixed on the white package. Hee. I went to great lengths to procure this. It adds an exquisite flavor to barbecue dishes. Li Hua chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Qiuguo. Their performance was seamless. With the arrival of Sugo, Li Hua felt the sting of losing Lin Sha, a feeling of profound resentment swelling within him. Qiuguo, sensing Li Hua's simmering anger, seized the opportunity to retreat to his room under the pretext of ordering takeout, plotting how to deal with Sugo, and thus conceived a plan involving the use of castor beans. The white paper package contained the castor bean powder they had secretly purchased that morning, a potent laxative that could not only cause embarrassment but also inflict significant bodily harm. Sugo, however, appeared perplexed. Being an adept at barbecuing, he had never heard of these indigenous spices and sensed something amiss. The 3 girls were completely deceived by the duo's acting and eagerly requested to join in the barbecue. Li Hua grinned mischievously as he handed the white package to Sugo, saying, Such a rare treasure should be utilized by the barbecue master Sugo to ensure it is not wasted. Grill it and taste it. It shall be truly delectable. Their plan was to have Sugo consume the laxative, while the girls would be deftly deflected with excuses, preventing them from partaking. Under the expectant gazes of the 3 girls, Sugo noncommittally accepted the white package, opened it, and sniffed, realizing it was not a spice or seasoning. A glint of danger flickered in his eyes as he narrowed them slightly, suddenly devising a counterplan. He thought, since you intend to employ trickery, do not blame me for my response. Raising his head, Sugo donned a bright smile, proclaiming, with such a precious item, I shall make sure to use it wisely. Good. Li Hua felt the situation was secure and exchanged triumphant glances with Qiuguo, their expressions brimming with self-satisfaction. Sugo, holding the white package, selected 3 skewers of lamb and unleashed his utmost skill upon the grill. Why exert himself to such an extent? Because if it were not delicious, how could he ensure that both Li Hua and Qiuguo would consume it? As the skewers neared completion, Sugo carefully coated them with the entire contents of the castor bean powder from the white package. Then, turning his back to the others, he lifted one skewer high and exclaimed, Thank the heavens for this food. After his proclamation, Sugo mimicked the action of skewering, and with the enhancement of his skill, the lamb on the skewer swiftly vanished into the palm of his other hand, leaving only a bare metal skewer behind. Having completed this act, Sugo turned and remarked with a smile, truly deserving of its reputation as a spice worth its weight in gold. It is indeed extraordinary. In the midst of the deliberate obfuscation, no one noticed a tightly clenched piece of lamb that had quietly slipped into the water, swiftly disappearing from sight. Li Hua and Qiuguo were oblivious to any inconsistencies, believing Sugo had truly consumed it, their indignation mounting. Is it really delicious? Let me try, Meow Meow said. swallowing hard, her expression pitiable. Sugu chuckled and shook his head, saying, I noticed that neither of you brothers managed to enjoy a single skewer earlier, as they were all snatched up by the three of you. Allow me to offer these 2 skewers to them. Lin Sha, who also desired to partake, immediately chimed in. Indeed, we were overly aggressive in our earlier attempts. With that, Lin Sha stepped forward and took 2 skewers of lamb from Su Ji's hands, presenting them to Li Hua and Shogua. Li Hua's expression stiffened at the sight of the skewers being offered by Lin Sha, even if they were not from her. It would be impolite to refuse. What should he do? Just then, Shogua accepted the lamb skewers and expressed his gratitude. When Li Hua glanced at Shogua, their eyes met, and understanding dawned upon him. They could eat and later concoct an excuse to spit it out. Li Hua grasped the skewer, observing its rich, reddish-brown hue, glistening with oil, exuding a mouth-watering aroma of spice and freshness. Taking a deep breath, both Li Hua and Shogua simultaneously bit into the lamb skewers. The taste was neither greasy nor gamey. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, the meat delectable and distinct in flavor. Suddenly, Shogua spat out the lamb, exclaiming, This skewer seems to be spoiled. Witnessing this, Li Hua hastily followed suit, declaring, Mine is spoiled too. However, despite discarding the skewers, their faces remained clouded with gloom. The reason was simple. Since finishing breakfast, they had not consumed a single drop of water and were ravenously hungry. Furthermore, Su Ji's grilled lamb was simply too irresistibly delicious, causing both to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of lamb juice. Chapter 18. How come he's unscathed? Though the nature of their plight remained a mystery, Sugu felt a sense of satisfaction upon observing the grim expressions of the two. Clearly, they had indulged in something unwholesome. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of contrition. My apologies, I failed to notice that the lamb skewers had spoiled. Yet, how is it that mine was perfectly fine? Upon hearing this, Li Hua and Shogua recalled that Sugu had consumed an entire skewer and silently concluded that they had not suffered in vain. Gradually regaining their composure, Shogua forced a smile. No matter, let us enjoy some juice. Although the 3 women were perplexed, Li Hua and Shogua deftly diverted the conversation, swiftly burying the matter. This suited Sugu perfectly. A faint smile graced his lips as he tidied up the grill and resumed his barbecuing. Time flew by, and soon afternoon arrived. Unable to withstand the scorching sun, Meow Meow and her companions retreated into the largest tent for respite, while Sugu sought a shaded spot beneath the waterfall to take a nap. Meanwhile, Shogua and Li Hua finally felt the effects of the laxative, their stomachs churning violently and cold sweat pouring down their brows. Endure. We must check on that fellow. He must be faring worse than us, Shogua urged as he patted Li Hua's shoulder. The two, gritting their teeth against their discomfort, made their way to the waterfall, only to find Sugu lounging comfortably, one hand holding his phone to play music and the other sipping a drink, utterly at ease. How's he unscathed? Shogua and Li Hua exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. It's impossible that he suffered no effects. Could it be that he didn't eat at all? Shogua whispered. Li Hua clutched his stomach. No, we all witnessed him devour it. Shogua shook his head. He must have taken precautions while eating. He was facing away from us. Infuriating. Li Hua suddenly understood. But then a thunderous rumble erupted from his belly, causing his complexion to pale. I can't hold it any longer. He gritted his teeth and dashed into the woods, quickly disappearing from sight. Shogua shot Sugu a resentful glare before following suit. It appeared to be a potent laxative. How delightful it was to see them suffer. After his transformation by the system, Sugu possessed heightened senses, rendering their whispered conversations crystal clear. Tossing his empty drink can into a prepared trash bag, he shifted his position and continued to doze. On this sweltering summer day, while Li Hua and Shogua wrestled with their ailments, Sugu and the 3 women enjoyed a restful slumber. As night gradually descended, Sugu kindled the fire early and brought water to a boil. Pleased with the lunch prepared by Sugu, Meow Meow and her companions entrusted him with dinner as well. Having lived independently, Sugu was already adept at cooking. Mastering barbecue had only enhanced his culinary skills, resulting in dishes that earned accolades from Meow Meow and her friends. Once the effects of the laxative wore off, Li Hua and Shogua felt considerably better. Though they harbored resentment towards Sugu, they swallowed their pride and partook in the meal. After dinner, Meow Meow led Sugu to a large rock, where she pulled out her phone to browse through the photos taken that day. They laughed and chatted, occasionally leaning against each other, basking in happiness. It's getting late. We should retire for the night. Sugu gently ruffled Meow Meow's hair, eliciting an adorable whimper from her. Just as the two had entered the tent, Lin Sha dashed in, her expression earnest as she inquired, Does the invitation to share Su Ji's tent still stand? Forget it, you little minx. Meow Meow exclaimed, pushing Lin Sha out of the tent to join Yang Shi for the night. As the tent flap was drawn shut, the confined space instantly became infused with the scent of desire. Upon catching sight of Sugu with his shirt buttons undone, Meow Meow felt her legs weaken, and she sank onto the mat. Come here. Su Ji's eyes glinted with mischief, his smile unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon her. His melodious voice sent a shiver through Meow Meow's heart, her eyes growing dreamy as her breath quickened. Chapter 19. Infidelity. As dawn broke, a gentle ray of light leisurely cascaded upon Meow Meow's face and flowing hair, instantly enveloping her in a resplendent halo. Sugu slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the sleeping beauty beside him, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Although the two had reached a state of emotional frenzy the previous night, at the critical moment, Meow Meow had suddenly been overcome with shyness, darting beneath the air-conditioned blanket like a startled fawn. Observing Meow Meow's delicate visage and alabaster neck, a fervent heat surged within Sugu. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside, casting a graceful silhouette upon the tent, unmistakably a woman. Sugu, are you awake? The voice belonged to Lin Sha. As Sugu unzipped the tent, he was greeted by a captivatingly beautiful face. I just woke up. What brings you here? Sugu inquired with a playful smile. Lin Sha was about to say she came to wake them, but upon seeing Meow Meow still in slumber, her heart fluttered, and her pulse quickened. I came to find Meow Meow. Lin Sha's breath grew shallow as she unconsciously leaned closer to Sugu. A wave of satisfaction washed over Sugu. Heh, I used to be ignored by girls, but now, transformed into a handsome figure, I find beauties flocking to me. Their hearts aflame. As they drew nearer, Lin Sha's eyes shimmered with a dreamy haze, her lips gently biting as her hand ascended to rest upon Su Ji's abdomen. The moment they made contact, a firm yet warm sensation coursed through her, causing Lin Sha to tremble involuntarily before Sugu could react. Though her beauty did not rival Meow Meow's, her figure surpassed it, and her quiver set off an alluring curve throughout her body. Sugu Meow Meow mumbled in her sleep, causing both Sugu and Lin Sha to shudder, an electrifying thrill igniting within them. Sugu's eyes sparkled with allure as he tenderly cradled Lin Sha's delicate face and pressed a gentle kiss upon her. Lin Sha's body convulsed with intensity, and she melted into Sugu's embrace, an overwhelming exhilaration compelling her to both resist and yield. Suddenly, a ferocious roar from a wild beast erupted outside, accompanied by the shouts of two men. Sugu and Lin Sha snapped back to reality, and Lin Sha hurriedly climbed to Meow Meow's side to rouse her. What is happening? Meow Meow woke to find Lin Sha beside her. Quick, get up. Li Hua and Shogua, those foolish boys, have lured a wild boar over here. Lin Sha's face flushed crimson, her eyes still shimmering with remnants of excitement. Don't be afraid. I'll lead you to safety. Sugu swiftly scooped up Meow Meow and dashed out of the tent, with Lin Sha hot on their heels. The forest resounded with the frantic sounds of a ferocious beast, trees crashing underfoot, causing leaves to rustle ominously. Spotting the trio fleeing the tent, the panicked Yang Shi hurriedly dashed towards them, as if she had found her anchor in the storm. This isn't safe. Head towards the waterfall. Quickly, Sugu shouted. Unperturbed by the wild boar, yet acutely aware that the three girls were fragile and needed protection before he could confront the beast. Even while carrying Meow Meow, Sugu moved with remarkable speed, leaping over the stones in the shallow waters, swiftly arriving at the tranquil pool beneath the waterfall. Just as Meow Meow was set down, a desperate and pitiful plea echoed from behind. Shook, I can't run anymore. Please help me. At that moment, the forest was filled with the shrieks of wild boars and the furious curses of Li Hua. Shug, hurry and assist Lin Sha and Yang Shi, Meow Meow urged anxiously. Glancing back, Shug observed that Lin Sha and Yang Shi had already fled, their sandals discarded in the water, while jagged stones obstructed their path. Don't worry. I shall rescue you, Shug called out, secretly relishing the opportunity for a heroic rescue. Swiftly, he reached the lagging Yang Shi, bending down to slip his arm under her armpit, lifting her from the water with ease. Wow, so soft. Shug felt a delightful fullness in his arm. Lowering his gaze to behold skin as fair as snow, tinged with a delicate flush, a feast for the eyes. Yang Shi's face flushed crimson in an instant, her complexion appearing even more alluring. Despite his dry throat, Shug remained focused on his task and, in a few quick strides, reached Lin Sha, employing the same technique to elevate her from the water. With one girl cradled under each arm, he felt their wet garments cling tightly to him, causing his breath to quicken, and his heart raced with exhilaration. Chapter 20. The Revenge Plan Against Sugu. Perched upon a tree branch, Chiogwa witnessed the scene of Sugu with Lin Sha and Yang Shi, igniting a furious blaze within him. Shi was his girlfriend. Below, Li Hua was desperately diverting the wild boar's attention, weaving through the woods in a frantic dance. They had discovered the boar's tracks while gathering firewood the previous day but chose not to provoke it. However, after being retaliated against by Sugu using poison, Li Hua concocted a plan to utilize the boar for revenge against Sugu. Casting a resentful glance at Li Hua, Chiogwa silently cursed. Had it not been for your need for vengeance, my girlfriend would not have been taken advantage of by that scoundrel. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Chiogwa declared, all right. Shi and the others are safe now. Hurry and call out. Upon hearing this, Li Hua's expression faltered. But the thought of losing Lin Sha due to Su Ji's interference twisted his face in anguish. Help us. Save us. Ah, the boar is right behind me. Their voices echoed in despair, punctuated by intermittent screams that could easily rival those in a television drama. Indeed, Shi, upon hearing their cries, was consumed with anxiety. She grasped Su Ji's hand, pleading, Sugu, please save them. As Sugu marveled at her soft grip, a sense of unease crept in. Both had seemingly recovered from their earlier distress, and their sudden venture into the woods seemed rather implausible. Sugu, brother. Shi continued to implore, while Lin Sha and Miao Miao joined in, tugging at him in unison. Oh, how delightful. The sensation of being gently coaxed by their tender hands left Sugu feeling invigorated. Don't worry, I'm on my way. Feeling rejuvenated. He tossed out a quick remark before lightly bounding towards the camp. His backpack contained weapons. Shi clenched her fists, determined. We must rescue them. Rest assured. Sugu is incredibly capable. He will undoubtedly save those two fools. Miao Miao recounted how Sugu had single-handedly taken down 7 ruffians, leaving Lin Sha and Shi in stunned disbelief, subsequently filling them with unwavering confidence in him. Not only was he handsome, but he was also remarkably strong. It turned out his sculpted physique was not merely for show. Lin Sha recalled the vibrant and resilient sensation of his touch, her cheeks flushing anew. In the forest, several trees lay shattered, their branches strewn about in chaotic disarray, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Li Hua, panting heavily, found himself pursued relentlessly by the vigorous wild boar. That scoundrel is coming. You must shake off the boar and climb up, Chiogwa urged as he saw Sugu approaching from the pond. Damn it. My legs are about to give out. Li Hua cursed as he circled around, putting distance between himself and the beast before scrambling up the tree where Chiogwa was perched. The boar followed closely, crashing into the tree trunk with a resounding thud. The tree shuddered violently, and leaves cascaded down like snowflakes, startling Li Hua and Chiogwa as they clung tightly to the trunk. Chiogwa was taken aback. Although this tree was the tallest, it seemed rather fragile. We should not climb the same tree. However, once that lad lured the wild boar away, it would be safe. The mere thought of the large pit at the edge of the woods, obscured by fallen leaves, sparked a glimmer of cunning triumph in Chiogwa's mind. He and Li Hua had nearly fallen into that pit while gathering firewood yesterday, and it had been deliberately camouflaged today. If Sugu rushed past carelessly, he would surely tumble in. The wild boar, upon spotting Sugu as a more vulnerable target, would undoubtedly abandon the two of them. Just imagine, when Sugu fell into the pit, and the wild boar followed suit, both man and beast trapped together in that hole. The mere thought was exhilarating. He's coming in. Li Hua's low exclamation interrupted Chiogwa's reverie, as the two of them fixed their intense gazes upon Sugu. Chapter 21. Unraveling the Trap. Roar. From a considerable distance, Sugu could hear the ferocious gust emitted by the enraged wild boar, a testament to its fury. The ground beneath him is empty. As Sugu fixated on the wild boar, a jolt akin to an electric current surged through his mind, startling him profoundly. His muscles instinctively erupted with strength, abruptly altering his trajectory, propelling him into the air like a bat, landing deftly on the opposite side of the pit. By heavens! There truly is a trap. In that case, do not blame me. As he observed the gaping pit revealed by the fallen leaves, a glint of cold light flickered in Su Ji's eyes. What? He actually evaded it. Li Hua, witnessing Su Ji's narrow escape from the trap, was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. Had it not been for Chiogwa covering his mouth, he might have exclaimed in frustration. Why are you panicking? There is still the wild boar, Chiogwa whispered, inwardly cursing his dim-witted companion for being all brawn and no brains. Indeed, we still have our boar ally. Li Hua suddenly came to a realization, prompting a sigh of exasperation from Chiogwa. Just as the two were whispering, the wild boar, adorned with bristles resembling steel needles, had already spotted Sugu, who had just touched down. Compared to the two monkeys in the trees, this human was a far more enticing target. The boar's eyes glowed crimson as it pawed the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of twigs and leaves. Its massive, dark form surged forward with ferocious might. charging directly at Sugu. Crush him, crush him. Li Hua clenched his fists tightly, while Sugu, sensing the impending danger, cast a fleeting glance toward the tree, causing Li Hua's heart to skip a beat. A dagger silently slipped into Sugu's hand as he turned to fixate on the wild boar. The beast's natural assault had a certain raw power to it, yet it was unfortunate for it to encounter someone with my nimbleness. With a decisive step of his right foot, his muscles coiled yet relaxed, ready to respond to any movement, the moment the wild boar entered his attack range. It would be met with his lightning-fast strike. Time seemed to slow as the wild boar, its tusks glinting ominously, charged towards Sugu in the next instant. The scene froze at that moment, with the distance between Sugu and the boar barely a meter, yet he stood firm like a mountain, unflinching. He subtly twisted his left foot counterclockwise, his body's tension shifting imperceptibly, transforming from a frontal stance to a sideways one with the grace of an antelope's leap. At the same time, Sugu slightly bent his legs, and the cold dagger shot out like the fangs of a venomous serpent. Whoosh! The wild boar barreled forward, whipping up a gust of warm air, accompanied by the ominous sounds of fur tearing and blades slicing through leather. The left side of the boar was slashed open, revealing a gaping wound, before it crashed into the pit with a heart-rending scream. Everything unfolded in an instant. While Choguo and Li Hua anticipated Sugu being thrust into the pit by the wild boar, the battle was already concluded. How is this possible? How can he be so agile? Even the best fighter in our club couldn't achieve such swiftness. Li Hua's smugness evaporated, leaving behind a profound shock, which soon transformed into sheer terror as he recalled Su Ji's piercing glance. Suddenly, the wild boar in the pit seemed to be stimulated by pain, kicking its legs and unexpectedly springing out of the deep hole like a coil. This scene ignited a flicker of hope in Li Hua and Choguo. The boar was smeared with filth, its body coated in a yellow-brown muck along with discolored toilet paper, unmistakably remnants of previous campers' excretions. Alas, Sugu had not fallen in. Otherwise, Choguo sighed in regret. As the boar emerged from the pit, a cold smile curled on Su Ji's lips, just as it should be. If you cannot escape, I shall not lend you a hand. By now, Sugu was convinced that this was indeed the second act of revenge orchestrated by Li Hua and Choguo against him. Thus, he deliberately refrained from striking the boar's vital points, allowing it to turn against Li Hua and Choguo instead. This was what one might call a tit-for-tat strategy. Roaring in fury, the wounded boar, consumed by hatred and nearly devoid of reason, charged forward with a furious kick. Sugu took off running, a smile on his face as he shouted up to the two in the trees. Wait for me, I shall come to rescue you shortly. Chapter 22. You fool. Observing Su Ji's beaming smile, coupled with the wild boar furiously pursuing from behind, Choguo and Li Hua exchanged glances, sensing an ominous turn of events. As Sugu led the boar ever closer, panic set in for Choguo and Li Hua. Don't come any closer. Fear not, I shall undoubtedly rescue you. Sugu shouted exuberantly. By the water's edge, Miao Miao, Lin Sha, and Yangshi clenched their tiny fists in silent admiration. Bravo, Sugu. No, no, no. Stay away. Choguo waved his arms, his voice tinged with desperation. Sugu, with a righteous grin, declared, how could I stand by and let you perish? I shall be there momentarily. At this juncture, the boar had been lured not far away. Sugu deftly darted from beneath the tree, but the boar, lacking such agility, collided violently with the trunk. No. Crash. Crash. The initial impact failed to fell the tree. The boar grunted as it rose, eyes aflame, resuming its pursuit of Sugu. At this rate, it would take an eternity to bring the tree down. It appears I must lend a hand to your porcine ally. A wicked smile crept across Su Ji's face as he once again enticed the boar towards the trunk. Don't come any closer. It's going to break. Sugu circled the trunk, his dagger slicing silently through the wood. The wind-cutting technique proved formidable, creating a notch in the trunk. Moreover, with Su Ji's careful manipulation, the notch faced the deep pit perfectly. Boom. The boar crashed into the trunk once more. The tree swayed violently, causing Choguo and Li Hua to cling tightly to the branches, too fearful to slide down. Draw the boar away. Choguo could no longer contain himself, shouting vehemently. His voice reached the water's edge, causing Miao Miao, Lin Sha, and Yangshi to frown in unison. Miao Miao and Lin Sha, mindful of their friendship with Yangshi, refrained from commenting. Yangshi shook her head, murmuring in profound disappointment. This Choguo, asking Sugu to lead the boar away so they can escape. How selfish and cowardly. I misjudged him. Within the forest, Sugu continued to guide the boar into the trees. Oh dear. Do not fear. This wild boar is about to meet its demise. Just a moment longer. Ah. Choguo and Li Hua gritted their teeth, their faces contorted with fury. Given a stone, they would not hesitate to hurl it at Sugu. The boar crashed into the tree once more. Besides the resounding thud, An unmistakable crack resonated. Crash. The tree began to lean. Panic gripped Choguo and Li Hua. The boar had already disoriented itself, and the trunk could no longer withstand the impact. Its descent accelerating. Creak, crash. The pit loomed larger before Choguo and Li Hua, drawing ever nearer. Yet they could do nothing but gaze in terror as they tumbled into the pit filled with filth. Ugh. Bleh. Choguo was the first to be splattered with a mound of excrement, but pinned beneath the fallen tree, he could not rise, nearly reduced to tears in that moment. However, upon catching sight of Li Hua, he inexplicably felt a sense of equilibrium. Li Hua's face was not only smeared with filth, but his mouth also. Ugh. Ugh. The two of them were retching uncontrollably, their anguish palpable, as tears, mucus, and a brownish substance formed a grotesque amalgamation that was repulsive even from a distance. Just then, Suji's cheerful visage suddenly emerged from the edge of the pit. Are you two all right? I've taken care of the wild boar. You. Choguo was nearly driven to the brink of fury, feeling as though he might vomit blood. Oh, come on. No need to thank me. Look at you. So excited you can hardly speak. Sugu chuckled, brandishing a dagger to sever some branches, allowing the two trapped individuals to climb out. With a gleaming dagger waving before them, Choguo and Li Hua were utterly terrified, unable to muster any threats. After cutting through a few branches, Sugu promptly departed from the pit. He had no desire to linger with two feces eaters. Chapter 23. A little below upon reaching the fractured tree stump. A wild boar lay beside it, its neck marred by a fatal wound. In the chaos of the tree splintering, the wild boar had panicked, allowing Sugu to seize the opportunity and dispatch it with his dagger. Thank you, Peppa the wild boar. Sugu chuckled, giving the boar a playful kick before turning to exit the woods. By the water's edge, Miao Miao, Lin Sha, and Yang Shi had grown increasingly anxious, especially with the occasional screams and boar grunts echoing from the forest, which filled them with trepidation. However, upon seeing Sugu emerge with a beaming smile, their worries began to dissipate. Hey, you there, young lady, come over. Sugu called out, waving his hand. Sugu is back. Let us go see him. Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a hint of concern. Grabbing Lin Sha and Yang Shi, the trio hurried towards Sugu. Sugu, are you hurt? Miao Miao asked, throwing herself into his arms, her small hands searching for non-existent wounds. A grin tugged at Suji's lips as he replied, a little below. Miao Miao, sensing something amiss, suddenly felt her cheeks flush a delicate pink, hastily withdrawing her hands. At that moment, Lin Sha approached with a worried expression. Where does it hurt? Let me massage it. Miao Miao pouted, turning to block Lin Sha with playful ferocity. If you dare to touch Sugu, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Recalling a scene from the morning, Suji's breath hitched as he shifted his gaze towards Lin Sha. Wow. Suddenly, Yang Shi exclaimed, breaking Suji's reverie. He turned to see Choguo and Li Hua, clad in t-shirts, sprinting out of the woods, not sparing a glance at Sugu and the others as they dashed towards the shallows. Remember to wash downstream, Sugu shouted, and the two disheveled figures faltered momentarily, seeming to shudder before resuming their run. Miao Miao scrunched her brow, covering her mouth and nose as she muttered, is that Choguo and Li Hua? Why do they smell so foul? Indeed, it's quite repugnant. Lin Sha and Yang Shi echoed, their expressions reflecting disdain. Sugu shrugged nonchalantly. They were knocked down by the wild boar when the tree fell and tumbled into the pit, that pit over there. The three girls followed Sugu's gesture, their bodies recoiling in shock as Miao Miao stifled a gag. Forget about them. What about the wild boar? Lin Sha shook her head to dispel her nausea, her curiosity about the boar piqued. Sugu nodded towards the boar's carcass. Over there, let me take you. As they approached the wild boar, the three girls gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. The wild boar has such long tusks, Miao Miao exclaimed. It looks so ferocious. It's incredible that Sugu was able to hunt it. The trio chattered excitedly, snapping photographs, thrilled by their first close encounter with a wild boar. Sugu offered a faint smile. Wild boar meat can be quite delectable when prepared properly, though it's unfortunate this one rolled in excrement. At his words, the girls recoiled in disgust once more. Why don't we give it to the old boatman? Miao Miao suggested, clapping her hands lightly. Lin Sha's eyes sparkled as she echoed, indeed, the old man at the helm will surely be delighted. It would be such a waste to simply discard it. Sugu nodded in agreement and pulled out his phone to call the old man. What? You've hunted a large wild boar? That creature is quite valuable. What? You're sending it to me? Oh, I feel so guilty. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Sugu announced, the old man will be here soon. Let us rest in the tent for a bit. Yes, Lin Sha replied, recalling that Sugu had mentioned feeling unwell earlier and had yet to be examined. She nodded with a naive expression. Chapter 24. The Stormy Night. When the old man arrived in his boat, Sugu and his companions had already indulged in countless rounds of mobile mahjong, with the sky darkening rapidly. "Hey, young man," came the cheerful voice of the old man from the dock. Xiaoguo and Li Hua, clutching mouthwash cups and toothbrushes, squatted in the shallows. Casting a glance at the old man but ignoring him, Li Hua, with a gloomy expression, muttered, "It's that old man with the boat again. I've had enough. Let's South leave this wretched place." Xiaoguo shook his head, recalling the disdainful gaze of Yangshi, which tightened his heart like a vice, all thanks to Sugu. He yearned for revenge. "Can't you handle this little setback? And you still practice Sanda?" Xiaoguo jabbed Li Hua's forehead with his finger. "What are you poking at?" Li Hua impatiently swatted Xiaoguo's hand away. At that moment, Sugu emerged from the tent, followed by Miao Miao and the other two girls. "Hey, old man, over here." "Oh, you brought the heavy lifting equipment. I was just worrying about that," Sugu called out with a smile. "This old man found a great deal. How could I trouble you?" The old man looked around. "Where's the wild boar?" "In the woods." Sugu pointed behind him. The old man rubbed his hands together. "All right. I'll make sure to keep the choicest parts for you to take home once you leave the valley." Seeing the old man single-handedly use the heavy lifting equipment to move the wild boar onto the boat, Sugu couldn't help but exclaim, "Technology truly is power." After the old man departed, the sky suddenly opened up with a torrential downpour, forcing Sugu and the others to make do with some instant food for dinner. As night fell, Sugu, Miao Miao, Lin Sha, and Yangshi huddled inside the azure tent, the raindrops pounding on the canvas like a rhythmic drum. "Why does the weather change so abruptly? I was planning to swim in the pond." Miao Miao sighed. Yangshi shook her head slowly, her eyes filled with concern. "I hope the river doesn't rise too high." Sugu reassured her. "I've read the guide. Many teams have endured such stormy weather without issue. Come on. Let us continue playing mahjong." Lin Sha stuck out her tongue. "Still playing? Isn't it boring?" Miao Miao rolled her eyes lightly. "Oh, you find it boring? How about we change the stakes? All right, let us make it more exciting." Sugu smirked. "The biggest loser has to take off a piece of clothing." Miao Miao exclaimed. "Sounds good. I agree with Sugu." Yangshi interjected. "But it doesn't matter how Sugu takes off his clothes." Lin Sha retorted. "Humph. Don't you want to see Sugu's figure?" Miao Miao. The rain poured down heavily, filling the air with a cacophony of sound. And even Sugu was oblivious to the two uninvited guests stealthily approaching the tent. In the woods, two figures, one clad in yellow and the other in blue, lurked like wolves, their eyes glinting with malice. The tall, slender figure in yellow had a particularly red chin, while the one in blue was under 5 feet tall, sporting a noticeable squint. 3 tents, possibly 9 people. Can we handle that? Of course we can. We followed the cries of the wild boar and stumbled upon a flock of fat sheep. Then let us take our chances. After all, if we are captured, it is likely to be our demise. Why not make a bold attempt? The heavy rain arrives just in time. Even the heavens seem to be aiding us. We shall surely evade our pursuers. Excellent. The small tent is less populated. Let us. After a brief discussion, the two slowly approached the camp, aided by the sound of the rain and the cover of darkness. Within the azure tent, Sugu and the others were engrossed in their game, the air thick with tension and excitement, stimulating the nerves of all present. "I can't take it anymore," Yangshi murmured, her face flushed as she huddled in the corner. She had only one dress left, the very last one. Lin Sha, with only a t-shirt remaining, chuckled awkwardly and suggested, "Let's change the game." "Very well. I shall spare you," Miao Miao chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Suji's gaze flitted between the 3 women, unable to discern how many exquisite sights he beheld. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and his brow furrowed with concern. "Is it Xiaoguo and Li Hua? No, that can't be right. There are more than 2 pairs of footsteps. Quickly, put on your clothes." Sugu thought, alarmed. Someone stealthily infiltrated the camp under the cover of rain. Their intentions were far from benign. Chapter 25. The Bandit. Outside the tent, the 4 individuals heard a voice urging, "Quick, put on your clothes." Instantly, a wave of indignation surged within each of them, particularly within Xiaoguo. The mere thought of his girlfriend, Yangshi, sharing the company of 2 other women with Sugu, painted his face a shade of green akin to that of a watermelon rind. It is worth noting that he had yet to make his move on Yangshi, only to find Sugu had beaten him to the punch. "Damn it," Xiaoguo muttered under his breath, filled with unspoken resentment as he approached the large tent. After subduing Li Hua and Xiaoguo, the 2 bandits gleaned information about the camp, learning of a remarkable man within the large tent. Thus, they devised a cunning plan to lure him out and strike him down. Once the formidable Sugu was eliminated, The remaining 3 women and the weakling would pose no further threat. Feigning nonchalance, Chiogwa called out to the tent, "Boss." "Sugu, boss." Why is Chiogwa addressing Sugu as boss? Yangshi's eyes widened in astonishment as she exchanged glances with Miao Miao and Lin Sha. "Shoo." Sugu signaled for the 3 women to remain silent. Though Chiogwa's call made him feel somewhat elevated, he sensed a hint of danger. The animosity between them was considerable. Suddenly calling him boss seemed a ploy to thrust him into the limelight, drawing fire to himself. What a clever Chiogwa. Contemplating this, Sugu spoke calmly. "What is happening?" There is something that requires your personal attention. We're in the middle of a card game. You may come in." "I'm soaked, and it's inconvenient." "Then let us talk outside." The atmosphere grew tense. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, creating a gaping tear in the tent. It turned out that Hongxia, realizing their scheme had failed, launched a ruthless attack. In the darkness, rain splattered through the opening, bringing an unexpected chill despite the summer heat. Outside the tent, the blinding beam of a flashlight flickered amidst the downpour, while 2 bandits clad in tactical gear stood behind the bound Chiogwa and his companion. Inside the tent, Miao Miao and the other 2 women huddled in a corner, while Sugu remained composed, crouched in the center of the tent. "Who are you? Go ask the king of hell." Hongxia shoved Chiogwa into the tent, brandishing a hunting knife as he used Chiogwa as a shield to rush inside, with Doji Yin following closely behind in pursuit of Sugu. "Damn it." Sugu cursed inwardly. Although crouching was an optimal position for a sudden attack, he could not simply stab Chiogwa in front of the 3 women. As he sidestepped Chiogwa, Sugu drew a dagger from the darkness, deflecting Hongxia's elongated hunting knife. Simultaneously, Doji Yin, with a furious roar, lunged forward, the blade slicing through the air, aimed straight for Sugu. Sugu pivoted on his foot, his left hand moving deftly as the flashlight's blinding light shot directly into Doji Yan's eyes. Doji Yan's vision blurred, and his hunting knife struck nothing but air. Hongxia's knife was deflected, his strength waning, while Doji Yin was momentarily blinded. In that instant, he could see nothing. Now is the moment. Sugu whispered fiercely and unleashed the 3rd stance of piercing wind, thrusting his dagger towards Doji Yin. With a swift thrust of the dagger, he retreated. Yet the horrific sound of the blade piercing flesh could not be obscured even by the torrential rain. Die. Red Chin realized that the cross-eyed man had been struck. In a shock, he swung his knife towards Suji's head, a blow that would surely result in a skull fracture if it landed. Sugu deftly dodged, slipping behind the cross-eyed man, and with a flick of his left hand, the beam of the flashlight illuminated Red Chin's face. This sequence was executed with such fluidity that Sugu even managed a cold smirk. Once more, Red Chin's hunting knife missed its mark, dazzled by the light. He stumbled back in panic, fearing he would meet the same fate as the cross-eyed man. Seizing the opportunity, Sugu darted out from behind the cross-eyed man, the flashlight's beam firmly blinding Red Chin while his right hand thrust the dagger with ferocity. Like a leopard, Sugu lunged at Red Chin, his right arm leaving a trail of afterimages, and in an instant, the dagger had plunged into Red Chin's abdomen. A piercing scream erupted from the cross-eyed man, accompanied by the shrieks of the 3 women, echoing through the air. The entire confrontation unfolded in mere moments, lasting no longer than 5 breaths. Chapter 26. Tortured to the point of isolation. Amidst a torrential downpour, within the confines of the tent, Miao Miao, Lin Sha, and Yangshi huddled closely beside Sugu, while Li Hua and Chiogwa sat dejectedly in a corner. The 2 bandits were securely bound by ropes. A first aid kit among the camping supplies had staunched their wounds, ensuring they would not perish immediately, thereby buying time until the authorities arrived. Miao Miao, still trembling with fear, patted her chest, exclaiming, "Sugu, you are truly remarkable. You subdued those ferocious criminals in mere moments. Sometimes, light is indeed mightier than the sword." A faint smile graced Suji's lips. During the earlier confrontation, the prolonged exposure of the bandits to darkness rendered them vulnerable to the blinding brightness, which was pivotal in Suji's swift resolution of the encounter. Otherwise, facing 2 merciless killers would have undoubtedly required more time, a luxury they could scarcely afford, especially considering how easily Miao Miao and her companions could become hostages. Sugu approached the scarred bandit, giving him a gentle kick, inquiring, "Are you still alive? Now tell me, why did you attack us?" The bandit's face, pale as parchment, turned to Sugu as he uttered, "We are escaped murderers." Before he could finish, Lin Sha interjected, "I remember now. I saw this on the news." As she spoke, Lin Sha retrieved her phone and opened her browsing history, revealing a chilling report about murderers who had escaped from prison, leaving a trail of over 10 victims in their wake. The descriptions of the criminals matched the 2 men before them perfectly. After a collective glance at the article, Miao Miao's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Look at this." A handsome hero fought off 7 assailants to save a wealthy young lady. Sugu's act of heroism has made the news. How impressive. Let me see. Lin Yi and Yangshi, intrigued, leaned in to read, completely oblivious to the peril they had just faced. Indeed, he is so dashing. Why was Tia the one saved? Lin Yi gushed, her expression drifting into a daydream of infatuation. Yangshi echoed her admiration. Meow meow, how fortunate you are. I wish I had a perfect boyfriend like Sugu. As she spoke, Yangshi recalled her own boyfriend, Chiyoguo, and a look of distaste crossed her face. Realizing the implications of Chiyoguo's earlier comments about Sugu, she felt a wave of self-reproach for having associated with someone like him. With newfound resolve, she called out to Chiyoguo, "Hey, I want to break up with you. I hope you come to your senses." Chiyoguo remained silent, his gaze directed at the others filled with malice. Your silence speaks volumes. From this moment on, we shall sever all ties. With that, Yangshi began deleting everything related to Chiyoguo from her phone. Sugu observed this with a smirk, musing. First, he faced embarrassment, then humiliation, and now he is being dumped by his girlfriend. Surely, he must be spiraling into despair. At that moment, a cacophony of voices echoed from a distance, mingled with the sounds of engines and barking police dogs. Fear not, it is the police. Sugu reassured the group, then unzipped the tent to shine his flashlight outward. The people by the dock quickly spotted the beam of light. Hurry, we've located them. Doctors, nurses. A group of individuals rushed towards Sugu, their flashlights illuminating the shallows as brightly as day. My, what a commotion this is, Sugu murmured, then called out to the police officers. We are all fine. 2 bandits are in the tent. What do you mean you're fine? You lot, bring over the instruments. At the doctor's command, a multitude of young nurses surrounded Sugu. Wow, this young man is quite handsome. His collarbone is even more alluring than mine. I adore his skin and muscles. They look so pleasant to the touch. His pulse is so vibrant. His endurance and explosive strength must be remarkable. Initially, the young nurses conducted their checks with decorum, measuring blood pressure and the like, but soon they began to indulge in their admiration. The sounds of voices, barking dogs, and playful banter filled the usually desolate Black Bear Valley with an unusual liveliness this night. Chapter 27, The Marvelous Fall. The tempestuous Black Bear Canyon was in a frenzy, with waves crashing not only beneath the water but also surging above it. Sugu, I am frightened. Meow Meow clung tightly to Suji's waist, surrounded by many, yet only Sugu could provide her with a sense of security. With his right hand, Sugu gently ruffled Meow Meow's hair, reassuring her, do not fear. I am here. Sugu, I am scared too. Lin Yi wrapped her small hands tightly around Suji's left arm, her entire body pressed close to him. Sugu reached out to pat Lin Yi's head, murmuring, no need to worry. Meow Meow glanced up at her dear friend Lin Yi before burying her head into Suji's chest, secretly contemplating that under these extraordinary circumstances, she could overlook the situation. Yangshi, who feared seasickness, sat on the ground, her hands clutching Suji's calves with equal fervor. Surrounding Sugu were several young nurses from earlier. Although they could not embrace him, their gazes remained fixated upon his face. At that moment, all the rescuers had learned Suji's name and were aware of his valorous solo confrontation with the bandit, ultimately subduing him and safeguarding the 3 delicate young women. Subsequently, news spread of Sugu single-handedly overpowering a group of ruffians in Tianfu City, causing another wave of astonishment among the onlookers. As the boat navigated through Black Bear Canyon and docked at the small pier of the old ferry operator, the elder approached eagerly upon seeing Sugu. Ah, I wanted to join you inside, but they wouldn't allow it. It's all right, old man. We are all fine. Sugu replied with a smile. That's good to hear. By the way, I had someone process the wild boar you hunted. I will fetch it right now. Without waiting for Sugu to respond, the elder dashed into the house to retrieve the wild boar meat. This was the tenderloin of the wild boar, complete with its 2 impressive tusks. As everyone disembarked, they collectively sighed in relief, drawn closer by the elder's exuberant chatter. Moments later, the tale of Sugu's solo wild boar hunt spread through the crowd, igniting another wave of admiration directed towards him. Having experienced such scrutiny throughout the journey, Sugu accepted the admiration with natural poise, prompting everyone to regard him with even greater respect. The bandit was escorted into a police vehicle bound for the hospital for treatment, and filing reports would likely have to wait until the following day. Thus, Sugu and his companions returned to the Forest Hotel. As for Chiyoguo and Li Hua, who cared where they had wandered off to? You've worked hard, Sugu. Quickly, go take a shower. Upon entering the room, Meow Meow promptly pushed Sugu into the bathroom. After adjusting the water temperature, he disrobed and began to enjoy the refreshing spray. Oh, I forgot to grab my change of clothes. It seems I must ask Meow Meow for assistance. Suga gazed at the empty coat rack, reluctantly opening the bathroom door. Meow. As he poked his head out to call her name, the sight before him nearly overwhelmed his senses. Meow Meow, adorably turning her head, held in her hands the undergarment he intended to wear, attempting to slip it onto her petite foot. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent as Sugu clung to the bathroom door, while Meow Meow stood on one leg with the other raised. The two of them locked in a stunned stare. Ah! Suddenly, Meow Meow shrieked as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly covering herself with her hands. However, she had forgotten that a pair of shorts still clung to her calf. As her arm tugged, she lost her balance and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Now, the situation was even clearer. Suga murmured to herself, her gaze unwavering. Suga, it hurts. Meow Meow's face flushed a deep crimson as she hurriedly shifted to a seated position, resembling a duck, her two long, white legs gleaming with a radiance akin to pure jade. Suga, regaining her senses, swallowed hard and quickly wrapped herself in a towel before rushing to Meow Meow's side. Chapter 28. We are so frightened. Crouching beside Meow Meow, her long, snow-white legs and delicate, translucent feet were laid bare before me. Suga, don't look. Meow Meow murmured, her face flushed, her voice barely audible. All right. After indulging my gaze, I noticed Meow Meow's overwhelming shyness and decided to find something to cover her. However, despite my searching, I could not locate an appropriate item and, in a moment of whimsy, untied the bath towel to drape over her legs. Thank you. Ah. As Meow Meow raised her head to receive the towel, she immediately caught sight of something swaying, her voice tinged with a tremor of embarrassment. I looked down in confusion, my lips twitching as I stammered. I swear it was unintentional. Meow Meow, do you believe me? Quick, return to the bathroom. Hurry. Meow Meow's legs entwined awkwardly as she blushed fiercely, her head nearly smoking from embarrassment. I'm going back to the bathroom immediately. I chuckled incredulously, clutching my clothes, and quickly dashed into the bathroom. Once the door closed, Meow Meow dared to lift her gaze slightly, biting her lip tightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I truly did not mean to. How could I have unwrapped the towel? Inside the bathroom, I was baffled, ultimately concluding that my mesmerized gaze upon Meow Meow had caused this blunder. I intentionally lingered longer in the shower, allowing Meow Meow time to compose herself. When I finally emerged from the bathroom, I found Meow Meow half reclining on the bed, wrapped in blankets, her phone emitting a busy tone as if she had just ended a call. She smiled softly, saying it was my father calling. He said he couldn't come to MC County because of work. He also mentioned that you were quite remarkable and that I should cherish you. As she spoke, her smile faded and tears welled up in her eyes. The fleeting joy of sharing a boyfriend's company was dwindling, with only 3 days left. And now it was already the final day. Meow Meow, don't cry. I will be here for you. I approached and gently tousled her hair. Meow Meow shook her head, suddenly cupping my face and smiling brightly. Sugu, am I beautiful? Absolutely. My Meow Meow is the most enchanting fairy in the world. Is everything beautiful? Everything is beautiful. I understood that her words extended beyond mere appearances. No sooner had I spoken than Meow Meow, in her fragile demeanor, collapsed into my embrace, her delicate hand wrapping around my neck. Startled, I felt her soft lips press against mine. Is it delicious? Of course. I savored the enticing flavor, deepening the kiss as we lost ourselves in each other's warmth. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Don't mind it. Meow Meow's hands clung to my neck, her breathing quickening, her gaze dreamy. The knocking grew louder and more insistent. Goodness, I should see who it is. Reluctantly, I calmed Meow Meow and made my way to the door, asking, who is it? Upon catching sight of the figures at the door, Sugu's impatience was swiftly cast aside. There stood Lin Yi and Yang Shi, radiantly poised, seemingly just emerged from a refreshing bath, their damp hair exuding a delightful fragrance. The delicate sleepwear they adorned did little to conceal the alluring curves beneath. As Sugu beheld their slender waists, the memory of their previous embrace resurfaced, stirring a beguiling sensation within him. Why are you two still awake? Is there something amiss? Sugu inquired, recalling that Meow Meow was awaiting his return. Lin Yi, however, offered no reply, with a playful glint in her eye. She seized Yang Shi's hand and dashed toward the bed, exclaiming, Meow Meow, we are so frightened. May we sleep together? All right. Meow Meow responded, sticking out her tongue at Sugu in resignation. The three women huddled together on the bed, their fair arms and long, smooth legs creating a mesmerizing sight that left Sugu utterly captivated. You should rest early. I'll head to Lin Yi's room, Sugu said, his expression fluctuating, pondering that the night's delightful prospects might be dashed. At that moment, the trio on the bed spoke in unison, No. The lingering echo of their voices filled the air as Miao Miao, Lin Sha, and Yang Shi exchanged glances, subsequently turning their eyes towards Sugu. The hearts of the four quickened, beating as if traversing a tightrope, while an intoxicating thrill and excitement enveloped them. Chapter 29. Perfect Evaluation. After the torrential rain, the sky was a pristine blue, as if washed clean. Ah, the air is so refreshing. Miao Miao was not the first to awaken. Lin Sha poked her with a playful smirk at the corner of her lips. Does it hurt? Miao Miao's face flushed with embarrassment, gradually warming, and she defiantly retorted. Aren't you all in pain? Oh dear, stop bickering. Sugu is missing. Yang Shi's voice rang out in panic. What? Hurry, let's search for her. However, the three searched the room thoroughly, yet Sugu was nowhere to be found, and previous contact methods proved futile. Although Miao Miao had mentally prepared herself, she still felt as though she had lost something immensely important. Order now. We must place an order immediately. Grasping her phone like a lifeline, Miao Miao swiftly opened the shared boyfriend app. Ding. Please provide an evaluation for the shared boyfriend. Sugu. A. Perfect. B. Satisfactory. C. Average. D. Dissatisfied. Naturally, it was perfect. Miao Miao quickly selected the perfect option, ready to embrace the order screen. However, a line of text appeared on the screen. You can only place an order once in a lifetime. Regret and frustration flooded her heart, and with a quivering lip, tears brimmed in her eyes. Why? Why didn't I order for a lifetime? In the dimly lit rental room, Sugu sat on the bed. And if not for the lingering, intoxicating sensation, he might have believed he was merely dreaming. Ding. Order completed. Congratulations on receiving a perfect evaluation. Ding. You have received a basic reward, 100 points. Ding. You have received an evaluation reward, Skill Master of Barbecue. Ding. The exchange and lottery functions are now open. Suji's eyes gleamed with joy as he directly summoned the system interface, only to find the points balance glaringly displayed as 100. I must see what treasures I can redeem. Sugu reached out to tap the exchange button. The system interface flashed, revealing three icons side by side on the screen. Money, 5 Immortals Technique, Master of Guqin. Ding. The third item in the exchange column will refresh after completing an order, so if you don't want to miss out, redeem quickly. Suji's gaze flitted back and forth among the three options. Money. I do not lack for that. Master of Guqin would enhance my proficiency with the instrument. But that is not immediately necessary. However, the 5 Immortals Technique piques my interest. It seems to be a remarkable skill. After a moment of contemplation, Sugu exited the exchange and opened the lottery. Ding. Once-star lottery, each attempt costs 100 points. What the heck? I only have 100 points. This is outrageous. Sugu inwardly lamented, returning to the exchange interface. System. Exchange for 5 Immortals Technique. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations on acquiring the first chapter of the Technique 5 Immortals Technique. The item has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at will. Suji's expression shifted in astonishment. His eyes fixed incredulously on the system screen. A technique. Not merely a skill, but the legendary cultivation method. The arcane techniques, a treasure coveted yet unattainable by ordinary mortals, have gradually been dismissed as mere fiction in this age of technological advancement. Yet, with the advent of the system, how could the 5 Immortals Technique be anything but real? The system is indeed remarkable. It can even facilitate the exchange and extraction of such precious artifacts. Suppressing his excitement, Sugu focused his mind to extract the technique. Instead of an ancient tome, a torrent of text surged into his consciousness, gradually coalescing into a resplendent golden manuscript, the first volume of the 5 Immortals Technique. The 5 Immortals are born from the 9 transformations of the 5 poisons. Through the introduction of the technique, Sugu discerned that this was a mysterious lineage of cultivation. The art of chasing the wind originates from it. The essence of the 5 Immortals Technique lies in its ruthlessness, cunning, toxicity, and swiftness. Employing a lethal and enigmatic swordplay coupled with an unpredictable agility that can claim a life with a mere flick of the wrist. Chapter 30. The alluring request of the campus bell. Sugu inhaled sharply, realizing that, compared to skills, cultivation methods are the very foundation of one's existence. Moreover, this 5 Immortals Technique, even in its initial form, is extraordinarily formidable. If I manage to cultivate the second and third forms, would I not ascend to a divine status? Overwhelmed with joy, Sugu was eager to begin practicing the 5 Immortals Technique. However, at that moment, his phone rang. Who could it be? Sugu shrugged his shoulders in annoyance. Yet, when he glanced at the caller ID, his eyes brightened. Oh, Yuxuan. She is actually calling me? Oh, Yuxuan was the campus belle during Suji's university days, a vision of beauty coveted by countless men, with even male teachers secretly confessing their affections. Suga was no exception. They were classmates, often grouped together in various courses. As the saying goes, proximity breeds affection, but unfortunately, Suji's ordinary appearance and meager circumstances led to his affections being overlooked numerous times. After graduation, they had lost all contact. What could she possibly want to discuss now? Suga answered the call, filled with curiosity. Yuxuan, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. Yes, I'm in Mu City. A gathering? Are there any familiar faces besides us? Just the two of us? 9 o'clock in the evening? I shall be there on time. After hanging up, Sugu's gaze drifted across the screen, suddenly pausing. August 18th? Could it be that while I experienced 3 days in this parallel world, the same has transpired here? Never mind that. The 5 Immortals technique awaits. The gathering was in the evening, and with ample time at hand. Sugu resolved to practice the 5 Immortals technique and uncover its extraordinary secrets. The first step was to sense the primordial energy of the universe. Sugu closed his eyes and began to attune himself to the surrounding energy, following the steps outlined in the 5 Immortals technique. As the technique commenced, a gentle breeze seemed to envelop him, providing a refreshing sensation even within the stifling confines of his rented room. This is the primordial energy. To think that I sensed it on my very first attempt at cultivation. Didn't the record state that even the most talented successors required 3 days? Sugu was elated. He had shattered the cultivation record of the 5 Immortals technique. Ding. The system announced, host qualifications have been molded, rendering them unparalleled throughout the ages. Cultivating the 5 Immortals technique will undoubtedly be a walk in the park. Realization dawned upon Sugu. The transformation of his physical form not only made him extraordinarily handsome but also elevated his cultivation aptitude to its pinnacle. After the initial shock, he once more immersed himself in a state of fervent cultivation. Upon sensing the primordial energy, it felt as though a barrier between his body and the cosmos had been breached, allowing for a communion with nature itself. The thin energy surrounding him rushed into his body, akin to water being absorbed by a parched sponge. If a martial arts master were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For only the finest practitioners in the martial arts realm can achieve such preliminary communion with nature. Time passed, the sun set, and the moon rose. As the cool night breeze wafted through the window, suddenly, Sugu opened his eyes. Remarkably, he had been cultivating for an entire half of the day. How refreshing. Sugu stretched lazily, exhaling a torrent of white vapor from his mouth and nose, his body producing crackling sounds akin to popping beans. At present, my strength has undeniably increased by half. Sugu slightly clenched his fist, and his proportionate, smooth arms suddenly transformed into a mass of sinewy muscle, exuding an aura of formidable power. Suddenly, it seemed that Sugu recalled something and hurriedly picked up his phone. Oh no, it's already 9:30. 3 video calls and 1 voice message awaited. Upon opening the voice message, a melodic yet urgent voice resonated. Sugu, hurry. To Emperor KTV. Roommate. The alluring lilt of the voice, intertwined with soft breaths, was undeniably enticing, yet it carried an undercurrent of urgency and fear. Sugu furrowed his brow. Why has it changed to KTV? This seems rather ominous. Chapter 31. A kick sends the muscle man flying in the opulent private room number 8 of the Imperial KTV. A young man with a gaunt face and monkey-like features chuckled. Brother Yang, the girl you brought is truly a gem. Tonight is going to be exhilarating. Yang Tong. Toying with Oh Yuxuan's phone in one hand while placing a small vial on the coffee table with the other, leered, do you think I would settle for less? This Oh Yuxuan is the campus belle. It's a considerable effort to lure her here. Tonight, we shall revel until dawn. Yang Tong. The sole heir of the Mu Qing Group's director, had been brazen and domineering since childhood, harboring a penchant for group play. Brother Yang is formidable. To follow Brother Yang is to feast like kings. A blue-haired man with an ear stud complimented. A muscular man behind Yang inquired, Young master. She has been inside for quite some time. Should we bring her out? Yang Tong's expression twisted into one of lewd anticipation. No need. Once the effects of the drug fully take hold, she will come seeking us. That will be far more entertaining. Inside the restroom of the private room, Oh Yuxuan's eyes were glazed, her face flushed. Her dark hair clung to her skin with sweat, and her beautiful legs, clad in black stockings, intertwined and trembled slightly. It's over. My phone has been taken. I should report this. Why did I unwittingly send a message to that scoundrel? Regret, despair, and overwhelming physiological reactions intertwined within her, creating a tumultuous current of emotions coursing through her body. At the KTV bar, a young waitress greeted Sugu. Her gaze fixed upon him, momentarily forgetting to bow. Sugu slipped several bills into her collar, saying, Take me to room 8. The waitress, blushing and clutching her chest, Replied, "Sir, the guest and roommate have requested not to be disturbed." "Do I look like a villain?" "Take me there." Suga smiled. The waitress, her heart racing, momentarily forgot the establishment's rules, stammering, then, "Please follow me." Upon entering roommate, the waitress bowed and left, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Suga noted with satisfaction that the door was not locked. He pushed it open slightly before stepping inside. "Didn't I say not to disturb them? What the hell?" Yang Tong turned impatiently, only to discover it was not a servant. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the strikingly handsome Suga, Yang Tong paused, inwardly acknowledging the man's remarkable looks. Suga surveyed the room, finding no sign of Oyuxuan, and smiled. "I am here to find my girlfriend, Oyuxuan." At this revelation, Yang Tong and his companions were taken aback, but their surprise quickly morphed into disdainful smirks. "Ah Chang, grab him. I wanted to witness us with his woman," Yang Tong commanded, laughing like a hyena. Not one to underestimate the situation. Yang Tong understood the urgency of seizing Suga and confiscating his phone. Otherwise, they would be in serious trouble. The man named Ah Chang grinned wickedly, cracking his knuckles as he approached Suga. From Yang Tong's words, Suga deduced that Oyuxuan was indeed in this room, not in the hall, but in the restroom. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly locked the private room door behind him. "Very well, today you shall all meet your demise." With a sly grin, Ah Chang remarked, "Lock the door? If you were aware that I am the champion of Mu City in kickboxing, you would not be so confident. Unfortunately for you, there is no escape now." Suga, dismissive of his bravado, retrieved 2 pins from his pocket, slightly shifting his stance. Time was of the essence. He had no opportunity to arm himself properly, thus he settled for a ballpoint pen and a fountain pen. With a snort, Ah Chang's muscles tensed as he unleashed a powerful whip kick aimed at Su Ji's chest, a blow that would undoubtedly fracture several ribs if it connected. Su Ji's focus sharpened, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Ah Chang's movements. As the kick approached, he advanced rather than retreating, executing a precise kick of his own. Boom. Clang. Just as Ah Chang's leg was about to strike Suga, he found himself hit squarely in the abdomen, propelling him into the air, crashing forcefully onto the glass coffee table. The glass shattered spectacularly, shards scattering everywhere, while Yang Tong and his companions shouted in alarm, hastily seeking refuge behind the sofa. Ah Chang, wide-eyed and clutching his abdomen, felt as though his insides had shifted, the pain causing cold sweat to cascade down his brow. Suga, with a look of disdain, tucked away his pins. He had anticipated a fierce battle, only to discover that his opponent was woefully feeble. Chapter 32. What constitutes a legacy martial artist? Why do you possess such formidable power? Ah Chang's eyes widened in shock, which swiftly transformed into fear as he stuttered, pointing at Suga. "Could it be that you are a legacy martial artist?" "Indeed. Such a physique coupled with such immense strength can only be honed through the teachings of legacy martial arts." "Legacy martial artist?" Suga pondered for a moment, then offered a faint smile. The 5 Immortals scripture contains a passage that states, "In the realm of legacy martial artists, they are classified into categories of scattered force, inch force, through force, intent force, and transformation. Those who master intent force are deemed masters, while those who achieve transformation are called grandmasters." A practitioner of the 5 Immortals need only complete the first chapter to rival a grandmaster. This implies that by merely finishing the first chapter, he could reach the realm of a transformation grandmaster. Thus, it becomes evident that the distinction between legacy martial artists and the 5 Immortals scripture is akin to the difference between mud and clouds. Although Suga had only practiced the 5 Immortals scripture for half a day, his progress was rapid, and his strength now rivaled that of an inch force martial artist. Who are you really?" Yang Tong's complexion shifted dramatically as he gazed at Suga in disbelief. He never imagined that a mere hunt for pleasure could lead him to provoke a legacy martial artist. Even though the current legacy martial arts were in shambles, not even the most disreputable legacy families were something he could afford to offend. "You are unworthy of knowing my name." Suga leisurely picked up a shard of glass from the ground, smiling as he inquired, "Now, tell me, what measures do you intend to take to appease my anger?" Yang Tong's face fluctuated like a die house, for he had never encountered such humiliation in his life. Yet, he understood that this person before him had granted them a chance. Should they fail to seize it, his family would undoubtedly face ruin. "Brother Yang, let us fight back." Suddenly, the blue-haired boy with earrings shouted. This outburst nearly caused Yang Tong to spit blood in exasperation, and he retaliated with 3 resounding slaps, leaving the blue-haired boy dumbfounded. After striking the blue-haired boy, Yang Tong hurried to Suga and bowed deeply in apology. "Big brother, we were in the wrong. Please, have mercy on us." Upon finishing his plea, he cleaned Yuxuan's phone meticulously and returned it with both hands. The gaunt-faced boy and the blue-haired boy quickly followed suit. Bowing nearly 180 degrees and imploring, "Big brother, we shall do whatever you ask if you would only appease your anger." Sugo cast a glance at them and suddenly noticed a small vial amidst the glass shards. "What is that?" "Big brother." "It's obedient listening. Just a few drops can ensnare a woman, allowing one to take and give at will. If you desire it, I can have it delivered immediately." Yang Tong chuckled awkwardly, for he had used this very substance to ensnare the woman of this esteemed brother, a Yuxuan. "Obedient listening?" A sinister smile formed at the corners of Su Ji's mouth as he instructed, "Bring me some wine." At once, the gaunt-faced boy eagerly fetched a bottle of red wine. Sugo picked up the small vial and poured its contents into the wine. Yang Tong and the others exchanged worried glances, sensing impending doom. "Drink this bottle of red wine, and I shall spare you." Sugo placed the wine before Yang Tong, a playful glint in his eyes. "Big brother, could we perhaps?" Yang Tong's face fell in despair as he pleaded, but the icy glare from Sugo silenced him, causing him to swallow his words. Thus, Yang Tong, the muscular man, and the blue-haired individual each took a generous gulp, draining the red wine completely. Sugo gazed at the empty bottle. Nodding in satisfaction, "You may take your seats." The four complied obediently, settling down. Sugo opened the bathroom door to reveal a beautiful woman clad in black stockings. Lying on the floor in apparent distress, it was Yuxuan. Her delicate face was flushed, her clothing and short black skirt soaked, subtly revealing her exquisite skin beneath. Has she fainted? Sugo lifted Yuxuan into his arms and made his way out. The warmth radiating from her body, combined with the soft, smooth sensation, stirred something within Sugo. Upon seeing Sugo carry Yuxuan to the entrance of the private room, Yang Tong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they would soon find a woman to attend to their needs. Just then, Sugo turned back with a smile. "I shall return in an hour. Should I discover that you have left this room, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Yang Tong and the others trembled, nearly on the verge of tears, while the muscular man named the Chong surprisingly displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 33 Cough. This young man Sugo cradled Yuxuan as he approached the bar, where a young waitress promptly came forward. "Sir, how may I assist you?" With a smile, Sugo replied, "Please arrange for a car. Also, my friends in Box 8 are a bit rowdy. Whatever sounds emerge from within, do not disturb them or enter the room. Remember." "Understood. I will make sure of it." The waitress giggled, nodding her head. After calling for a car, she relayed Su Ji's instructions to the other staff via her earpiece. Before long, a sleek black car pulled up at the KTV entrance. The driver opened the back door to facilitate Sugo as he carefully placed Yuxuan inside. It seemed the bumpy ride roused Yuxuan from her slumber. "Ah, help." A shrill scream escaped Yuxuan's lips, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes and cast a startled glance at Sugo. The look in his eyes seemed to convey, "I never imagined someone so handsome could engage in such dubious activities." Sugo, exasperated, exclaimed, "It's me, Sugo." Only then did Yuxuan realize she was in a car, and the people beside her were not Yang Tong and the others. She turned in astonishment to her right, where a perfect profile came into view. Each time the light outside flickered past the window, it cast a radiant glow upon his visage, akin to warm jade. He turned his head. "Sugo, it's truly him. But why is he so extraordinarily handsome?" Yuxuan found herself irresistibly drawn to Sugo, unable to divert her gaze. Conversely, in Su Ji's eyes, Yuxuan appeared entranced, her complexion a delicate rosy hue, igniting an overwhelming desire to kiss her deeply. Cough. The driver, feeling overwhelmed by the display before him, cleared his throat and inadvertently pressed the accelerator. Virum. The car lurched forward. "Ah," Yuxuan gasped, tumbling into Sugo's embrace. With her soft form nestled against him, Sugo held Yuxuan tightly while giving the driver a thumbs up. Although Yuxuan had been cunningly incapacitated and had drunk the concoction to comply, the moment she awakened, the intense sensation surged uncontrollably within her. Suddenly falling into the arms of an exceptionally handsome man, she found it impossible to summon any thoughts of resistance. Under the dual influence of the drug and her psyche, Yuxuan's reactions were heightened to their utmost. Sugo swallowed hard as Yuxuan leaned against his waist, her warm breath permeating through the thin fabric, igniting a parched yearning within him. "It's so hot. Turn on the air conditioning." "No, that won't help." Yuxuan, increasingly dazed, began to fumble about, desperately seeking something to alleviate her discomfort, oblivious to how close she came to striking Sugo in sensitive areas multiple times. "Goodness. This weather is unbearable," Sugo muttered, feeling a surge of heat wash over him, his own desire stirring. Yuxuan seemed to catch a whiff of an unusual allure. akin to a thirsty traveler stumbling upon a pristine spring, yearning to indulge in its refreshing waters without restraint. Cough. Cough. The driver coughed violently once more, pressing down hard on the accelerator, causing the car to surge forward with alarming speed. A powerful sensation of being thrust back into the seat enveloped Oh Yuxuan, who instinctively clutched a handhold to prevent herself from being thrown out. Suji's body stiffened, his eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Subsequently, the vehicle lurched and swayed, stopping and starting erratically, with Oh Yuxuan leaning against Sugu, her once neatly tied bun gradually coming undone, cascading around her. Sugu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the car finally came to a halt outside Suji's rented apartment. "Thank you. No need for change," he said, steadying Oh Yuxuan as they exited the vehicle and handing a bill to the driver. "Cough. These young folks," the driver remarked, accepting the money and driving away after a couple of coughs. Sugu ascended the stairs, with Oh Yuxuan clinging to him like an octopus. As he opened the door, her movements became increasingly erratic, her mind appearing somewhat clouded. He gently laid Oh Yuxuan on the bed and was just about to take a shower when, unexpectedly, a small hand grasped his sleeve with an iron grip. Sugu inhaled deeply, slowly turning around and removing his shoes. Chapter 34. "I'm sorry. I must decline." The sun shone brightly, and the magpies chirped merrily. Eventually, I confined them to the private room, a mischievous grin on my face. I recounted the events of the KTV to Oh Yuxuan like a bedtime story, and just as Sugu was about to rise to wash up, she was suddenly embraced by the blushing Oh Yuxuan. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied yet?" Sugu asked, surprised. Oh Yuxuan quickly waved her hands in shyness. "No. It's just that you're so incredible. I'm already feeling the pain." With a wicked smile, Sugu teased, "Then why are you holding on to me? Is it not what you desire? I want you to be my boyfriend." Oh Yuxuan never anticipated that the once ordinary Sugu had transformed into such a striking figure, possessing a presence that even the likes of Yang Tong dared not provoke. This realization filled her with regret for not accepting Sugu's previous confession. Yet, perhaps it was not too late? She thought to herself, her heart brimming with anticipation. "You want me to be your boyfriend?" Sugu smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, but I must decline." Oh Yuxuan bit her lip in frustration. "Why not?" I suppose I just don't feel it." Sugu shrugged, secretly contemplating that with the shared boyfriend system at his disposal, he would not forsake the vast forest for a single tree. Oh Yuxuan was taken aback by Sugu's rejection, a wave of defeat washing over her as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. However, she quickly composed herself and inquired again. "Then can I reach out to you in the future?" Her face flushed anew. Sugu chuckled. "If you need me, I shall personally seek you out." "Yes." Oh Yuxuan felt her ears burning and hurriedly burrowed under the covers. After freshening up, Sugu treated Oh Yuxuan to breakfast before escorting her to the airport for her flight home. As she watched the plane ascend into the sky, Sugu murmured to himself, "I too must depart from this city. The pollution here is far too severe for my cultivation." The Five Immortals technique had been passed down through generations, with practitioners retreating into deep mountains to cultivate in places rich in vitality. Yet, Sugu had just begun to savor the delights of life. How could he forsake this splendid world for a life of seclusion in the mountains? Nevertheless, cultivation was still essential, so a change of scenery was in order. Sugu pondered. He had heard that the natural environment of Amei City in Sichuan was unparalleled in the nation, a fitting destination to explore. And he could also stop by Tianfu City to resolve a lingering question. Resolute in his decision, Sugu decided against keeping his rental property, promptly calling the landlord to terminate the lease and booking a flight, to ensure a swift arrival at his destination and avoid the tediousness of long queues. He chose the most expensive first-class ticket available. In the bustling hall, passers-by frequently glanced at Sugu, occasionally gasping in admiration. Some girls whispered shyly to one another, while bolder ones pulled out their phones to capture the moment. With the flight delayed, Sugu sought a place to sit, frowning slightly under the weight of attention. He turned and entered a minimalist CAF, where only two young girls dressed in light-colored JK uniforms awaited. "Welcome." Two charming girls bowed slightly, their excitement palpable as they gazed through the glass at Sugu, never anticipating that he would actually step into their CAF. "Hello, one lily coffee, please." Sugu offered a gentle smile and settled into a spot beside the door. "Certainly. Please hold on." Their little hearts began to race, akin to quiet bunnies suddenly filled with exuberance. The two girls exchanged glances, recognizing the thrill reflected in each other's eyes, and promptly began to whisper amongst themselves. "His smile is simply enchanting. From this moment on, he shall be my idol." Indeed, he smiled at me. "I'm so exhilarated." What do you mean he smiled at you? That was a smile directed at me. Clearly, it was meant for me. Though they bickered. Their hands moved with remarkable speed and precision, swiftly preparing the coffee Sugo had ordered. Let me take it over. One girl, seizing the opportunity while her friend was distracted, snatched the coffee cup and dashed out from behind the counter. This scene caught Suji's eye and elicited a bemused smile. Had he still possessed his former appearance, he would likely have been met with a cool yet polite smile. The girl, carrying the coffee, approached Sugo with a lively demeanor, when suddenly the CAF's door swung open, crashing into the unsuspecting girl. With a loud clatter, the cup fell to the ground, shattering and spilling coffee everywhere. The girl, taken aback, stumbled 2 steps back, looking up towards the entrance. Chapter 35. The middle-aged man drenched in deception. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, his brow furrowed in irritation. Sugo had anticipated an apology, but instead, the man spat. What are you blocking the door for? If I'm not welcome, just say so. After uttering these words, he turned to leave. Sugo was taken aback, feeling utterly helpless, her eyes brimming with tears of indignation. Stop right there. That was my coffee, she exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, her expression icy. The middle-aged man scoffed, turning to glare at Sugo. What's the matter? You want to quibble over a cup of coffee that costs a mere few dozen bucks? If we're counting, that coffee just splashed on my LV shoes. Since it's your coffee, you should compensate me. How shameless can you be? Sugo retorted, taking in the man's ostentatious appearance. A gold chain adorned his neck, and on his left wrist lay a Vacheron Constantine watch. He was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of superiority. The man scrutinized Sugo in turn, noticing her striking features and commanding presence, despite her simple attire of shorts, a t-shirt, and sneakers. With a sneer, he remarked, Youngster, you may look decent, but it will take you a decade of hard work to reach my level. Sugo chuckled derisively. You remind me of a type I know well, those who, despite the fall of the Qing dynasty, still pretend to be noble lords, toting their bird cages while waiting for their demise, wearing their entire fortune on their backs. Be careful with your words, young man. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, as if struck by a hidden truth. Sugo smiled faintly, a hint of disdain in her demeanor. I say you've wasted decades of your life, succumbing to vanity, a lowly scourge of society. The man's face turned a hue resembling that of a liver, and he seethed. You're asking for trouble. With a furious roar, he lunged at Sugo, his fist aimed directly at her face. A crowd had gathered outside the CAF, and upon witnessing the impending violence, shouts erupted. Watch out, handsome. Quick, dodge. In the midst of the chaos, a resounding clash echoed as Sugo firmly grasped the man's fist with her right hand, her stance unwavering, her expression devoid of any emotion. How is this possible? The man exclaimed, astonished that his full-force punch had met with such resistance from the young woman. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, and the 2 baristas in uniforms felt their hearts race with anxiety. Trash. Suji's eyes glinted with cold determination, and she exerted immense pressure on his fist. The man let out a pained scream as his fingers were brutally crushed, nearly contorted into a single mass. Let go. It hurts. Please, release me, he cried out in agony. Sugo, wearing a mocking smile, swiftly seized his wrist with her left hand while her right gripped his upper arm. With a powerful thrust of her shoulder, she sent the middle-aged man soaring into the air. Overwhelmed by the sensation of weightlessness, he panicked. In the next moment, he crashed hard onto the ground, one of his shoes flying high into the air. The man gasped in pain, unable to utter a sound as he writhed in distress. At that moment, a shoe soared through the air and landed with a resounding thud on the face of the middle-aged man, the sound sharp and clear. Sugo blinked in surprise. Oh? Upon closer inspection, this is not LV at all. It's a counterfeit, an imitation 15. TSK, it seems your entire ensemble is composed of fakes. Huh. I dare say it pales in comparison to my Prada attire. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at the middle-aged man, with one unruly child even spitting in contempt. That gold chain of his could probably float in water, right? Just look at his watch. The strap is clearly made of inferior material, with his counterfeit goods exposed. The middle-aged man promptly buried his head in shame, as if hoping to vanish into the ground. Make way, the police are coming. Someone shouted from the outskirts of the crowd. Who was fighting? Several airport police officers squeezed into the throng and were momentarily taken aback upon spotting Sugo standing aside. They had previously received a report from a young woman claiming that a burly man was bullying a handsome fellow outside the CAF. Now, the situation appeared to be quite the opposite. Are you the ones fighting? One of the officers inquired. Sugo nodded affirmatively. He was harassing the girls at the CAF. So I confronted him. The onlookers echoed in unison, asserting that the middle-aged man was indeed bullying others and deserved to be reprimanded. "Hey, get up," one of the officers commanded, approaching the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the man sprang up from the ground and dashed towards the crowd's edge. The spectators exchanged bewildered glances. Just as one officer's expression shifted, prompting him to pull out his phone and examine a photo closely. After several comparisons, the officer exclaimed with excitement, "It's that fugitive scammer from the internet. Quick, pursue him." The officers sprang into action, swiftly giving chase and stirring a gust of wind in their wake. Chapter 36. You actually engaged in such acts on the plane. The announcement for Su Ji's flight resonated through the cabin. He discreetly slipped a banknote into the hands of a barista at a CAF, evading her attempts to retain him, and swiftly navigated through the crowd. After clearing security, Suga boarded the aircraft without delay. The image of ordinary passengers anxiously queuing for boarding while first-class travelers were ushered in made him marvel at the perks of wealth. Settling into the spacious and opulent seat, a stunning flight attendant approached him. Even the attendants were more youthful and alluring than those in economy class. Suga glanced at the flight attendant, whose beauty was striking and whose figure was exquisitely proportioned, moving with an enchanting grace. "Good afternoon, sir." Suga, already possessing an exceptional handsomeness, exuded an air of mystery after practicing the Five Immortals technique, leaving the flight attendant momentarily spellbound. "Hello," Suga replied with a smile and a nod, noticing her dazed expression. He waved his hand gently before her eyes. "Miss, are you lost in thought?" My apologies. You are simply too handsome." The flight attendant snapped back to reality, her fair complexion tinged with a faint blush. She hastily placed a tray on the pristine table, which bore a clean towel, an iPad, red wine, and other accoutrements. Suga shook his head slowly. "I don't need these. Please bring me some food, along with a glass of milk." Although he had recently indulged in takeout, he found himself rapidly succumbing to hunger, likely a consequence of the changes wrought by his training. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." Excitement and nervousness flickered in her eyes as she turned, lightly patting her chest in a calming gesture. Before long, the beautiful flight attendant, with her long legs, returned, placing an array of delectable dishes before Suga. "Very nice," he remarked, surveying the exquisite tableware and the visually appealing and fragrant food. "Enjoy your meal." The charming flight attendant smiled, revealing two delightful dimples. However, instead of departing, she lingered beside him, poised to attend to his needs. In truth, had it been any other passenger in first class, she would not have remained so closely tethered. Yet Su Ji's extraordinary handsomeness rendered her unwilling to part. With a smile, Suga began to savor his meal. Midway through his repast, a melodious voice echoed from the intercom. "Dear passengers, we are about to encounter severe turbulence. Sir, allow me to fasten your seatbelt." Upon hearing the announcement, the flight attendant's face turned pale with alarm as she bent down to secure Su Ji's seatbelt. This movement compelled Suga to press back against his seat, the faint scent of her perfume wafting into his nostrils. It was Chanel No. 5. Suga had previously delved into the world of fragrances to impress a certain girl, and now he recognized the scent. The alluring aroma captivated him, prompting him to inhale deeply several times. The soft sound of his breaths reached the flight attendant's ears, causing her cheeks to flush as she attempted to straighten up. At that moment, the aircraft jolted violently, the fuselage beginning to sway dramatically. The flight attendant, already precariously balanced in her bent position, lost her footing and tumbled directly onto Suga. A peculiar sensation of waves washed over them as the aircraft trembled incessantly, instilling a profound sense of fear. Suga grasped the flight attendant's hand tightly, fearing that if he let go, he would be flung from the plane. After a considerable duration, the plane finally stabilized. The flight attendant, steadying herself against Su Ji's chest, rose with a face flushed like a ripe apple, her neck adorned with a rosy hue. With a long exhalation, Suga released a sigh of relief, had it not been for his practice of the Five Immortal techniques, granting him a breath longer than that of an ordinary person. He might have succumbed to the suffocating pressure. The flight attendant's gaze appeared dazed, her body slightly glistening, as if she remained ensnared in the earlier extraordinary sensation. "Excuse me. Could you please hand me some milk?" Suga inquired, feeling a parched dryness in his throat. "Why, yes, of course," the flight attendant replied, her voice as delicate as a whisper. She picked up a cup of milk and extended it towards Suga, when suddenly the aircraft jolted again. The milk splashed all over the flight attendant's body and face. They exchanged bewildered glances, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence until a voice shattered the stillness. "Hey, Xiaolon, what are you two doing?" Both turned their heads in astonishment to see another stunning flight attendant covering her mouth in disbelief. "You can't possibly be doing such things on the plane." Chapter 37. The ride passengers in the economy class awaited patiently as those in first class disembarked the aircraft first. As the cabin door swung open, flight attendant Xiaolon gazed longingly at Sugu as he exited the plane. Another attendant nudged her playfully, teasing, "Little minx. Haven't tea had your fill yet? It's not what you think. All right, I know, it's about the milk. But I must tell you something, you've lost something." "What is it?" she inquired. "Your heart. Look over there. Handsome guy." A young girl pointed excitedly at Sugu in the hall, calling out to her companion. At her shout, a multitude of gazes converged upon Sugu. Truly handsome. Is he a celebrity? Even celebrities aren't this handsome. As more and more people gathered, the whispers multiplied. And soon it morphed into a rumor that a superstar had appeared at the airport, prompting a throng to swarm towards him. This was the same scenario he had encountered while boarding. Being exceptionally handsome certainly had its drawbacks. With a resigned sigh, Sugu turned his backpack around to shield his face and dashed into the crowd, swiftly disappearing like a fish into water. Upon exiting the hall, Sugu hailed a taxi to Jinyang District, Sunshine Community. Indeed, Sugu was currently in Tianfu City, and his purpose for heading to Sunshine Community was to ascertain a particular matter. In the parallel world, Miao Wani had encountered him, thus remaining safe and sound in Black Bear Valley. However, his concern lay with the Miao Wani of the main world, a flicker of worry passing through his eyes. The car sped along, and an hour later, it halted at Sunshine Community. After disembarking, Sugu approached the security booth. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The guard, taken aback by Su Ji's striking appearance, did not dare to be negligent. With a smile, Sugu replied, "I'm looking for someone." "Who are you seeking?" "The owner of Villa number 6. Please take me there." The guard hesitated momentarily. Well, technically it's not allowed, but to be honest, who would believe that such a handsome young man would do anything wrong? "Follow me." The two made their way to Villa number 6. And Suga knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The door opened to reveal a stunning woman in her 30s. Upon seeing Suga, the woman was momentarily taken aback. She had encountered many handsome men, but none quite like him. "Who are you looking for? Handsome?" The woman's eyes shimmered with intrigue. Suga beamed. "I'm looking for Miaowani." "Miaowani? Which Miaowani?" Shortly thereafter, Suga politely declined the woman's repeated invitations, leaving Sunshine Community amidst the guard's puzzled gaze. It appeared that the parallel world held its differences. In this realm, Villa number 6 was not home to the Miao family, nor was the head of the Jinyang district Miaowani's father. With this revelation, Su Ji's worry seemed unwarranted. Without Miaowani here, there would naturally be no incident involving her encountering a murderer in Black Bear Valley. Feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart, Su Ji's spirits soared as he opened his phone to summon a ride. Tianfu City is not his ultimate destination. It is the majestic Amei Mountain in Sichuan that beckons him. Suddenly, the phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Sugo answered, "Hello. Hey, are you heading to Amei Mountain?" The voice was melodious and spirited, infused with a hint of fervor. "A girl?" Suga chuckled in response. "Indeed. I'm waiting for you at Sunshine Community." "Okay. Just a moment." "All right." After ending the call, Suga stepped into a nearby supermarket. He intended to purchase a mask. Otherwise, he would attract attention wherever he went. Akin to the sun itself, far too conspicuous. Moments later, he emerged from the supermarket, donning a mask. "Darn it, this mask seems ineffective. Why are so many people still staring at me?" he mused. "Wow. That high school girl's gaze seems to suggest she's smitten at first sight with a black mask obscuring his features." Sugu stood at a bustling intersection, where cars whizzed by and pedestrians flowed like a river. 90% of those passing by couldn't help but gaze at him in astonishment. The remaining 10% were engrossed in their phones, oblivious to their surroundings. There's a saying, a half-exposed fruit is more alluring than a fully revealed one. Could this also apply to masks? While Sugu was lost in thought, a thunderous roar of a sports car echoed from the end of the street. Is that an Audi R8? He turned towards the sound, and indeed, there it was, a strikingly vibrant crimson R8, its vivid hue enough to captivate anyone's heart. On this street, its allure rivaled that of Sugu himself. The engine roared closer, finally halting at the roadside. Just then, Suji's phone rang again. It was the girl from the ride-sharing service. "Hello. I'm at the entrance of Sunshine Community." "Yes, I'm carrying a black backpack, wearing a light blue t-shirt." "What? Where?" "An R8. Suga hung up in astonishment and hurried to the crimson R8. At that moment, two attention-grabbing entities converged, instantly doubling the intrigue. "Hey, get in." A girl with twin ponytails leaned out of the driver's window, beckoning Sugu. Her fair skin resembled warm jade. Her adorable yet slightly alluring face was charming. and her black, gem-like eyes sparkled with mischievousness. What a beauty! Suga marveled inwardly as he moved to the passenger seat. Before he could utter a single word, the girl playfully tapped his shoulder. So, what do you think? Surprised? Thrilled? Suga chuckled. I ordered a Ford rideshare and ended up with an Audi R8. Would you say that's surprising? And the driver is a minor girl, now that's thrilling. The girl tossed her ponytails, her rosy lips curling in a playful smirk. Humph. I'm already an adult. Keep your wicked thoughts to yourself. An adult? Legally? Suji's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied. Since fate has brought us together so carelessly, I shan't hold back. You're incorrigible. This young lady is certainly no fool, she is broadcasting live. The petite girl clicked her tongue, pointing at the phone on the control panel. See? I have hundreds of thousands of followers. Quickly, greet them. Oh, now I understand. I merely intended to remind you. Suga chuckled heartily and waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. The barrage of comments on the screen flowed like a school of fish, clearly indicating the girl's substantial popularity. Wow, we have a caller. It's a gentleman. Wu Bao, be cautious not to fall prey. This gentleman possesses quite an appealing demeanor. While his demeanor is commendable, why is he wearing a mask? Haha, just because he is charmed doesn't mean he is handsome. I suspect this man is too unattractive to show his face. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Wait a moment, those eyes alone could outshine most. You're simply envious. Envious. My foot. Shall we engage in battle? Let us go. The comments section erupted into chaos, with even the two instigators planning to settle their disputes in person. Suga could only shrug helplessly at the scene. At that moment, the girl named Wu Bao with her twin ponytails looked at Suga with great curiosity. Handsome. I'm quite intrigued by you. Would you consider removing your mask? Remove my mask for what? Are you planning to kiss me? Suga rolled his eyes. At this remark, the comments section exploded once more. This young man is quite audacious. I wish to teach him a lesson. Haha. If he is too scared to take it off, he must be hideous. Yes, he is undoubtedly a fright. Wu Bao, hurry and kick him off the screen. Chapter 38. Where would you like me to kiss you? Look at their ruckus. Why not just remove your mask? The adorable little girl, Wu Bao, reached out and poked Su Ji's chest, instantly feeling the remarkable vitality and resilience emanating from his firm muscles. As if jolted by electricity, she quickly withdrew her hand. Yet the peculiar sensation lingered at her fingertips. Unlike the keyboard warriors on the screen, she was in close proximity to Suga, allowing her to observe a myriad of details. His skin radiated health and vibrancy, the graceful contours of his muscles gently rising and falling. His eyes deep and bright like polished gemstones, exuding a warm, captivating aura tinged with a hint of mystery. He was undeniably a perfect 10. Wu Bao mused to herself, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she shouted at the screen. How about we start a betting game? Let us wager whether this handsome young man beside me is a dashing prince or an ugly troll. A single star is all it takes to place a bet. With Wu Bao initiating the betting, Suga could only shake his head in bemusement. Bet. I wager he's an ugly troll. Absolutely an ugly troll. I'll stake all my points on it. Handsome men are scarce. I bet he is an ugly troll. The trolls lamented. Oh no. Don't turn on the lights as the barrage of comments declaring Suga an ugly troll flooded the screen. Many others began to follow suit, all betting against Suga. Simultaneously, a deluge of gifts began to erupt on the screen like a volcano, making Wu Bao beam with delight. Although she was not in need of money, receiving such an abundance of gifts instilled in her a profound sense of accomplishment. Glancing at the speechless Suga, Wu Bao grinned excitedly. Handsome young man, I believe you aren't ugly. I'll wager my entire fortune. You are a dashing prince. Suga responded with a non-committal smile. You little rascal, it's not an issue to use me for your betting game. But you must offer me some form of compensation. With her mind swirling with thoughts of gifts, Wu Bao casually remarked, All right, if I win, I'll let you kiss me. It was settled with a promise and a pinky swear. Wu Bao extended her fair right hand, her adorable pinky beckoning towards Suga. What a captivating little enchantress. Suga reached out his pinky to intertwine with hers. The silky sensation stirred something within him, prompting him to give it a gentle squeeze. The little girl's cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly retracted her hand. Ahem. Time is running out. Friends who haven't placed their bets, hurry up. Time is up. Stop betting. Wu Bao, quickly let him take off his mask so we can see just how ugly he really is. Yes, unveil his mask. I can hardly wait to win big. What is taking so long? Are you afraid? Wu Bao playfully winked at Suga. Handsome young man, do take it off. A faint smile played on Sugu's lips. Why don't you do it yourself? Don't you have hands? With a playful smirk, the little girl leaned forward, determined to remove Su Ji's mask. Standing petite, She had to stretch in earnest, given Su Ji's deliberate reluctance to lean closer. As the two individuals drew closer, Su Ji's gaze involuntarily descended. Unlike the exuberance of the flight attendant Xiaolan, there was an allure of a different kind that compelled him to savor the moment. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, and just as he was lost in thought, the little girl had removed his mask. How can you be so stunning? Her small mouth slightly agape, she transformed into a dazed little goose, her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment as they fixed upon Sugu. In an instant, the barrage of comments in the live stream fell silent. A few seconds later, the chatter erupted. No way. How can someone be this handsome? I mustn't let my wife see this. My 100,000 cat food. All gone. This is fate conspiring against me, not my fault. Sugu beamed, and the comment section exploded once more, while a multitude of casual viewers clicked to follow, causing the fan count for Wu Bao to surge dramatically. 70,000, 75,000, 80,000. Within a brief span, Wu Bao's followers astonishingly surpassed 100,000, startling the moderator who quickly rushed over to inspect. Only to be left dumbfounded. This live stream must make it to the homepage, raise the banners. This handsome man must be brought to our platform. The moderator's eyes widened as if he had won a grand prize. Just then, someone knocked on the right side of the car window. Sugu opened it a crack to see a traffic officer smiling beside the vehicle. Hello, you cannot park here. Understood, we will leave immediately, Sugu replied politely, nodding. While the little girl Wu Bao flashed a charming smile at the officer. The officer was momentarily taken aback. All right. With a roar. The vibrant red R8 surged forward like a little monster. I need to concentrate on driving. Friends who haven't followed yet, please do so quickly. I'll notify everyone about the next live stream. The little girl waved goodbye and ended the stream. The sports car glided through the streets, capturing countless gazes. Suga turned to Wu Bao with a grin. You haven't forgotten our wager, have you? Of course not, darling. The little girl's cheeks flushed as she slowed down, leaning her profile closer to Suga. If it were any other man, Wu Bao would undoubtedly play coy, but faced with someone as extraordinarily handsome as Suga, she felt an exhilarating thrill. Suga smiled brightly. The wager was for you to let me kiss you, but it didn't specify where. That's for me to decide. Huh? Where to kiss? On the mouth? The little girl felt a sudden rush of anxiety, her flushed face radiating warmth. Stop the car. I want to kiss you. Suji's tone carried an irresistible authority. Obediently, the little girl pulled over to the roadside, pouting. Are you a domineering CEO? Suga gazed at Wu Bao's enticing little mouth, lost in thought, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. Come a little closer. Suga turned his body to face her. The little girl pouted, using her hands to shift herself closer, kneeling atop the center console with her long, slender legs. As Suga leaned in, his lips brushed against Wu Bao's delicate cherry red mouth, the cool, soft sensation spreading across their lips, an extraordinary delight. Wu Bao, the little lowly, blinked her sparkling eyes, shy yet dreamy. After a moment, their lips parted. It seemed as if all strength had drained from Wu Bao. Her petite form slumping softly into the chair, stealing a glance at Suga before pouting once more. Suga chuckled, tousling the lowly's hair. Now that the wager is settled, why the sulking? Do you wish for more? Wu Bao quickly retracted her lips. Humph, not at all. You've taken advantage of me. You big pervert. With that, she started the car, yet the earlier scene replayed in her mind, causing her to lose focus, almost colliding with the greenbelt. Suga was startled, promptly placing his hand on Wu Bao's delicate shoulder. Allow me. All right. The little lowly sensed her own weakness, realizing she was not fit to drive, and they exchanged positions. Grasping the steering wheel, Suga felt as though he held the horns of a mighty dragon. His blood surging with exhilaration. With a roar, the fiery red R8 surged forward like the wind. Although it was Su Ji's first time driving a supercar, his agility and quick reflexes honed through training allowed him to master the beastly vehicle with ease. This astonished the little lowly in the passenger seat, who presumed Sugu was an experienced supercar driver. The supercar wove through traffic, carving elegant arcs, swiftly ascending onto the highway. Regrettably, the speed limit on the highway was too restrictive, preventing the R8's tremendous power from being unleashed to its fullest potential. Sugu felt a twinge of disappointment as he overtook car after car, hastening towards the majestic Ame Mountain in Sichuan. Chapter 39. Please deliver to Table 2 Ame Mountain. Zilla Villa District. What? You're just leaving? The little girl puffed her cheeks in displeasure. Sugu chuckled playfully. What? Can't bear to part with me? The little girl swiftly operated her phone, then turned the screen towards Sugu. Scan. Suga glanced at the WeChat QR code and couldn't help but smile as she opened her phone to scan it. I'll take my leave now. It's unsafe for you to be out alone. Hurry back home. All right. I reside in Villa number 3. I've been staying here recently. The two waved goodbye. And the red R8 roared as it drove into the Villa district. Suga donned a mask, looked around, and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me around the city. Suga settled into the back seat and instructed. The driver, having driven for years, was taken aback by such a request. Are you sure? Suga nodded solemnly. Start from here. Take me to every place accessible by car. Don't stop until I get out. Young man, are you joking? The driver began. But his words trailed off as Suga tossed a wad of cash his way, causing his tone to soften, a broad smile spreading across his face. Open all the windows and drive slowly. Suga waved his hand and closed his eyes. The routes of the 5 immortals technique emerged in his mind. And as the practice commenced, a faint aura of vital energy manifested in his perception. Suga refrained from directly absorbing this energy instead. He focused intently on sensing the concentration of the vital energy, seeking the area in the city with the highest density. The car meandered through the streets and alleys, with Suga feeling the fluctuations in the vital energy concentration, yet none of the locations proved satisfactory. Time passed gradually, and night began to envelop the city. Young man, are we almost there? I can hardly hold on, the driver stated, taking a sip of strong tea, sounding weary. Suga opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity flashing. Left, yes, now right, here, stop. The car came to a gentle halt, and Suga stepped out. This seemed to be the old town of Amei City. Relatively tranquil, surrounded mostly by old buildings of 5 or 6 stories. However, in Suji's perception, the concentration of vital energy here was merely passable. After walking a few steps, a riverside road came into view, and Suga approached the riverbank, quickly realizing it was the confluence of 2 rivers. I need to find a place to stay. A long-term rental won't be feasible on such short notice. A hotel will suffice for now. While pondering, Suga spotted a Holiday Inn in the distance and made his way there. Good day, sir. Despite his mask, the receptionist was taken aback by Suji's handsome features. A room with a king-sized bed, please. Suga presented his ID. Certainly. 268 yuan. Here is your room card. The receptionist's eyes sparkled. She had chosen the finest room in the hotel for him. Suga accepted the room card and headed straight for the elevator to ascend. The ambience of the room was quite pleasant. After finishing her shower, Suga donned a crisp white shirt. I am feeling a bit peckish. The barbecue place by the river seemed to be quite bustling earlier. I shall give it a try. The mere thought of food made her stomach rumble involuntarily. Suppressing her hunger, Suga retrieved some cash from her backpack and stepped out. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few late-night eateries buzzing with activity. Suga cast a glance around and entered the nearest establishment, Healing Barbecue. As soon as she crossed the threshold, a beautiful young woman rushed over. Balancing a platter of dishes, her eyes lit up upon spotting Suga, and she hurriedly thrust the plate into her hands. Please take this to table number 2. Thank you. Before Suga could respond, the girl dashed back into the kitchen. Suga watched her retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Is it customary for patrons to serve in this establishment? Where are my dishes? Why the delay? Outside, there were shouts of excitement. With a resigned sigh, Suga thought. For the sake of your beauty, I shall assist you this once. She carried the platter to table number 2, where the guests were momentarily taken aback. When did this place acquire such a handsome server? Even with a mask, he looked so striking. Chapter 40. Apologies for the refusal as the dishes were served. Suga re-entered the establishment. At that moment, a young woman hurriedly thrust a plate of food into his hands, pleading, please. Suga widened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, even if you were stunningly beautiful, this is rather excessive. The lovely girl looked bewildered and asked, what do you mean excessive? With a wry smile, Suga shook his head. I came here to dine, not to serve. Ah, aren't you the son of Ansu's friend? My apologies. The young woman suddenly realized. Her sparkling eyes filled with remorse. Just then, a voice from the kitchen urged, Healing, what are you doing? Hurry up and serve. Coming. Healing, the young woman, stood before Suga, her anxiety palpable as she glanced back towards the kitchen and then at the plate in Suji's hands, nearly on the verge of tears. Observing her frantic demeanor, Suga couldn't help but chuckle. It's all right. Go ahead. I will help you. Thank you. Healing bowed deeply. And Suga caught a fleeting glimpse of her delicate form before she dashed into the kitchen. Little did Suga anticipate that once he began serving, he would be doing so until midnight, especially as Healing consistently bowed in gratitude, making it quite difficult for him to decline. As the clientele dwindled, a blushing Healing approached Suga, expressing her heartfelt thanks. I truly appreciate your help today. No trouble at all, merely a small favor. Suga replied with a smile, rubbing his stomach as hunger crept in. Ling's face turned apologetic. I am truly sorry for the inconvenience today. If you wish to have anything, it can be on the house. Ling, it's time for a late-night snack. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the kitchen. Oh, coming. Ling quickly responded. Suga chuckled. Since I am considered part of your establishment tonight, I shall join you for the late-night meal. Ling's face brightened at his words. That would be wonderful. Please wait here. I will fetch the dishes. Before long. A table was laden with a sumptuous array of late-night delicacies. The head chef, and Su, along with two young women responsible for grilling skewers, took their seats. And Ling guided Suga to the table. Hello, I am Suga, he introduced himself, settling beside Ling and greeting everyone. The trio at the table gazed at Suga in astonishment. One woman teasingly remarked to Ling, I wonder why we were asked to prepare a more extravagant spread. Turns out you brought your boyfriend. Another chimed in, our establishment has always been dominated by women, finally. We have a balance. No, he is not my boyfriend. It's a bit complicated. Ling's cheeks flushed crimson, even the delicate lobes of her ears taking on a rosy hue. After Ling's explanation, the trio finally grasped the situation, and Su slapped her forehead, realizing, oh, I forgot to tell you that my friend's son had something come up and could not make it. Seeing the mixed expressions of apology and gratitude directed at him, Suga raised his hand to reassure them. No worries, please enjoy your meal before it gets cold. With that, everyone eagerly began to feast on the late-night offerings, which predominantly featured barbecue dishes alongside delicacies such as braised pork ribs. As Suga savored the skewers, a slight furrow formed on his brow. He mused to himself. The beef is excessively tough, the pork skewers are overly greasy, the goose intestines are too chewy, and the lamb skewers reek of gamey odor. It struck him as peculiar that this barbecue establishment managed to thrive despite these shortcomings. His curiosity piqued. He glanced at the price list affixed to the wall and soon understood. This eatery operated on a strategy of low prices and high volume. At that moment, a man's laughter wafted in from outside. Ling, are you all enjoying late-night snacks? Come and try our secret grilled fish. Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of displeasure crossed Ling's eyes, and the other's expression shifted subtly. Chapter 41. Trash even dogs wouldn't eat. Turning back, a man from outside entered, carrying a long fish platter adorned with the emblem of Luoshan grilled fish on his chef's uniform. The shift in expressions among Ling and her companions caught Su Ji's attention, prompting him to furrow his brow. Luoshan grilled fish? I have encountered it before. Not far from here, where business flourishes far more than at Ling's barbecue. This surely goes beyond merely delivering fish. Ling set down her chopsticks. Rising with an icy demeanor, Luoshan Lin, take your fish away. We have no need for it. Ling, I may not be that old, yet your father is bedridden. Let us not dwell on that. Luoshan Lin sighed with a chuckle as he placed the grilled fish down. Come. Taste the tofu flour grilled fish I have prepared. In the grand platter, a 60-centimeter-long fish lay amidst vibrant segments of red chili, verdant scallions, and various accompaniments with square, tender tofu flowers adorning the corners, harmonizing beautifully with the crimson oil at the base. The rich aroma wafted enticingly, and the vivid colors betrayed a meticulous effort. Overall, this dish of tofu flour grilled fish could be deemed quite commendable for an average palate. We shall not partake of your grilled fish, kindly remove it. Ling maintained her frigid tone. Luoshan Lin replied with a smile. Ling, allow me to explain, this tofu flour grilled fish is exquisite. A creation painstakingly developed over several years by the renowned chef Yu Tianqi during the late Qing dynasty. Furthermore, this dish is the most heartfelt effort I have put forth since entering the culinary world. You absolutely must try it. Luoshan Lin's words, along with the expressions of Ling and her companions, resonated within Suga, revealing to him that this fellow was indeed pursuing Ling. Yet, despite Ling's unyielding demeanor, he persisted relentlessly. At this realization, Suga could not help but let out a sharp laugh, audible even to the neighboring table. Luoshan Lin's expression soured. This friend seems unfamiliar. What is it that you find amusing? With a disdainful glance at Luoshan Lin, followed by a dismissive look at his grilled fish, Suga retorted, I laugh at your ignorance regarding the true creator of the tofu flour grilled fish. Luoshan Lin's eyes widened. Your hands are smooth and uncalloused. It is evident you lack culinary training. What do you know? Suga smirked. Ignorance. The true creator of the tofu flour grilled fish is a descendant of Yi Tianqi, and she happens to be a woman. Furthermore, it is clear that your fish weighs 4 pounds, which is an excessive choice. Luoshan Lin's face flushed. What does it matter if I have erred in history? You claim I have made a mistake with the 4-pound fish. Do you not realize that a 4-pound fish has thicker bones with no fine spines? making it easier to consume? Sugu slowly shook his head. Listen closely. To achieve a coarse bone structure that is easy to eat, a 3-pound fish suffices. A 4-pound fish is too mature, resulting in a coarse texture that adversely affects the taste. As he spoke, Sugu picked up his chopsticks. Pushing aside the scallions and chili, prodding the fish beneath, the skin has aged to the point of wrinkling, the flesh appears dull, and the juices have dried up. This is not solely a matter of ingredients. The technique is also lacking, failing to retain moisture. Next, Sugu carefully inhaled the aroma and tossed his chopsticks aside. The fragrance should be gentle and captivating, evoking nostalgia. This overpowering scent is indicative of inferior quality. Luo Shanlin trembled with rage at Su Ji's words. Even renowned grilled fish connoisseurs have rated my dish as excellent. You are merely nitpicking. Sugu chuckled. If you do not grasp the principle that food should be refined and meticulous, what right have you to call yourself a chef? I had the privilege of serving under the renowned master Su Jiang for a year. What qualifications do you, a nameless individual, possess to admonish me? Luo Shanlin's eyes glinted coldly as he trembled, pointing a finger at Sugu. With a disdainful expression, Sugu replied, even if you were to summon Su Jiang himself, I could easily subdue him, let alone someone like you, who has merely run around for a year. Upon hearing this, Luo Shanlin laughed rather than fuming. What a silver-tongued individual you are. In half a month, it will be the MA Barbecue Festival. We shall see who truly excels. You think you can compare with me? You are unworthy, Sugu said coolly, pushing the fish platter away from the table. Take your refuse and leave. Do you claim that my grilled fish is refuse? Luo Shanlin's eyes widened in fury. His most cherished dish was being dismissed as mere trash. Such excessive prattle. Sugu displayed a hint of impatience. Seizing the fish platter with one hand and tossing it outside, the half-meter-long platter spun through the air, astonishingly without spilling a single drop of broth. Crash! The platter shattered into pieces, the fish within scattering into a mushy mess. A dog circled the remains of the grilled fish a few times before scampering away. Chapter 42. I want the shop to flourish nationwide. What is it if not garbage, if even dogs won't eat it? Sugu sat calmly in his chair, his expression unperturbed. Luo Shanlin was already in a fit of rage, his face ashen and trembling, his eyes ablaze with fury. He glared at Yi Ling. This brat was summoned by you, wasn't he? It must be. After all my heartfelt efforts towards you, this is how you repay me? Yi Ling shook her head vehemently. Heartfelt efforts? To coerce me into submission, you intentionally opened a grilled fish restaurant to undermine my family's business. Our original grill chef mysteriously resigned and went to the east side of the city, and the quality of our barbecue suffered. So, I had to let go of the waitstaff to lower our prices. Yet, as the prices fell, you followed suit, thinking we are fools? Luo Shanlin's face shifted like a painter's palette, color swirling until he finally spoke through gritted teeth. If that is your belief, then, suddenly, Sugu rose defiantly and shoved Luo Shanlin, causing him to stagger. Don't yell at my girlfriend. Get lost. Your girlfriend? Luo Shanlin looked at Yi Ling in disbelief, his throat emitting guttural sounds as if he were on the verge of spitting blood. He had invested countless efforts to win Yi Ling's favor, only to find that the goddess he had pursued with all manner of schemes had acquired a boyfriend overnight. Now you know, just leave. Sugu slammed the door shut behind him. Outside, Luo Shanlin's face twisted with fury, his fists clenched tightly. I will make you pay for this. Inside, Yi Ling and the employees stared at Sugu in bewilderment. Aunt Su's expression shifted alarmingly. You've truly offended Luo Shanlin now. He will undoubtedly lower the prices again. If we lower ours any further, we will have no profit left. The shop cannot continue. Upon hearing this, the two female grill chefs looked at Sugu with cold eyes. If the shop failed, their jobs would vanish as well. Yi Ling sensed the ominous atmosphere and hurriedly reassured, it's all right. Even if I don't make a profit, I will not dismiss any of you. I have endured Luo Shanlin for long enough. It's time to sever ties. We need not continue this charade. The atmosphere remained heavy, tinged with hopelessness. Just then, Sugu smiled faintly. What do you mean the shop can't continue? I intend to expand this establishment throughout Sichuan and across the nation. With his mastery of barbecue techniques and recipes, opening a barbecue restaurant would be a simple endeavor for Sugu. And Su, unaware of Su Ji's capabilities, shook her head with a bitter smile. With Luo Shanlin's oppression, this shop cannot possibly be revived. Yi Ling, I am sorry, but I might have to leave this place. Aunt Su. Yi Ling trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Aunt Su is the head chef in the kitchen. If she left, there would be no one to prepare food other than skewers, and given the shop's current situation, hiring a new head chef would be exceedingly difficult. Aunt Su shook her head. Alas, I haven't worked many days this month, so I won't need my wages, since there is nothing to do at the shop. I shall take my leave for now. As Aunt Sue opened the door to step outside and gather her belongings, the two other bakers, feeling their skills inadequate, realized that finding new employment would be quite challenging, which extinguished their thoughts of resigning. Tears cascaded down their faces, intertwining with Yiling's sobs. Each person has their own aspirations. Let her go, Sugu shrugged. Yiling raised her head, looking at Sugu with profound grievance. Do you understand the burden this shop carries? It sustains my father's life. And you think your careless words can destroy it? What am I to do? Sugu was taken aback, not realizing the gravity of Yiling's family situation, and hurried to comfort her. Yiling, do not cry. I take full responsibility for this situation, as it is entirely my fault. Responsibility? How do you intend to take responsibility? One of the bakers gently patted Yiling's back while casting a fierce glare at Sugu. I have expressed before that even if the master baker Su Jiang stood before me, I would still teach him a lesson. This is no idle boast. A subtle smile graced Su Ji's lips, radiating an infectious confidence that left Yiling and the others momentarily speechless, suddenly feeling a sense of calm within themselves. Chapter 43. 16 Barbecue Secrets. Bring me paper and pen. Sugu commanded with resolute authority, her gaze exuding an air of confidence that seemed to overshadow everything around her. The atmosphere in the room became notably more vibrant as Yiling nodded. I'll go fetch it. Her trust in Sugu stemmed from her infectious self-assurance. The previous moment when Sugu rendered Luo Shan speechless with just a few words, and, not to mention, Su Ji's striking beauty. Moments later, Yiling returned with an accounting book and a signature pen, her eyes filled with determination as she handed them to Sugu. Without delay, the pen twirled in Su Ji's nimble fingers before gracefully touching the pristine page, swiftly crafting a line of elegant, flowing script. The pen danced with vitality, the pages of the book fluttering, leaving Yiling and the two barbecue artisans in awe, their mouths slightly agape. From Sugu's deft hands, the trio seemed to glimpse a mere fragment of a vast iceberg, coupled with her confident and enigmatic aura. Yiling felt as though the man before her was a towering peak, awe-inspiring and monumental. After inscribing 16 secret recipes, Sugu capped the pen and handed the accounting book back to Yiling, saying, "These barbecue secrets must remain confidential." Understood, Yiling replied, flipping through the book and feeling the powerful essence conveyed through the words. Each of the 16 recipes occupied the entire book, each one remarkably detailed, with prose flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream, clear and accessible. Prior to this moment, a flicker of doubt lingered in Yiling's mind. However, that uncertainty vanished, replaced by astonishment and realization. So this is how beef is grilled. Lamb. Ribs. Who knew there were so many intricacies within these seemingly simple dishes? Having spent considerable time in the barbecue circle, Yiling recognized that these recipes were authentic, not fabricated. May we take a look? The two female barbecue artisans exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned to Sugu. Sugu smiled lightly. If you see them, you will forever be bound to this barbecue shop, and you must not disclose them in any manner. Any personal use of the secrets requires a signed contract. Such strict terms? The two artisans looked disheartened, their expressions pleading. Yet they were momentarily silenced by Su Ji's enigmatic smile. If you find the terms too harsh, you are free to decline. Yiling, follow me. Sugu rose and strode toward the door. Yiling glanced back at the two forlorn artisans, offering them a reassuring look before hurrying after Sugu. Sugu. Yiling called as she entered the kitchen after her. Without turning back, Sugu said, I will demonstrate the simplest charcoal-grilled pork belly. Go prepare the pork belly. Star anise and white cardamom. All right. Yiling nodded obediently, placing the accounting book aside before setting off to gather the ingredients and seasonings. Sugu flashed a mischievous smile. I do enjoy such utterly obedient and beautiful girls. 10 minutes later, Yiling returned to the kitchen with the ingredients Sugu had specified. Sugu, the last table of guests requested their bill, which delayed me a bit, and also, some seasonings were unavailable at the store. Not a problem, the limitations of our establishment are acknowledged. I have already marked which elements of the recipe can be omitted. Sugu placed the slices of pork belly upon the cutting board, his arms, wrists, and fingers moving in perfect harmony. The knife danced like a butterfly, effortlessly slicing the meat into evenly arranged pieces along the edge of the board. This was merely the first step. The second entailed concocting a secret blend of spices over a gentle flame. More than 10 different spices were sautéed until their fragrant essence filled the air, before being removed from the heat to cool and subsequently ground into a fine powder. Yiling watched with rapt attention as waves of enticing aromas enveloped the space, delicate and refined with each gentle inhalation. It was only then that I realized how coarse and unpalatable the spices I had previously prepared truly were. Sugo continued his work without pause, beginning to marinate the slices of pork belly, deliberately cutting them thin to expedite the cooking process. Just then, two grill masters entered the kitchen. Upon catching a whiff of the intoxicating fragrance, they were rendered utterly astonished, their mouths agape. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual shock, excitement, and an unwavering determination reflected in their eyes. Chapter 44. Grilled pork belly. The marination requires a considerable half-hour. Let us dine first. Sugo washed his hands meticulously and smiled at the three of them. Ling promptly nodded, leading the two grillers to the dining table. After being interrupted by Luo Shanlin earlier, they had not eaten, and now that they could, their hunger was palpable. Before long, Ling and the others finished their meal, then silently gazed at Sugo. This man was not only strikingly handsome but also exuded charm even while dining. Shortly thereafter, Sugo set down his chopsticks, declaring, "I am full." Ling's cheeks flushed slightly. "Sugo, you have quite the appetite, and your physique is enviable. I often engage in exercise." Sugo replied with a faint smile, loosening the collar of his shirt, revealing his fair neck and well-defined collarbones, a blend of allure and comfort. Ling's breath hitched as she recalled Sugo referring to her as his girlfriend earlier, though she knew it was a jest. Her face flushed from her cheeks to her earlobes. Let us tidy up the stall. Sugo, please rest well." The barbecue shop was modest in size. Thus they had erected umbrellas by the riverside, creating small private spaces. When it was time to close, everything had to be packed away. Otherwise, the city management would take it all. As Ling and the others went out to clean up, Sugo closed his eyes, contemplating his next plans. The decision to entrust the recipe to Ling was made after careful consideration. For Sugo, the most crucial matters revolved around the system, and at present, his primary concern was to cultivate the 5 immortals technique acquired from the system. The current concentration of spiritual energy in this vicinity was rather lackluster. Even with Su Ji's exceptional talent, his personal cultivation would progress slowly. Thus, to expedite his training, he needed to procure a significant amount of precious medicinal herbs. Then concoct medicinal baths and potions according to the recipe recorded in the 5 immortals technique. With Su Ji's current financial means, he could afford the herbs for the time being, but living off his resources without generating income was not sustainable. Therefore, he needed to establish a source of revenue. And his expertise in grilling concealed untold wealth. As for how to monetize his grilling proficiency, Sugo had yet to finalize his approach. However, the events of the evening provided a fortuitous opportunity to share the recipe with Ling. It is worth noting that Sugo did not aspire to be the owner of a barbecue shop. He merely desired to be a shareholder reaping dividends. Possessing the recipe was merely the first step. In a world characterized by predation, an unexpectedly successful barbecue shop would undoubtedly attract numerous wolves lurking in the shadows. Moreover, the establishment would need to expand over time, and lacking a solid backing would be untenable. As Sugo pondered silently, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. That is a consideration for another time. First, I must secure accommodation. He took out his phone and opened a local app to search for long-term rentals. However, after browsing for quite some time, he found no available properties nearby. At that moment, Ling and the others returned. "We have finished tidying up." Sugo smiled and stood up. "Follow me. Although the pork belly has been marinated for a short while, it will suffice." "All right." Ling and the others eagerly trailed behind Sugo, who had now claimed the barbecue shop as his domain. He approached the cutting board. "Wash your hands thoroughly. Mix the pork belly slices evenly and skewer them." He and Ling nodded obediently, meticulously following Su Ji's instructions to prepare the skewers. The tender slices of pork belly were evenly cut, already marinated in a vibrant sauce that exuded a rich hue. Before long, a small bowl of meat transformed into dozens of skewers of pork belly. Sugo approached the grill and commanded, "Raise the charcoal fire." The embers in the grill had yet to fade completely, as 2 young grillers added smokeless steel charcoal and then activated the blower to stoke the flames. The dark charcoal gradually glowed like red-hot iron, and the intense heat caused beads of sweat to form on he and Ling's foreheads. "Watch closely," Sugo said as he gently placed a skewer on the grill. Sizzle. With deft movements, Sugo turned the skewers, and under the scorching heat, droplets of hot oil seeped from the pork belly, releasing an enticing aroma. He and Ling fanned their nostrils as the unique spices mingled with the savory scent of the pork, creating an aroma that penetrated the very soul. Gulp. A griller swallowed hard, unable to suppress her burgeoning appetite, even after just having had a late-night snack. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed, and he and Ling felt as though a chasm had opened deep within them, filled with countless whispers, the primal and instinctual desire for sustenance. Chapter 45. Are you my savior? Shug, the grilled pork belly you made is absolutely delicious, Ling remarked, licking her delicate lips with a lingering taste of satisfaction. Shug smiled nonchalantly, saying, that can only be considered a semi-finished product. It was supposed to marinate for 3 hours. By the way, where is that ledger? It's in the bag, Ling replied. Make sure to keep it safe. Shug paused and continued. How about I invest these 16 secret recipes and acquire half the shares of the barbecue shop? Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Just half? No. These recipes are far too precious, Shug. You should at least. Listen. Shug interrupted her. I won't be managing the barbecue shop. That responsibility falls entirely on you. Moreover, there is another shareholder besides us. Ling's mouth slightly agape, she asked. Another shareholder? Shug nodded. Indeed. The barbecue shop requires substantial backing. I will introduce her to you in due time. The her Shug referred to was, of course, the enchanting Wubel Loli, a little girl who drives a $2 million sports car and resides in a multi-million-dollar villa, hinting that this villa might merely be one of her family's properties. Naturally, Shug had no intention of being a kept man, pleading with Wubao to be the barbecue shop's patron. Therefore, he planned to offer some shares in collaboration with her. With the potential of the 16 barbecue recipes, he was more than qualified, especially considering he possessed far more than just 16 recipes. You must come from a wealthy family, right? Not only are you knowledgeable, but you also know influential people. Ling inquired curiously, feeling a twinge of inferiority in the presence of someone as remarkable as Shug. Shug shook his head. I just happen to have learned a little. The store is currently understaffed. You should recruit a chef first, then hire 5 waitstaff. 5? Isn't that a bit too much? Ling asked, astonished. Shug smiled lightly. Not at all. We will only hire 5 for now. And you need to prepare to take over the surrounding shops. Ling felt a jolt of excitement. Taking over the nearby shops signaled grand ambitions. But this was the old town. By the way, come with me to the hotel. I will provide you with some startup funds. Shug led Ling towards the hotel. Ling was taken aback. How can that be? I have already received the recipes. What's wrong with that? I am the major shareholder, Shug said, ruffling Ling's hair, causing her cheeks to flush. As they entered the hotel lobby, the receptionist glanced over. Seeing Shug accompanied by a stunning young lady, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Of course, a handsome man would never lack for female company. She had initially considered knocking on his door late at night. Unaware of the receptionist's thoughts, Shug and Ling proceeded directly to the elevator. Shug, are you new to Amay City? Ling asked curiously. Shug nodded. Yes, I've come to stay for a while. I haven't found a proper place yet. So I'm staying at a hotel. Oh. Ling hesitated to continue. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Shug stepped out, with Ling hastily following. Wait for me a moment. Sugu opened the door and entered the room, retrieving clothes from his backpack before handing it to Ling. Inside lay a sum exceeding 100,000. The exact amount remained unknown to him. Here, take it. 100,000? Ling caught the backpack, the weight of it filling her with astonishment. Sugu smiled gently. This is merely a temporary measure. If it proves insufficient, feel free to seek me out again. To manage a shop, this amount is hardly adequate. It's getting late. Let me escort you home. As Ling held the heavy backpack, she suddenly sensed a significant alleviation of her financial burdens. Looking at Su Ji's smiling face, she inwardly whispered, Are you my savior? Chapter 46. Why does it feel like meeting the parents? Living on the 5th floor of a building in the Blue Island community. The name of this residential area derives from the peninsula resembling a bird's beak, Blue Island. Thank you, Sugu. Ling leaned against the door and bowed deeply to Sugu. Just then, a smile, laced with a hint of mischief, appeared at the corner of Su Ji's mouth. Suddenly, the security door swung open. Ling turned around, her face marked with concern, and exclaimed, Dad, why are you up? I heard voices. So I came out to see. What? Am I not allowed to move about? Her father, with a square face and thick brows, had a slightly yellow complexion, and his nose was adorned with a pair of glasses, giving him an air of cultured elegance. Hello, Uncle. I am Sugu, as in the character for singing. Sugu said with a smile, though internally he was somewhat astonished, having noticed subtle details about Ling's father that were not easily discernible to others. Beneath his bushy brows lay a centipede-like scar, and his gentle eyes behind the glasses held a trace of sharpness. This uncle must have been quite formidable in his youth. Sugu mused. Simultaneously, Ling's father was assessing Sugu, and he found the young man to be surprisingly impressive. I have mingled in the Nanjing area for years and have encountered numerous outstanding scions from prominent families, as well as self-proclaimed grassroots geniuses. Yet I have never seen someone so handsome. The key lies in a certain demeanor, reminiscent of a master of smiles. But Ning Yi is a master of transformation. Could this Sugu also be one? No. He is far too young. That is impossible. Dad. What are you staring at Sugu for? He Ling shook her father's arm, bringing him back to reality. Oh, look at this old fool. Sugu, greetings. I am Ling's father, Feng Mingqiu. Feng Mingqiu stepped forward and extended his hands, which Sugu shook with a smile, pondering. So Ling's surname is Feng Ling. Feng Ling. At this thought, Sugu turned to Ling, and he seemed to faintly hear the sound of a gentle breeze, reminiscent of silver bells chiming. Stop lingering outside. Come in and talk, Feng Mingqiu urged. Pulling Sugu inside, Ling, carrying her bag, looked at her father's retreating figure in astonishment, secretly thinking, when did Dad become so agreeable? The Ling family resided in a duplex, suggesting that their financial situation had once been quite favorable, only to decline after Feng's health deteriorated. Sugu, please take a seat, Feng Mingqiu said, guiding Sugu to a low table. He then instructed Ling, go fetch that bottle of wine I've been saving. Dad, the doctor said you can't drink. Ling protested, stamping her foot in exasperation. It's unnecessary, Uncle Feng. I rarely drink, Sugu quickly declined upon hearing Ling's words, realizing Feng Mingqiu's health was compromised. Just one glass, Feng Mingqiu leaned forward, as if to share a secret. Noticing this, Sugu inclined his ear to listen. Feng Mingqiu lowered his voice, just a little, for the old man's sake. Before Sugu could respond, Feng Mingqiu turned back with an awkward smile. Since Sugu has agreed, my daughter, hurry and fetch it. Alas, Ling could only wear a bitter smile as she fetched the wine. Soon, she placed a tray upon the low table, adorned with a set of black ceramic wine vessels that bore an antique allure. The hour was late. Ling, you should rest, Feng Mingqiu gestured dismissively. Ling sighed and ascended the stairs. Below, she observed Sugu seated opposite her father. Why does it feel akin to introducing a boyfriend to one's parents? A blush crept onto Ling's cheeks. If that were true, what am I thinking? In truth, Sugu harbored a similar sentiment. Why does this feel like a parental meeting? Moreover, the look in Ling's father's eyes seemed quite approving. Chapter 47. The upstairs room was quite spacious, yet it mattered little to Feng Mingqiu, for Sugu had no intention of relinquishing his bachelorhood. As for Feng and Ling, they were merely incidental aids in the pursuit of his own ambitions. Lifting the wine jug, Sugu poured a glass for Feng Mingqiu. The liquid was crystal clear, and a rich aroma wafted through the air, undoubtedly a rare vintage. Do fill your glass as well, Feng Mingqiu remarked with a smile. Have you known Ling for a long time, Sugu? Sugu was aware that Feng Mingqiu harbored suspicions regarding the advantageous implications of his name, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. I only met Ling tonight. It was late, and fearing for her safety, I offered to escort her home. Sugu replied. Feng Mingqiu raised his glass and chuckled. That girl is typically brusque with the young men around her, yet she agreed to let you accompany her. It is evident she has taken a liking to you. Come, let us toast. Sugu clinked his glass with Feng Mingqiu's and took a modest sip. There was an incident at Ling's shop today. He recounted the events in detail, prompting Feng Mingqiu to set down his glass in astonishment. Someone is targeting the shop? That girl has never mentioned it to me. Ling was merely trying to spare you concern, but it is resolved now. I shall handle it, Sugu said with a faint smile, exuding a touch of confidence. Feng Mingqiu recognized Suji's extraordinary nature and thus believed in his ability to resolve any issue. He raised his glass and expressed, Old man, I thank you. Upon finishing his words, he downed the drink in one go, only to erupt into a fit of violent coughing. Sugu quickly rose to assist Feng Mingqiu in regaining his composure. There is no need for such theatrics. I have benefited greatly. Once Feng Mingqiu caught his breath, he waved his hand dismissively. I am old and useless now. In my prime, I could down 2 gin of such wine in a single breath. Please refrain from drinking any more, Sugu interjected, disregarding Feng Mingqiu's bravado and pushing the wine jug and glass aside. Feng Mingqiu laughed heartily. Seeing you, Sugu, brings back many memories. In our generation, we had a remarkable warrior named Ning Yi. Ning Yi is now a master of transformation, but in my eyes, he could not compare to you at your age. Master of transformation? Sugu was taken aback. Feng Mingqiu's knowledge of such a figure indicated he was no ordinary man. The Master of Transformation was discussed in the first chapter of 5 Immortal Techniques, where it is elaborated that a warrior of this level possesses inner strength, achieving feats beyond ordinary capabilities. However, Sugu did not regard the Master of Transformation with undue reverence, as he believed once he completed the first chapter of 5 Immortal Techniques, he would be able to contend with such masters. Though I have only just begun practicing the 5 immortal techniques, my strength is at least at the inch force level, and I possess the skills when piercing and when chasing, Sugu said, a smirk playing on his lips. Such an exceptional talent. I wonder from which esteemed family you hail? I am aware of a few prominent families with the surname Su, but none have produced a youth as remarkable as you, Feng Mingchu drunkenly mused. Sugu chuckled. I am not from any prestigious family. I simply practice haphazardly. Feng Mingchu nodded knowingly. I understand. May I inquire what your plans are next, Xiaogu? Sugu shook his head. I intend to stay on Blue Island for a while and am currently searching for a place to reside. As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Mingchu suddenly slapped his thigh. My home is spacious. The room upstairs is quite large. His voice was deafening, leaving Sugu astonished. And even Yiling in the upstairs room could hear him. Let Sugu move in. Yiling felt a mix of shyness and excitement, her heart fluttering with a hint of exhilaration. She quickly covered her flushed face with a blanket, her legs entwined tightly together. Downstairs. Feng Mingchu grasped Su Ji's hand firmly. It's too late now. You cannot leave. If you go, I will not permit you to invest in Yiling's barbecue venture. Uncle Feng. Su Ji's lips twitched as she replied helplessly, I still have my belongings at the hotel. Just then, Yiling opened the door and dashed out of her room, gripping the railing as she called out, Sugu, please stay at my house tonight. Chapter 48. Is changing the bedsheets really that difficult? If my father truly forbids Sugu from investing in the shop, it would be disastrous. A whirlwind of anxiety, shyness, excitement, and embarrassment swirled within Yiling, leaving her feeling as if her mind could scarcely cope. I'm tired. I've had enough to drink, the old man mumbled, swaying slightly as he stumbled into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Yiling sighed, raising her gaze to meet the pitiful eyes of Sugu, and a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. It would be rather cruel to reject such a beautiful girl. Their eyes locked briefly, and Yiling recalled her earlier exuberance, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Sugu smiled softly and rose, making her way upstairs. Upon witnessing this, Yiling's heart raced, her lashes fluttering as her small hands instinctively clasped together. Sugu approached her, taking in her figure completely. Having just bathed, Yiling had rushed to bed without changing, clad only in a delicate, sheer nightgown. Beneath the thin fabric, the enchanting contours of her youthful form subtly emerged. The neckline of the nightgown fell slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her delicate collarbone, both exquisite and alluring. As Yiling felt her cheeks burn under Su Ji's gaze, Sugu finally spoke. Which way is the bedroom? This way. A flicker of light danced in Yiling's eyes as she bit her lip and turned to lead Sugu. With this turn, the exquisite curve of her back was unveiled, momentarily leaving Sugu breathless and parched. The bedroom was softly illuminated by the warm glow of ginkgo yellow light, and Sugu followed closely behind Yiling as they entered. This room has been empty for a while and hasn't been cleaned. Let me change the sheets first. Yiling sensed Su Ji's intense gaze upon her, tightening her heart, while a wave of excitement surged within her. Sugu smiled gently. All right, I will help you. To change the sheets, they first needed to fold the comforter, so Yiling knelt on the bed, grasping one corner of the blanket and pulling it to the other side. However, her arms were too short, compelling her to lean down. As she did, the neckline of her nightgown slipped, revealing a sight that nearly overwhelmed Su Ji's senses. A black swan pendant swayed gently, partially obscured, revealing an enticingly smooth and creamy complexion. After neatly folding the comforter, Yiling placed it in the wardrobe and returned to the bed to tidy the sheets. Sugu sat transfixed, and sensing this, Yiling was both thrilled and tempted as she leaned down once more. Once the sheets were collected, Yiling's cheeks flamed red. Sugu, I'll go fetch a clean set of sheets and a comforter. With that, she dashed out, leaving only a fleeting image of her sheer nightgown lingering in Su Ji's mind. His Sugu took a deep breath. It was summer, and having consumed alcohol, she felt an overwhelming heat wash over her, quite uncomfortable. Before long, Yiling returned, cradling a pink comforter and sheets in her arms. Pink. Was it Yiling's own? The pink bed sheet and Yiling's snow-white hands harmoniously complemented each other, sending ripples of emotion through Sugu's heart. Laying out the sheet alone proved to be quite a task, and after kneeling on the bed for quite some time, Yiling found it still in disarray, which caused her to feel a surge of embarrassment. From her delicate face to her tender earlobes and fair neck, a rosy hue began to spread. Perhaps it was also due to the high temperatures of summer, as a charming bead of sweat trickled down Yiling's smooth forehead, cascading down her cheek and neck. Observing He Ling's almost fainting demeanor from embarrassment, a hint of amusement appeared on Su Gu's face. Is changing a bedsheet really that difficult? Allow me. All right. He Ling, feeling nervous as Su Gu stepped closer, clutched the sheet tightly with her hands, her toes curling like pearls. Haha. Su Gu, seeing this, broke into a bright smile, effortlessly scooping He Ling into her arms and making her way towards the master bedroom. Chapter 49. He truly is my savior. The lingering warmth and fragrance unmistakably belonged to He Ling's sheets and comforter. Su Gu reclined on the bed, enveloped by the delicate scent reminiscent of a young girl, akin to the faint fragrance of night-blooming cereus. On the other side, He Ling's slender fingers clutched the air-conditioning blanket tightly, and the image of Su Gu tossing her onto the bed replayed in his mind. Recalling the moment when she had cried out in surprise as she fell onto the bed, she quickly covered her head with the blanket, a soft, bashful sound escaping from beneath. The following morning, Su Gu stretched languidly. Suddenly, he heard He Ling's frantic shouts from outside. After dressing, he rushed out the door to find He Ling anxiously speaking on the phone. Yes, at Blue Island. You must hurry. Su Gu approached her. Concern etched on his face. What happened, He Ling? With reddened eyes, He Ling replied, My father seems to have drunk too much last night and has fallen unconscious. I just called an ambulance. What? We only had one drink. Didn't he say he was tired and went to rest? Su Gu hastily moved to the low table, discovering that the black ceramic jug was completely empty. He Ling, both anxious and helpless, lamented. That wine addict must have sneaked out in the middle of the night to drink more. Downstairs, the sound of the ambulance sirens echoed, and soon 5 or 6 individuals rushed up the 5 flights with a stretcher. The nurses appeared to be quite familiar with the situation, directly inquiring, Where is he? In the room. Hurry. Outside the intensive care unit, the doctor, with a look of pity, sighed and stated, We have done everything we can. The patient is currently in a deep coma. The situation is not optimistic. All we can do now is wait. He turned and walked away. He Ling stood at the door, her eyes vacant. Suddenly, her small frame trembled, and Su Gu quickly stepped forward to embrace her. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Uncle drink. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. It was my father who secretly drank too much, He Ling replied, resting her head against Su Ji's chest. The solid warmth provided her with a semblance of comfort. Su Gu gently patted her back and shook his head, regardless. I share some responsibility. The intensive care unit consumes money like a bottomless pit. You must stay strong. Even though medical insurance can cover some expenses, the daily costs in the ICU are still several thousand, which is burdensome for an average family. I will cover all the expenses. He Gu. If it weren't for you. He Ling shuddered suddenly, leaving a damp spot on Su Ji's chest. He softly reassured her, Don't worry. Uncle Feng will recover. If one were to label Su Gu as merely a kind-hearted person, that would be an understatement. Beyond compassion, his assistance to He Ling was also a strategic accumulation of wealth. While saving Feng Mingchu was linked to information regarding martial artists. Every circle has its pitfalls, especially a violent realm like that of martial artists. Although Su Gu was currently akin to a low-level martial artist, he remained a stranger to the martial arts community. He had initially intended to consult Feng Mingchu but was met with this unexpected situation. The shop would not operate today, but the need to recruit staff could not be neglected. You stay with Uncle Feng. I have matters to attend to. Su Gu once again offered solace to He Ling, instructing the nurse to escort her into the intensive care unit. After an entire day of bustling activity, Su Gu made his way to the talent market, where, armed with his unparalleled good looks and attractive benefits, he successfully recruited 6 remarkable young women. These 6 individuals, as the inaugural employees of the barbecue restaurant's rebirth, boasted both exceptional beauty and high quality. Having accomplished this, Su Gu hailed a cab to bring He Ling home from the hospital. The intensive care unit was well monitored by attentive caregivers, allowing He Ling the freedom to avoid prolonged stays there. Upon returning to the tranquility of their home, Su Gu felt a sudden stir within him. It was now just the two of them, a solitary man and woman. Could this be deemed cohabitation? He Ling seemed to sense Su Gu's contemplations, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, as she gazed upon his flawless profile, reflecting on all he had done for her. A profound realization etched itself into her heart. He truly is my savior. Chapter 50. I shall tell you a bedtime story after finishing his shower. Su Gu sat cross-legged on the bed. He had neglected his training the previous night due to its late hour, and he vowed not to be complacent again today. As he activated the 5 Immortals Sutra, the surrounding vital energy began to stir and converge towards him. A wave of joy surged within him, as if each cell in his body was rejoicing. The vital energy flowed through his body along the prescribed pathways of the technique before vanishing, only to be immediately replenished by the incoming energy, continuing its course through the established routes. The disappearance of the vital energy did not perplex Sugo. According to the records of the Five Immortals Sutra, this energy was absorbed, transformed, and accumulated, destined to undergo a qualitative change and erupt into internal strength upon the completion of the first stage of training. Internal strength was regarded as extraordinary energy, a hallmark of a master at the transformation level, with the potential for even greater mysteries beyond. In this place, the progress in his cultivation was more than twice as rapid compared to his previous rented room. Indeed, the concentration of vital energy in Ame City was inherently higher than in his former residence, with Blue Island being the most concentrated area in the city. Thus, it was only reasonable for him to advance swiftly. Sugo continued to diligently practice, feeling layers of power building within him, which brought him immense delight. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching outside. "Sugo, are you asleep?" It was Ling's voice. He withdrew from his practice and opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing before gradually dimming. "No. Is there something you need, Ling?" He opened the door to find Ling clad in a short, delicate camisole, her fair neck and petite shoulders exposed, her snow-white legs exquisitely slender, adorned with adorable pink slippers. Ling stood on her tiptoes. "I can't sleep." Why is this room so cool without the air conditioning? It feels like nature. How pleasant. It must be the vital energy I summoned." Sugo mused to himself with a smile. "Much more comfortable than my room." Ling approached the bedside, caressing her own blanket, a thrill coursing through her at the thought of it having been touched by Sugo. Noticing her excitement, Sugo flashed a mischievous smile. "Since you can't sleep, perhaps I could tell you a bedtime story?" With that, he shut the door with a soft click, causing Ling's heart to tighten, her eyes suddenly shimmering with a dreamy glint. Sugo approached her step by step, each footfall resonating in her heart, making her involuntarily shiver, a rosy blush spreading across her skin. Before she knew it, Sugo stood before her, gently placing a hand on her delicate shoulder. Ling's body quivered, a soft sound escaping her lips. A smile graced Suji's face as he sat beside her, his hand gliding over her smooth back, drawing her into his embrace, the tender sensation stirring something deep within him. Inexplicably, as Ling sank into Suji's arms, all her tension dissipated, her pores opening in bliss, leaving only a thrill of excitement and anticipation swirling inside her. A long, long time ago, Sugo began softly, weaving a tale. As time gradually flowed by, Suji's firm and warm embrace bestowed an endless sense of security upon Ling. The fatigue accumulated throughout the day began to wash over her, compelling her to gently close her eyelids and succumb to a deep slumber. Noticing that Ling had fallen asleep, Sugo revealed a mischievous smile as he drew back the covers, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry and delicately placing her onto the bed. It was truly tantalizing. Suji's gaze lingered over Ling's delicate form, a flicker of heat igniting within him. Chapter 51. Mediation is unnecessary. As the sun rose, its radiant beams danced between the towering edifices, casting a gentle, warm glow. After an entire night of cultivation, Sugo exhaled deeply, a plume of white vapor coiling into the air like a misty dragon before gradually dissipating. Turning back, he noticed Ling still peacefully asleep, her lovely face and the quilt adorned with a mesmerizing halo of light. Since she had not yet awakened, he decided against disturbing her. Sugo took out paper and pen to leave a note, then shouldered his backpack and stepped outside. Donning a mask, Sugo procured some breakfast and hailed a taxi to the Zilla Villa district. "Hello, I am looking for someone," he said with a smile as he approached a security guard. The guard, taken aback upon seeing Sugo, quickly recovered and replied, "Certainly, sir. Whom are you seeking?" "I am looking for the owner of Villa number 3, Wu Bao," Sugo responded. At that moment, a BMW sports car sped past, but abruptly halted. Both Sugo and the guard turned to observe a young man with a buzz cut exiting the vehicle, exuding an air of arrogance, resembling a rogue. The buzz-cut ruffian fixed his gaze on Sugo, sneering, "The Zillu Villa district is not a place for just anyone. Do you possess an owner's card?" The guard, initially inclined to allow Sugo entry, felt compelled to adhere to protocol in the face of the owner's inquiry, fearing for his well-paying position. "Mr. Sun, let me inquire," the guard said apologetically to Sugo. "I'm sorry, sir, but could you please present your owner's card? Is it truly possible to encounter such provocateurs?" Sugo regarded the buzz-cut ruffian with a glint of cold disdain. "Your master should purchase you a collar. That way, you wouldn't wander out and bark indiscriminately. I can't be bothered to argue with you." A lowlife like you thinks he can seek Wu Bao? Return to your slum. The buzzcut ruffian lifted his chin defiantly, having rushed over upon hearing of Wu Bao's arrival in Amei City, only to find himself confronted by another individual with similar intentions. The most crucial aspect was that this masked man appeared significantly more handsome than he, inciting a surge of hostility within him. With a mocking smile, Su Gu stepped forward, his hand in his backpack, now clutching a stack of bills. What? Not satisfied? The ruffian retorted, his bravado faltering. Suddenly, a cascade of bills rained down upon the ruffian's face, stunning him into silence. Su Gu was no ordinary individual, even without exerting his full strength. The money felt like bricks, leaving the ruffian's face bruised and battered. Dazed and bleeding from his nose, the buzzcut ruffian sputtered, "Why you? Just wait." He staggered towards the BMW and retrieved a long knife from within. Upon witnessing this, Su Ji's expression turned icy. "Do you aspire to be a dragon, brother? I shall oblige you." Just then, a commanding voice boomed. "Sun Ji, what are you doing? Do you wish to end up in prison? Cease this at once." Sun Ji halted in his tracks, spotting a tall figure nearby. It was none other than Uncle Ji. Ji Shangyuan furrowed his brow as he looked at Sun Ji. Realizing that the previously obedient and sensible demeanor was merely a facade. If old Mr. Sun were to witness your current ruffian appearance, he would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Truly, you are a source of great disappointment. A chill ran through Sun Ji's heart as he numbly dropped his long knife, exclaiming in despair, "It's all over." After speaking, Ji Shangyuan turned his gaze to Su Gu, who possessed an extraordinary handsomeness coupled with an enigmatic aura that commanded respect. The question he was about to pose instantly transformed. "I am unaware of the conflict between you, but perhaps I could mediate." Su Gu gathered the money from the ground and placed it into his backpack with a smile, saying, "Thank you, uncle, but mediation is unnecessary." Chapter 52. Have the precautions been taken? Ji Shangyuan furrowed his brow slightly, just as a cacophony of revving engines echoed through the villa district. An orate. Su Gu lifted her gaze towards the end of the road, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. A blinding flash of red nearly transformed into a distorted afterimage before elegantly coming to a halt before the crowd. As the window descended, a ponytailed girl leaned out, shouting towards Ji Shangyuan, "Dad, Ji Wubao, do you realize how dangerous this is? How many times have I told you?" Ji Shangyuan's voice dwindled as he stared in astonishment at his daughter, who skipped joyfully towards the enigmatic young man, resembling a spirited little pony. "Su Gu, Su Gu, Su Gu." Ji Wubao waved her little hands, attempting to poke Su Gu, only to be thwarted as Su Gu pressed her forehead down with her palm, causing the girl to pout. "Humph, you haven't come to find me for 2 days. Were you out looking for women?" Su Gu chuckled wryly. "What 2 days? It's only been a day and 2 nights. All right, 2 nights. Ji Wubao giggled, oblivious to how those words detonated in Ji Shangyuan and Sun Ji's ears like a missile explosion. Ji Shangyuan's eyes nearly bulged with rage. "Looking for women outside? 2 nights absent? What on earth is the relationship between my daughter and this young man? How many nights have they shared before these 2 nights? Sun Ji's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground. Ji Wubao has already been taken by this man. All my efforts are in vain. Su Gu observed Ji Shangyuan and Sun Ji's expressions and gently placed her hand on Ji Wubao's shoulder. All right, Wubao, your father is watching. Oh, right, Dad is over there. Ji Wubao chirped innocently. At that moment, Ji Shangyuan struggled to suppress the fury threatening to erupt, hastening towards Su Gu. Dad, this is Su Gu. He is so handsome. Ji Wubao exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes to remove Su Ji's mask, proudly introducing him. As Su Ji's flawless visage was illuminated by the sunlight, Ji Shangyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a perfect male countenance. Meanwhile, Sun Ji's last vestige of defense crumbled, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog. How could a man like this possibly compare to? No wonder Wubao chose him. Ji Shangyuan slowly closed his eyes. How long have you been together? Huh? Ji Wubao appeared bewildered. Ji Shangyuan's heart ached profoundly. It seems it has been quite some time. Have the precautions been taken? Huh? Su Gu mirrored her confusion. Ji Shangyuan, observing their reactions, felt the veins in his temples throb. Do neither of you have safety measures in place? Have you even considered the future? Ji Shangyuan's words left Ji Wubao and Su Gu exchanging puzzled glances. Safety measures? Our future? I understand now. Ji Shangyuan sighed dramatically towards the heavens. You must be using emergency contraception, but don't you know it shouldn't be taken frequently? What if it leads to infertility and you're unable to have children? As I lay sprawled on the ground, Sun Ji heard Ji Shangyuan engaged in a discussion with Su Ge regarding matters concerning children. Overwhelmed, he rolled his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ji Wubao finally regained his composure and, with a wry smile, remarked, "Father, Su Ge and I only met 2 days ago." "Uncle, I believe you may have misunderstood." Su Ge also wore a bitter smile. "Oh? What do you mean?" Ji Shangyuan exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Chapter 53. Shares belong to my treasure. The third villa exudes an elegant simplicity, subtly infused with charm. Su Ge and Ji Shangyuan sit across from each other, the atmosphere warm and congenial. Wu Bao cradles a purple clay teapot, pouring a cup of tea for Su Ge and her father before settling down obediently to the side. Ji Shangyuan chuckles. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion." "There's no need to blame Uncle Ji. It was our failure to clarify," Su Ge replies with a smile. "If only there hadn't been a misunderstanding." Wu Bao mumbles to herself, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with mischief. Ji Shangyuan takes a sip of tea and remarks, "My daughter has always been a bit of a handful. She must have caused you quite a bit of trouble the other day." Wu Bao is well-behaved and considerate. "How could she be a bother?" Su Ge lifts her teacup and takes a sip, adding, "In fact, it is I who have come today to trouble you." Su Ge dismisses the mention of Sun Ji with a wave of her hand. "Oh, that lad is hardly a concern." Ji Shangyuan gestures dismissively. At this, Su Ge chuckles. For Sun Ji was not even on her mind. She sets down her cup and continues, "It's not him. It's something else. To be frank, if I can be of assistance, I will certainly do my utmost." Ji Shangyuan's expression turns earnest and sincere, clearly not mere pleasantries. Wu Bao gazes at Su Ge with curiosity, wondering what trouble she might be facing. Su Ge nods. "I have acquired 16 barbecue recipes and opened a barbecue restaurant. I wish to offer Uncle Ji some shares." "Oh?" Ji Shangyuan comprehends the implication behind Su Ji's words. She merely seeks him as a support. Yet, he muses. A barbecue restaurant? Its worth might be akin to a drop of broth slipping through his clenched fist, not to mention the mere fraction of shares being offered. Su Ge, fully aware of this, confidently asserts, "Uncle Ji, do not underestimate this barbecue restaurant. Its profits will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." Ji Shangyuan does not dare to belittle Su Ge. He has glimpsed her remarkable demeanor before and knows she is no ordinary individual. He simply cannot fathom why she would engage in such trivial pursuits. Upon hearing Su Ji's announcement of the barbecue restaurant and the intention to share equity with her father, Wu Bao's interest peaks. "Daddy, I've always wanted to start a business. Why not let me and Su Ge open a barbecue restaurant together?" Her bright eyes glimmer with anticipation. Seeing his daughter's eager gaze, Ji Shangyuan smiles warmly. "Very well. As long as you're happy. However, what is it?" Wu Bao gazes at Ji Shangyuan with wide, pleading eyes, fearful of a rejection. Ji Shangyuan chuckles, "However, you cannot receive the shares for free. I will invest 1 million to purchase the shares that Su Ge is offering, and those shares will belong to Wu Bao." "Yay. Thank you, Daddy." Wu Bao exclaims, rushing to Su Ge, "How many shares do I have?" Su Ge responds, 20%, but within a year, its value will multiply 1,000-fold, perhaps even 10,000-fold. "Really?" Wu Bao bounces with excitement, her twin ponytails swaying adorably. "I would never deceive you." Su Ge ruffles Wu Bao's hair affectionately. Wu Bao seizes Su Ji's wandering hand. "I believe you, Su Ge. Let us go see the barbecue restaurant right away." In truth, Ji Shangyuan paid little mind to the barbecue restaurant. Its success or failure was of no consequence to him, as his only desire was for his daughter's happiness. Similarly, Ji Wu Bao held no particular yearning for wealth. Her joy stemmed solely from being with Su Ge. At that moment, Ji Shangyuan, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Are you not dining at home?" Upon witnessing her father's demeanor, Wu Bao was taken aback. "Father, are you really going to cook again?" "No. Su Ge and I are eating out." "Ah, very well," he conceded. Observing his daughter's attachment to Su Ge, Ji Shangyuan could only sigh. A daughter must eventually marry. Su Ge then rose and chuckled. "The restaurant has just opened, and there are many matters that require my attention. I shall return another day to enjoy tea with you." "Uncle." Ji Shangyuan nodded in agreement. "Then I must prepare some fine tea." Chapter 54. The Colossus of the Future. "Dad, perhaps you should refrain from cooking. I genuinely fear for your safety. Let us dine out together," Wu Bao implored, sidling up to Ji Shangyuan and affectionately shaking his arm, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief. "I indulge in this pastime. I am simply succumbing to my cravings today," Ji Shangyuan replied, shaking his head. Wu Bao persisted, nearly wrenching Ji Shangyuan's arm off. "Su Ge possesses 16 unique barbecue recipes. Let us visit the barbecue restaurant and have Su Gu teach you the art of grilling. It is my favorite cuisine. Unable to resist his daughter's enthusiasm, Ji Shangyuan conceded. Very well, since Su Gu is preoccupied at the restaurant, I shall lend a hand. Thank you, Uncle Ji, Su Gu expressed gratefully. The presence of Ji Shangyuan's daughter was markedly different from that of Ji Shangyuan himself. As a man of considerable wealth, his movements were closely monitored by many, particularly those within their circle, both allies and adversaries of high stature. Before long, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz departed from the Zilla Villa. A black van trailing closely behind in the rearview mirror, presumably laden with bodyguards. Su Gu mused to himself and subsequently retrieved his phone to inform Ling to gather the staff at the restaurant. Moments later, the Mercedes-Benz came to a halt outside the barbecue establishment, and the trio disembarked in succession. Ling dutifully awaited with 8 employees, who immediately began to murmur among themselves upon the car's arrival. It's a Maybach. The boss drives a Maybach. Ling felt a twinge of bitterness. Indeed, Su Gu was a figure of significance, and only that little princess by his side seemed worthy of him. Ling, please bring everyone over, Su Gu introduced. This is our new shareholder, Ji Wubao, and this is her father, Ji Shangyuan. Hello, I am Ling, she greeted, visibly nervous. Su Gu gently placed a hand on her shoulder, and as she felt his warmth, her anxiety began to dissipate. Ling, you are truly beautiful, Ji Wubao exclaimed, her large, inquisitive eyes gazing at Ling with admiration. Having overheard Su Gu speak of Ling managing the barbecue restaurant alone, she felt a mix of respect and curiosity towards this girl of similar age. You are far more beautiful than I, Wubao, Ling replied with a shy smile. Su Gu chuckled. Do not linger outside. It is quite warm. By the way, Uncle Ji, let them come inside to rest as well. Ji Shangyuan, fully aware of who Su Gu referred to as them, nodded and pressed a button on his ring. You may enter, but do not disturb anyone. Soon, 8 individuals clad in black t-shirts emerged from the black van, their 16 piercing eyes radiating an intimidating aura, clearly not to be trifled with. As they entered the restaurant, Wu Bao clutched Su Ji's wrist with one hand and her father's wrist with the other, her curious eyes darting around the chaotic establishment. Ling felt a flush creeping to her cheeks, unsure of where to place her hands. Su Gu, noticing Ling's discomfort, remarked with a smile. We have been short-staffed in recent days, hence the lack of tidiness. Ji Shangyuan waved his hand kindly, saying, It's all right. I too have endured hardships. And now we have a surplus of manpower. Biao, gather everyone and clean the store. 8 burly men nodded in unison, swiftly dispersing to retrieve cleaning tools and diligently commence their tidying. Xiaorong, you all should assist as well. Ling felt a bit embarrassed. Ji Shangyuan chuckled. Miss Ling, there's no need for embarrassment. My daughter is quite inexperienced and will require your guidance in the future. Sister Ling, what is this? And this one? Oh, this chair seems to be broken. Let's replace it. And this one too. Wu Bao scurried about the small shop, incessantly tugging at Ling's sleeve and inquiring while simultaneously finalizing the furniture and appliances that needed updating. Well, in Wu Bao's view, nearly everything ought to be replaced, including the sign, though she did not mention altering the name. Upon hearing his daughter's thoughts, Ji Shangyuan promptly instructed a bodyguard to take note of all the items to be replaced, arranging for immediate replacements. In no time, the store was abuzz with activity, with individuals cleaning, replacing appliances, and fixing various items, all in a flurry. Meanwhile, Su Gu, Wu Bao, and Ling were in a compact private room, finalizing the shares of this future colossal enterprise. Chapter 55. The first guest upturned the table as night descended. The establishment had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing both tidy and spacious with an air of meticulous order. The staff had unfurled the newly acquired outdoor folding umbrellas and arranged an array of pristine tables and lighting fixtures. The dramatic changes left patrons of other late-night eateries astonished, as the proprietors huddled together, whispering in disbelief. What was Ling Barbecue up to? Hadn't they offended Luoshan Grilled Fish? Indeed, their head chef had resigned, and with the business barely hanging on, they were foolishly renovating their premises. At Luoshan Grilled Fish, Luo Shanlin regarded the middle-aged man beside him with a respectful demeanor. Master Su, what is your opinion? Su Jiang, nearing 50, with graying hair, emanated an aura of vitality. He glanced at Ling Barbecue with disdain and remarked, just because a newcomer has arrived, they think they can struggle? I shall observe for myself shortly. Meanwhile, Ji Wubao clung to Su Ji's arm. Ling elder sister mentioned that your barbecue is exceptionally delectable. I must indulge tonight. Su Gu playfully tapped Wu Bao's forehead and smiled. Even the tastiest food should be consumed in moderation. Be wary of gaining weight. At that moment, Ji Shangyuan chuckled ruefully. You little rascal, don't eat only Su Ji's barbecue. I wish to grill too. Wu Bao gazed at her father with a mix of emotions, finally conceding, fine. With Su Ji's assistance, it should turn out fine. Su Gu laughed heartily. Uncle Ji, with my guidance, you will undoubtedly craft the most exquisite barbecue. He Ling. Let them ignite the fire. As the blower roared to life, the 4 newly installed high-end grills began to emit flames and intense heat. Various skewers and spices had been prepared earlier in the day, with an array of seasonings neatly arranged on a 3-meter-long central island. He Ling, Ji Shangyuan. And the 2 grill apprentices donned masks, each occupied a grill, while Su Gu stood by as their mentor. Let us commence with the simplest pork belly, Su Gu declared earnestly. Recognizing the significance of this inaugural grilling session for the rebirth of the barbecue establishment, it demanded their utmost seriousness. Upon Su Ji's command, He Ling and the 2 apprentices hurriedly skewered the pork belly onto the grill, while Ji Shangyuan fumbled to place a handful of skewers upon the flames. Sizzle! The sound of bubbling oil filled the air, as enticing aromas began to waft around them. Ji Shangyuan, inhaling the fragrance, was utterly exhilarated. What? My grilled meat smells so delightful. Ecstatic, he savored the scent, while Su Gu held his forehead in exasperation. Uncle Ji, raise your hand. It's burning. What? Oh no. It's ruined. Ji Shangyuan lamented, on the verge of tears. Aside from Ji Shangyuan, He Ling and the 2 apprentices performed commendably, largely due to Su Ji's secret seasoning, which significantly compensated for their technical shortcomings. Just then, a server rushed over. Boss, a guest has arrived, but he has only ordered a single skewer of pork belly. Only 1 skewer? Could it be a child? Su Gu felt a twinge of curiosity but dismissed it, since this was the first guest. She instructed the server to take out 10 skewers. Understood. The server took 10 skewers from He Ling and carried them out on a platter. Su Gu turned to Ji Shangyuan and said, Uncle Ji, this item in your hand is no longer usable. Why? There is still half of it that is untouched. Ji Shangyuan replied, a look of confusion on his face. Su Gu shook her head. Although it remains unburned, it has already absorbed the sin of being scorched. Hence it is unusable. A young chef interjected, but what a pity to discard it. If we were to throw away everything that is slightly burnt in the future, wouldn't that be an utter waste? Su Gu cast her a calm glance. Once you master my technique, burning, that will be a non-issue. As her words fell, a sudden clatter of dishes hitting the floor echoed from outside, and a server rushed in, exclaiming, not good. A customer has overturned the table. Chapter 56. Behind me stands the Sun family. No, this is simply too delicious. If this establishment were to flourish, the barbecue industry would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. With trembling hands, Su Jiang overturned the table, his eyes filled with dread. I must mobilize my connections to extinguish this venture in its infancy. Suppressing his inner terror, Su Jiang stepped into the restaurant. He intended to create a scene, driving customers away and causing them to miss out on the soul-stirring barbecue, thereby ensuring the restaurant's reputation could not take flight, and then leverage his relationships to prevent its operation. He contemplated numerous schemes, such as bribing food critics to disparage the place, enlisting the Environmental Bureau to create disturbances, and more. As he pondered, Su Jiang had already moved from the outdoor folding umbrella to the entrance of the restaurant, but when he looked ahead, his heart sank. There, within the establishment, 20 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, including 8 imposing muscular men. The culinary world is not one where muscles reign supreme, Su Jiang reassured himself, wiping away his cold sweat as he entered. Su Gu glared at Su Jiang with a chilling gaze. It is you who dares to overturn our table? Su Jiang was momentarily taken aback. The young man before him was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of mystery that indicated he was no ordinary person. Nevertheless, he had resolved to cause a ruckus, snorting in anger. The barbecue at your establishment is so unpalatable, it makes me nauseous. And you dare to prevent me from overturning tables? A server retorted. You claimed it was terrible after just 1 bite. Did you even savor the flavor? Su Jiang scoffed. If I cannot discern the taste after 1 bite, what kind of master barbecue chef would that make me? A master barbecue chef? Su Gu smirked. You must be Su Jiang of Luo Shanlin. Indeed, that is I. Su Jiang adopted an air of indifference, surveying the individuals in the restaurant. 3 foolish young girls and 1 clumsy old man. How could they possibly run a barbecue establishment? Are you referring to me? Ji Shangyuan queried with a knowing smile, and Su Gu shrugged in amusement. Su Jiang huffed. I am indeed speaking of you. Clumsy and awkward, what are you grilling? You should return to farming. At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the restaurant. How could a mere barbecue chef dare to insult Ji Shangyuan? It is worth noting that he was a significant figure, always flanked by 8 bodyguards, his wealth immeasurable. Ji Wubao could not contain his laughter. Shattering the stillness, Ji Shangyuan, rather than becoming incensed, laughed heartily, prompting the 8 bodyguards to chuckle along, followed by the staff who joined in the mirth. In an instant, the entire restaurant resonated with laughter. What are you laughing at? You've made me sick, and I demand compensation. Su Jiang sulked, smashing a nearby beer bottle with a loud crash. The bottle shattered on the floor, shards scattering, and liquid flowed forth, fizzing audibly. The restaurant grew quiet once more, as 20 pairs of eyes emitted glances of indifference, disdain, mild anger, and ill intent, sending shivers down Su Jiang's spine. What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Su Ge grinned, gesturing behind him simultaneously with Ji Shangyuan. The 8 muscular men chuckled ominously, closing in on Su Jiang. At this moment, Su Jiang finally realized the dire situation he was in, his legs trembling as he incessantly retreated. Do you know who stands behind me? What do you intend to do? However, regardless of his furious curses, threats, or desperate struggles, he could only surrender helplessly under the encirclement of 8 burly men. 2 of the men seized Su Jiang's arms, dragging him before Su Ge and Ji Shangyuan, delivering a kick that forced him to kneel. Kneel properly. Su Jiang's face flushed a deep shade of liver red as he proclaimed, I tell you, the Sun family stands behind me. Su Ge and Ji Shangyuan exchanged glances. Which Sun family? Should we have him call them over? Ji Shangyuan shrugged. Let him call them over. We shall deal with this together. Biao, let him make the call. Chapter 57. The savior of Su Jiang arrives under the watchful gazes of Su Ge and others. Su Jiang finished his phone call. Just wait. Soon I shall have you all kneeling before me. Su Jiang's knees ached from the strain, and he instinctively shifted position. Su Ge cast a glance at him, then summoned Ji Shangyuan and the others to continue with the barbecue. He needed to impart all his skills to Yi Ling and the others promptly so that he could leisurely assume the role of a hands-off manager. Yes, turn it over. Maintain the rhythm. Pay attention to the color. Su Ge wove between the 4, consistently correcting their mistakes while generously offering praise. Su Jiang knelt on the ground, watching Su Ge instruct the others, and was unexpectedly struck by a sense of enlightenment. This young man had elevated the simple act of grilling pork belly to a level of unparalleled perfection. Su Jiang's eyes widened. He could sense that this young man's grilling expertise surpassed his own by an immeasurable degree. This indicated that the young man was undoubtedly a national, perhaps even an international master griller. How could someone of such caliber be found in this humble establishment? Pondering this, Su Jiang's gaze shifted to Ji Shangyuan. Ji Shangyuan, wearing a mask and with bare arms glistening with sweat, bore no semblance of a prominent figure. Yet why did the 8 burly men continue to fix their eyes upon him? Su Jiang trembled, filled with unease. The enticing aroma of barbecue wafted out of the shop, causing 2 high school girls, just released from classes, to pause momentarily and involuntarily swallow. Yi Ling's barbecue. I've been here before. It wasn't good, but the scent. This place seems revitalized. Look, there's a handsome guy inside. Let us go take a look. Hand in hand, the girls entered the shop, only to halt in their tracks at the sight before them. Why was there someone kneeling here? Was he begging? This old man is shameless. Dressed so well yet reduced to begging, one girl muttered under her breath, lifting her gaze ahead. Just then, Su Ge turned around and locked eyes with the high school girl. She wore a crisp white shirt and a plaid mini skirt, her long legs awkwardly twisting together. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, appearing as if she might burst from the shame. The other girl was equally crimson, her earlobes nearly burning. Ahem, Ji Wubao coughed. Are we dining in or taking out? Though Wubao's voice was gentle, her large, glistening eyes brimmed with a fierce cuteness, resembling an adorable little tiger. Su Ge chuckled softly, approaching to ruffle Wubao's hair, causing her to withdraw her neck, transforming from a little tiger into a timid kitten. We'll eat here. The 2 girls mustered their courage to say, and a server promptly guided them to a table. Shortly after ordering, they found themselves staring intently at Su Ge, seemingly no longer hungry. Just then, a BMW sports car roared to a stop nearby. A buzzcut punk emerged. It was Sun Ji, the very person Su Ge had previously embarrassed with cash. Upon stepping out, Sun Ji immediately spotted the 2 attractive girls seated under a folding umbrella and let out a whistle, only to earn 2 disdainful glares in return. How absurd. Is it merely a bruise on the face? Such disdain. Could it be that one cannot behold my luxurious sports car? Sun Ji, overwhelmed with frustration, suddenly recalled the events of the morning, igniting a flame of agitation within him. With clenched teeth, he approached the barbecue shop in trance, and there, before him, knelt Su Jiang, who, with a quiver in his shoulders and a glare in his eyes, exclaimed, "Who did this? I will annihilate him. Young master's son, save me." Su Jiang, his face a portrait of despair, found himself under the merciless scrutiny of 8 predatory gazes, rendering him incapable of rising. "Fear not. I shall discover who it is," Sun Ji retorted, a grim smile stretching across his face as he strode into the barbecue shop with a disregard for kinship. Then, as if frozen in time, he stood aghast. "It is you." Suge. Humiliation, rage, hatred, sorrow, all these emotions surged from his core, flooding his heart and threatening to erupt from his throat at any moment. "Sun Ji, can't you see me?" Jishang Yuan turned, removing his mask, his voice calm and measured, while Ji Wubao peeked out from behind Suge. The scene before Sun Ji was so shocking that his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. All his grievances lodged in his throat, unable to be expressed. A tremor coursed through him, nearly causing him to faint. Suge, with a gentle tone and a beaming smile, inquired, "Are you here for barbecue?" I was just passing by. Sun Ji stumbled out of the barbecue shop like a marionette, leaving Su Jiang kneeling in stunned silence. Chapter 58. A rush to depart. Suge smiled and said, "Why leave so soon? Am I truly that frightening?" Not frightening at all. Rather, Su Ji's striking handsomeness had caused a hasty retreat. Ji Wubao wrapped her arms around Suge, and the thin fabric could scarcely conceal the soft and delicate sensation. Moreover, Wubao occasionally bounced and rubbed against him, sending delightful sensations coursing through Suge. He feigned ignorance and glanced up at the resplendent moon, exclaiming, "How large and round it is." At that moment, Jishang Yuan inquired, "This Su Jiang cannot remain kneeling here indefinitely. Suge, how do you propose we handle this?" Hearing that he was to be dealt with, Su Jiang was immediately struck with terror, nearly bowing in submission. Such a figure could easily render him miserable with a mere word. Once Jishang Yuan removed his mask, Su Jiang recognized him. This middle-aged man, glistening with sweat, was none other than Jishang Yuan, the esteemed leader of the prestigious Ji family from Sichuan province, whom he had only admired from afar. "I fail to recognize the towering figure," Su Jiang lamented, pressing his forehead to the ground in despair. Suge scoffed. "You overturned our table and insulted others. Leaving so easily is not an option." Su Jiang was unsure of Su Ji's identity, but recognizing that even Jishang Yuan sought his counsel, he felt an overwhelming fear. "I will do whatever you command." "What can you possibly do?" Suge replied with a chuckle. Su Jiang hastily proclaimed, "I can advertise for you in the culinary circle. I can." "Do I require that?" Suge retorted coldly. Su Jiang's words caught in his throat, realizing the futility. Indeed, for someone of such stature, these matters could be resolved with a mere nod. However, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he exclaimed, "I can work for you free of charge. I am a master grill chef. I implore you to take me in." As the barbecue restaurant had just reopened, it was indeed in need of a skilled chef like him. If he could atone for his transgressions and perform well, he might not only learn profound techniques but perhaps even catch a glimpse of secret recipes. "Huh? You think I would allow you to remain in my establishment?" "Absolutely not," Suge scoffed. Had Su Jiang not insulted Jishang Yuan, Suge might have considered it. However, under the current circumstances, keeping him would be repugnant. Su Jiang was at a loss. "What more do you want when I am offering my services for free?" Just then, a breathless figure burst in Luo Shanlin. "Master, why are you kneeling? Please, get up." Luo Shanlin exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Suge while scolding. "How dare you coerce my master into kneeling?" Slap. A resounding slap struck Luo Shanlin's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Su Jiang, trembling, seized Luo Shanlin by the collar. "Who is your master? You, a mere errand boy, have brought me to ruin." With that, he yanked Luo Shanlin down to the ground like a frog. "All this chaos was instigated by this little wretch. He was the root of all my troubles. Suge, Ji Yi, I beseech you to grant me a chance at redemption." Su Jiang pleaded desperately. Suge gazed down at the two individuals, his tone indifferent. "Kneel." "Yes, I shall kneel. I shall kneel." Su Jiang trembled as he knelt properly, then gave Luo Shanlin a push, urging him to comply lest they meet a dire fate. Luo Shanlin, acutely aware of having offended a powerful figure, knelt in abject fear, his heart sinking with dread. Suge, accompanied by He Ling, approached Su Jiang and Luo Shanlin. "Luo Shanlin, you must face the consequences of your despicable actions." Luo Shanlin raised his head, his face betraying his terror, and crawled forward on his knees, Ling, I was in the wrong. I should not have opened a grilled fish restaurant to undermine your business. I beg you, I implore you to spare me. Ling, a person of inherent kindness, felt her heart harden at the thought of Luo Shanlin's relentless sabotage of their family business, which had left them struggling to cover even her father's medical expenses. Her expression turned cold. Your pleas hold no weight with me. I heed Su Ji's words. With that, Ling turned away. Suga cast a glance at Su Jiang and Luo Shanlin. Be gone. Do not let me lay eyes upon you again, nor hear a whisper of your existence. Yes, yes, we shall depart immediately. Su Jiang nodded fervently, and they truly began to crawl out of the barbecue shop. Witnessing this, Luo Shanlin hastily followed suit, both men fearful of being outdone by the other, as they scrambled to exit the establishment in a frantic hurry. Chapter 59. The sudden misfortune. After sending off Su Jia, Luo, and Shanlin, Suga resumed his instruction with Ling and the others. As night deepened, the number of patrons seeking late-night snacks increased, drawn in by the tantalizing aromas wafting from Ling's barbecue shop. How delightful the fragrances! Indeed. When did the barbecue here become so enticing? Never mind, my appetite has been whetted. I shall dine here. Boss, we would like to order. Such mundane tasks as taking orders were naturally left to the waitstaff, while Suga focused solely on teaching the four to grill skewers. One delectable dish after another was served to the tables, with numerous diners eagerly indulging in the grilled delights. Wow, this is utterly delicious. This is the finest barbecue I have ever tasted. No, it is the most exquisite food I have ever savored. Quickly, let us order more, much more. After relishing the barbecue, the patrons were left astonished, their appetites insatiable, leading to an increasingly frantic pace for the four grillers. Jishang Yuan, feeling somewhat exhausted, rubbed his shoulders and stepped away from the grill, though he was filled with excitement. Look at that table. Every skewer was grilled by me, and they devoured it all, even licking the metal skewers clean. Ji Wubao lavishly praised her father. Dad, you are truly amazing. Jishang Yuan had long been criticized by his daughter for his lack of culinary skills, and now receiving such commendation filled him with satisfaction. Regrettably, I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shan't stay with you all, Jishang Yuan remarked. Come, Wubao. Ji Wubao clung tightly to Su Ji's arm, declaring, I'm not leaving. I want to stay with Suga. Jishang Yuan glanced at Suga and chuckled. Very well, I entrust Wubao to you. Suga, rest assured. Uncle Ji, I shall take good care of Wubao, Suga replied with a smile. Jishang Yuan nodded in approval and departed the barbecue shop with his 8 bodyguards. Suga then assigned the newly hired chef to fill the void left by Jishang Yuan and commenced an enthusiastic training session for grilling. As time slipped by, the supply of ingredients was entirely exhausted, and the shop was reluctantly closed, leading the diners to gradually disperse. On the roadside, Wubao, with one hand draped over Su Ji's arm and the other covering her mouth as she yawned, exclaimed, after such a busy night, I am utterly exhausted. You've merely been hanging onto my arm. How busy could you possibly be? Suga chuckled softly. Ji Wubao pouted. Of course I was busy. The way those people ate was so amusing, I could hardly keep up. So it was that you were merely preoccupied with watching others, Suga teased. By the way, will you take a taxi home or have your family pick you up? When did I say I was going home? Ji Wubao replied earnestly. The 3 of us have divided shares in the barbecue shop, so we are a team now. We must live together. Suga shook his head slowly. What kind of reasoning is that? I shall escort you home. Otherwise, Uncle Ji will worry about you. I won't go. I won't go. Ji Wubao pouted and, like a kangaroo, leapt to Ling's side, wrapping her arms around her in a playful manner. Sister Ling, will you take me in? Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with a pitiable light, resembling a helpless puppy, making it difficult for Ling to refuse. All right, we can sleep together, Ling responded gently. Ji Wubao gently covered her mouth, her face a picture of disbelief. Are the 3 of us going to sleep together? What did you say? Su Ji's eyes glinted with mischief as he surveyed the 2 girls before him. On the left stood the youthful and stunningly beautiful girl Ling, while on the right was the petite and adorable lowly Wubao. The thought of sharing a bed together was truly exhilarating. As Suga envisioned the enchanting scene, he couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Ling's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the hospital. Startled, Ling quickly answered, Hello? It's me. What? My father can only hold on for another 2 weeks. Upon hearing the devastating news, the already weary Ling nearly fainted on the spot. Had Suga not swiftly caught her in his arms, she might have collapsed. Ling's sister, Wubao exclaimed, frightened. Suga. Woo-woo. Ling was unable to contain her sorrow, breaking into tears. It's all right, Suga comforted Ling, while internally he urged, System, think of a way. I must save Yiling's father. A flash of blue appeared before him, and the system interface manifested in front of Sugu. Ding. Searching for orders based on the host request. Ding. Orders that meet the criteria have been found. Please open the order panel to accept the order. Chapter 60. The impure Mingfei silver needle. The shimmering screen was visible solely to Sugu, and the two messages from the system were imbued with unmistakable significance. By accepting the order, one could acquire a certain healing ability, provided, of course, that a perfect evaluation was achieved. I have a solution, Sugu reassured Yiling, who was feeling flustered. Let us first proceed to the hospital. Held in Suji's embrace, Yiling suddenly felt a wave of reassurance. He was indeed her savior. And if he claimed to have a way, then surely there would be one. The trio summoned a ride and arrived at the hospital to visit Feng Mingqiu, whose condition was indeed dire. I need to find someone and will return within a week, Sugu said with a smile to Yiling, gently tousling Ji Wubao's hair. Wubao, take good care of your sister Yiling. The two girls nodded in unison, exhibiting remarkable obedience. Sugu returned their nods before departing the hospital. Time shifted to a parallel world in the city of Nanjing. Yin Xiaoxuan sat vacantly on a roadside bench, a hamburger in hand, the words of her grandfather echoing in her mind. Xiaoxuan, your grandfather has fought for the Gu family for so many years, and now he is afflicted with numerous ailments. In this territorial division battle of Nanjing, I fear he may not endure much longer. Now, all I desire is for you to find a kind and satisfactory boyfriend for yourself. With a frustrated bite into her hamburger, Yin Xiaoxuan felt some irritation dissipate. Chewing on the burger, her once favorite food now lacked flavor, and she sighed. A boyfriend? What good is that? He can't cure my grandfather's ailments. And those boys pursuing me couldn't even match me in a fight. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the opportunity to order a shared boyfriend. A voice emanated from her pocket, followed immediately by a persistent vibration. What on earth? Startled, Yin Xiaoxuan tossed aside her hamburger and hastily retrieved her phone. An additional app? She blinked in curiosity at the shared boyfriend application and tentatively tapped it open. Upon launching, a dialog box appeared with a message. Ding. Welcome to order a shared boyfriend. Completely free? Handsome to the point of bubbling? Highly skilled? And I can specify an ability? Excitement flickered in her eyes, only to be dimmed by skepticism. Could such good fortune truly exist? Ding. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the order. Yin Xiaoxuan pouted, typing out a message. Since it's free, I might as well give it a try. Ding. Please specify one desired ability and confirm the rental period. A week should suffice. As for the specified ability, it would be great if he can heal my grandfather. With her head tilted in contemplation, Yin Xiaoxuan finalized the rental period and ability, sending the message. Ding. Order successful. Please await the acceptance of your shared boyfriend. In Amei City. At a dilapidated building adorned with faded red posters proclaiming demolition, Sugu accessed the system's order section, and the screen flickered to life. Yin Xiaoxuan's full-body portrait materialized on the screen, her autumn-like eyes framed by delicate brows reminiscent of dark mountains, her features exquisitely defined. Her hair was styled into a bun, with wispy bangs framing her face, and her fair, elongated neck captured the gaze with an irresistible allure. Ding. This order is a 3-star request. Please confirm if you wish to accept it. 3 stars? Very well. Sugu nodded, confirmed. Ding. The order has been confirmed. Commencing transmission. As Sugu blinked, the surroundings remained unchanged, still enveloped in the dilapidated dwelling. Ding. The host has arrived in the parallel world. The specified ability of the goddess is unclear. The system has automatically loaded the skill Mingfei silver needle, along with 128 assorted silver needles crafted by Mingfei. Ding. The host is required to locate Yin Xiaoxuan before 10 a.m. tomorrow. From the moment of your meeting, you will be her boyfriend for a duration of 7 days. A red box, measuring 1.5 meters in length and 3 inches in width, appeared in Su Ji's hands as if conjured from thin air. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge and information regarding the Mingfei silver needle skill flooded his mind, acupoints of the human body, techniques for needle application. In addition to treating hidden injuries, it can also enhance beauty, detoxify, rapidly augment bust size, and heighten a woman's sensitivity. Su Ji's eyes widened in astonishment as a myriad of tantalizing images danced in his mind. Chapter 61. What is my boyfriend's name? According to the information provided by the system, the Mingfei silver needles were crafted by a talented woman from the ancient Ming family, a renowned lineage of hidden medical and martial arts practitioners. This creation embodies the quintessence of the family's medical prowess, boasting a myriad of effects. Truly, she is a remarkable talent. Suji's eyes sparkled with admiration for the esteemed Mingfei. As Sugu opened the elongated crimson box, the contents unfolded into a needle pouch, emanating a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Before him lay a multitude of silver needles, varying in thickness and length, glistening with a lustrous sheen. In the past, Sugu would have been dazzled by their brilliance, yet now, he felt an intimate familiarity with these 128 silver needles, aware of every intricate detail. As he brushed his fingertips over the needles, a sensation akin to a shared pulse coursed through him. Suddenly, sounds of a couple drew near from outside. Goodness, how exhilarating it would be right here, Sugu thought, bemused as he swiftly concealed the box and stepped outside. Just then, a man and a woman entered the dilapidated building, colliding with Suji's presence. The man was taken aback, while the woman gazed at Sugu, captivated. Unable to tear her eyes away for even a moment. Cut it out, Sugu scoffed, rolling his eyes as he walked away. Is being handsome such a big deal? The man huffed dismissively, attempting to pull the woman along, only for her to disdainfully shake him off. With a face like that, I have no appetite. As dawn broke, Nanjing City gradually stirred from its slumber. Gu Liqing, what is it? Xiaosun. You see, your grandfather and my grandfather are sworn brothers. So our union would be like family. Stop bothering me with this. Come back to me when you can lift that 100-pound barbell. Yin Xiaosun abruptly hung up, thoroughly annoyed by the scion of the Gu family. Despite being someone who couldn't even fend off a chicken, he insisted on courting her attention. She had resolutely decided that if Gu Liqing dared to call again, she would storm into the Gu residence and give him a good thrashing. Just then, the phone rang again. Very well, very well. I'm on my way. Yin Xiaosun initially assumed it was Gu Liqing calling again, preparing to head to the Gu residence with a sarcastic smile, only to realize it was her grandfather. Yin Feng, on the line. Hello, Grandpa. What? You want me to marry Gu Liqing? That's out of the question. I have reached a level of independence and can take care of myself from now on. The mere suggestion of marrying that weakling Gu Liqing sent Yin Xiaosun into a defensive stance. But what will you do when Grandpa is no longer here? Will you live a life of solitude? Upon hearing her grandfather mention Gu Liqing again, Yin Xiaosun felt her head spin. Grandpa, please stop. I already have a boyfriend. That so-called shared boyfriend, though mostly fictitious, would serve as a sufficient buffer for the time being. Yin Xiaosun felt a rush of pride at her cleverness. What? You have a boyfriend? A voice filled with surprise emanated from across the way, inquiring about a name, eager to discover the identity of this remarkable individual. It's... Yin Xiaoxuan stammered, the name of her shared boyfriend eluding her, as the app had never disclosed such information. What is your boyfriend's name, Xiaoxuan? Came the skeptical question from the other side. Ah. My boyfriend is called... Oh no. What a disaster. Someone, please tell me. What is my boyfriend's name? I'm Sugu. A clear and melodious male voice resonated beside Yin Xiaoxuan. Turning her head, she was met with a pair of eyes as bright and clear as autumn waters, wide open in astonishment, ripples of beauty shimmering within. Chapter 62. Becoming like a folded ear cat with just a fleeting glance, Yin Xiaoxuan found herself momentarily entranced. The man before her, named Sugu, possessed a visage as gentle as jade, with eyes as dark as lacquer, standing tall and poised, exuding an enchanting aura. Under the sunlight, his face and eyes reflected a soft glow, enhancing his mysterious charm. Yin Xiaoxuan's heart began to race like a startled rabbit, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. He was incredibly handsome, truly the most striking person she had ever encountered. She yearned to leap into his arms, typically straightforward. Yin Xiaoxuan now resembled an adorable folded ear cat. Hey, Yin Xiaoxuan, why are you silent? Are you still there? I am. My boyfriend is. Sugu. Startled, Yin Xiaoxuan suddenly realized she had been staring at Sugu for at least several seconds, her face flushing even more, the delicate skin of her neck turning rosy. Sugu? I haven't heard of him. You didn't just randomly pick someone off the street, did you? Impossible. Yin Xiaoxuan secretly glanced at Sugu. I dare you to video call us right now. After ending the call, Yin Xiaoxuan gestured towards her phone, her contrasting eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment. I apologize. But could you please join me in a video call with my grandfather? Sugu smiled slightly. Of course, I am your shared boyfriend. Not only can we video call, but I would even accompany you home. Huh? Shared boyfriend. Yin Xiaoxuan had initially thought Sugu was merely passing by and had fortuitously overheard her phone conversation, never considering that he was indeed the shared boyfriend she had ordered. Yes, I am your shared boyfriend, Sugu. He smirked, for the upcoming week. We shall be like a couple. A couple? That sounds so sweet. Yin Xiaoxuan felt a flutter in her heart. She longed for such a life. though she had yet to find a satisfactory partner. A satisfactory partner must possess good looks, a pleasant demeanor, and be capable of holding their own against her. After a moment of awe, Yin Xiaoxuan began to regain her composure. Wait, can Sugo really hold his own against me? What if he can't? But he is undeniably handsome. Perhaps I could forego the last requirement? What are you thinking about? Sugo approached and gently tapped her forehead. No other male had ever been so affectionate with her, causing Yin Xiaoxuan to emit a soft sound. The order mentioned that shared boyfriends are quite capable in combat. Is that true? Suga nodded. I'm average, I suppose. Last time, I kicked a certain Sonda champion across the room. Really? Let us spar. Yin Xiaoxuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement, nearly bursting to engage Sugo in an epic showdown. It seemed that Xiaoxuan had a penchant for martial prowess, her eyes sparkling with delight. Suga mused to himself, exasperated. We haven't even video called your grandfather yet. Only then did Yin Xiaoxuan remember her promise to her grandfather. Just at that moment, her phone rang. It was a video call from her grandfather. Upon connecting the call, Yin Feng appeared on the screen, his brows thick and neatly groomed, yet his hair had turned a silvery gray, creating a striking contrast. Well, why didn't you call earlier? You must be lying, girl. Not at all. Sugo is right here with me. Yin Xiaoxuan stuck her tongue out and made a face, promptly shifting her position to ensure both she and Sugo appeared in the video frame. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Sugo. Sugo beamed a smile and waved at the camera. Yin Feng, initially taken aback by Su Ji's presence beside Xiaoxuan, soon observed as his slightly clouded gaze gradually regained its clarity, revealing a hint of astonishment. This young man was remarkably handsome, and most notably, his eyes seemed to pierce through the very wounds I bear. Chapter 63. Let us have a duel. Yin Feng, having lived over 70 years, possessed keen insight and immediately discerned the unique attributes of Sugo beyond mere appearance. A youth of such caliber could not simply be a passerby. Yet, how did Xiaosun come to know him? With curiosity, Yin Feng inquired, Xiaosun, why have you never mentioned Sugo before? Xiaosun, secretly elated by Su Ji's affectionate address of grandfather, was overwhelmed with excitement at sharing the same term of endearment. However, upon Yin Feng's question, she felt a pang of uncertainty, fearing that her response might inadvertently reveal too much. Sugo smiled and replied, I was not worthy enough before. I feared that grandfather would not approve, thus I asked Xiaosun to refrain from mentioning me. Understanding dawned upon Yin Feng, and he nodded, regarding this self-aware and perceptive young man with even greater esteem. In contrast to the ostentatious Gu Licheng of the Gu family, Sugo exuded an air of remarkable intellect and noble lineage, clearly surpassing him by leaps and bounds. Consequently, Yin Feng cast aside the earlier conversation held over the phone, yearning to meet his future grandson-in-law at once. Grandfather, we still have places to explore, Xiaosun exclaimed, clinging to Su Ji's arm and playfully nuzzling his shoulder. Yin Feng chuckled, waving his hand in dismissal. Go enjoy yourselves, and do remember to bring Sugo back to visit another day. Goodbye, grandfather. Both Xiaosun and Sugo smiled and waved, resembling a youthful couple, which brought a hearty laugh from Yin Feng. Once the video call ended, Xiaosun continued to cling to Su Ji's arm. Beneath the thin fabric of his shirt, his arm revealed sturdy, powerful muscles, complemented by skin smooth and warm to the touch, pulsating with vitality, an allure that captivated Xiaosun immensely. Simultaneously, Sugo felt the graceful curves of Xiaosun's slender figure beneath her delicate attire. The elasticity, warmth, and vibrant energy they shared ignited a fervor within him, contrasting beautifully with the softness that Ji Wubao offered, both equally enticing and stirring. Xiaosun gazed up at the charming Sugo, her heart racing faster with each passing moment, her eyes growing increasingly dreamy. She never anticipated that one day she would find herself with such an exceptional boyfriend. Overwhelmed with excitement, her gaze fell upon the girl standing by the roadside, staring intently at Sugo, which filled her with a sense of pride, prompting her to clutch him even tighter. The more Xiaosun embraced him, the more Sugo could perceive the astonishing elasticity and warmth radiating from her, alongside the rhythmic thumping of her heart. As they stood there, more and more people were drawn to Sugo, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Wow, what a handsome young man, one girl remarked. And that girl is stunning too. Are they filming a drama? However, they noticed the absence of a cameraman. Within moments, bewildered passers-by began to encircle them, forming a gathering. Sugo belongs to me alone, Xiaosun huffed, tugging Sugo away from the throng. Sugo had already contemplated leaving, quickening his pace. If they lingered any longer, the crowd would surely press closer. The two individuals clasped hands and sprinted with great haste until they reached a secluded park, where they finally came to a halt. Within the park, Towering flower beds encircled a central clearing, flanked by a row of wooden benches against the wall. Lush foliage stretched its branches above, allowing only a few fortunate rays of sunlight to pierce through the gaps, casting unique patches of light upon the ground. Sugu and Yin Xiao soon settled onto a wooden bench, enveloped by the tranquil ambience, where the only sounds that echoed were those emanating from themselves and each other. Yin Xiaosun breathed in small gasps, tugging at her collar to reveal her graceful collarbones. Suddenly, she noticed that Sugu appeared neither flushed nor breathless, prompting her to widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Sugu, could it be that you were truly formidable? Previously, when Sugu claimed to have kicked a martial arts champion, she had been somewhat skeptical. However, at this moment, she was nearly convinced that Sugu was indeed her equal. Sugu offered a faint smile, affirming her suspicion with a simple yes. The confirmation brought a flicker of joy to Yin Xiaosun's face, merging her earlier surprise with a newfound delight. His impeccably handsome visage had almost conquered her, now. Coupled with the realization that he surpassed her in strength, her final defenses crumbled. Sugu, you are my destined partner. At long last, I have found you. Yin Xiaosun exclaimed joyfully, leaping to her feet and eagerly gazing at Sugu. Let us engage in a duel. Chapter 64. The fierce and adorable Yin Xiaoxuan fighting? Surely not. Sugu had long since recognized that Yin Xiaoxuan was no ordinary girl. Her vibrant, athletic physique and the slight breathlessness she exhibited after running such a distance were unmistakable indicators of her exceptional nature. However, she was still a girl, and more importantly, his girlfriend. The thought of engaging in a skirmish with her, should any unforeseen mishap occur, would undoubtedly cause him great distress. Please, Sugu, Yin Xiaoxuan pleaded, half crouching, half kneeling before him, her small hands clasping his calves in a pitiful manner. Looking at Yin Xiaoxuan, who resembled a puppy begging for food, Sugu sighed and gently tapped her forehead. All right then. In an instant, Yin Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Her grip around his legs tightened like a constrictor, and with a sudden twist of her upper body, she attempted to pull Sugu down to the ground. Indeed, Sugu had sensed her intent the moment he saw the glimmer in her eyes. With a swift motion, he pushed against the wooden chair, leveraging her pull to propel himself backward. Yin Xiaoxuan had anticipated that Sugu would grasp the chair instinctively. However, she was taken aback by his unconventional response. In that moment, if she did not release her hold, she would undoubtedly be toppled by Suji's momentum. With no time to contemplate further countermeasures, Yin Xiaoxuan relinquished her grip and sidestepped, twisting her body like a leaping leopard. Sugu, meanwhile, used his hands to steady himself against the ground, curving through the air before landing gracefully on his feet. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxuan had already lunged forward, her delicate hand slicing towards Sugu's side like a blade. The soft ribcage. Should her strike connect, most would surely succumb to the pain, rendering them powerless to resist. Excellent. Sugu smiled faintly, his right hand darting out like lightning to tap her arm. Yin Xiaoxuan's expression shifted to one of surprise as her hand lightly struck Suji's side, lacking any force. Though her initial attempt had failed, she remained composed. With her arm rendered ineffective, she still had her shoulder. Utilizing her momentum, she leaned in fiercely, her shoulder crashing into Sugu. The move was executed with such fluidity that it caught Sugu off guard. He felt as if he had been struck by a rhinoceros. His feet were forced back several steps, astonished by the immense strength that emanated from her petite frame. This girl possesses far greater strength than that fighter named Chong, Sugu thought to himself, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Simultaneously, Yin Xiaoxuan felt as though she had collided with a statue of bronze. Her shoulder throbbed from the impact, yet she was undeterred, her excitement only growing. Such a boyfriend is invigorating. Huh. With a spirited shout, Yin Xiaoxuan shifted her left foot, her other leg snapping straight like a steel whip aimed at Sugu. Sugu maintained a light smile as he deftly stepped back, while Yin Xiaoxuan pressed on with relentless vigor, each strike faster than the last, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air. As Sugu found himself cornered against the wall, Yin Xiaoxuan triumphantly exclaimed, "Faster! Even faster!" The momentum and ferocity converged into one, exuding an overwhelming aura that unsettled the very souls of those present, causing a stray dog to flee in terror. Faced with Yin Xiaoxuan's fierce assault, Sugu remained composed, retreating to a wooden chair. In a surprising display of agility, he leapt vertically off the wall, narrowly evading Yin Xiaoxuan's most vicious kick. With a resounding crack, the chair shattered beneath Yin Xiaoxuan's strike, splintering with scattering about, leaving the nearby wild chrysanthemums in tatters. At this moment, Sugu had already maneuvered behind Yin Xiaoxuan. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward to shield her back from a potential attack. Such an impressive silhouette. Perhaps not a D cup, but certainly a C cup. As Yin Xiaoxuan thrust forward, Su Ji's gaze was momentarily captivated, yet he did not falter in his actions, swiftly directing a pin towards her. Ah! Yin Xiaoxuan gasped, caught off guard, and fell amidst the debris of the broken chair. Suga quickly approached to help her up. Xiaoxuan, I had no idea you were so formidable. Had it not been for my pin, which extended my range of attack just slightly, you might have evaded it entirely. Yin Xiaoxuan brushed off the wood shavings from her attire, her curiosity piqued. Did you learn the art of the judge's pin? I trained with daggers. But I also possess some knowledge of acupoint techniques, Suga replied with a smile. The techniques that dismantled her strikes and ultimately subdued Yin Xiaoxuan stemmed from the acupoint skills acquired from the Mingfei silver needle. I see. Oh, this hurts, Yin Xiaoxuan winced, pressing her hand against her inner thigh where blood began to seep through. What's wrong? Is it your no? Su Ji's gaze swept across the jagged edge of the shattered chair, where a fragment of fabric caught his attention. Realization dawned upon him. She had been cut by the sharp splinters when she fell. I'm sorry, Xiaoxuan. It was unintentional. Sugu embraced her tenderly, concern etched on his face. Yin Xiaoxuan blinked. It's merely a minor injury. Yet, as Sugu gazed into her eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. Why was there a glimmer of excitement within them? Chapter 65. The grip tightens. A peculiar smile flickered across Su Ji's face as he playfully remarked, Xiaoxuan, release your grip. Allow me to inspect the wound. Blushing, Yin Xiaoxuan nodded and withdrew her hand from the injury. Su Ji's gaze fell downward, revealing a crimson-stained gash on her ultra-short shorts, located at the inner thigh. This position. Suga reached out to gently touch the wound, feeling a slight bounce and a hint of moisture beneath his fingertips. Yin Xiaoxuan shivered suddenly, instinctively clamping her legs together, inadvertently ensnaring Su Ji's hand within her grip. A rush of warmth and wetness enveloped his hand, stirring a wave of thoughts in his mind. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Yin Xiaoxuan's flushed face, her eyes half closed with ripples of emotion shimmering in her autumn-like pupils, her rosy lips slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, glistening tongue. Caught in Su Ji's fervent stare, Yin Xiaoxuan's heart raced, causing her to tighten her legs even more. The pressure was such that it would likely cause discomfort to an ordinary person, yet for Suga, it was just right. A subtle smile graced his lips as he shifted his hand slightly, eliciting a sensation of exquisite softness against his palm. Yin Xiaoxuan emitted a soft, fragrant sigh, the delicate aroma further igniting Su Ji's ardor. At that moment, he felt a warm, wet sensation flowing over his hand. Looking down, he was startled to find his hand stained with her vivid blood. Surprised, Su Ji's earlier thoughts dissipated significantly as he insisted, Xiaoxuan, your wound needs to be staunched. Come with me to the hotel. As he attempted to withdraw his hand, it seemed to trigger an instinctive response in Yin Xiaoxuan, causing her to tighten her grip even further. Suga tried again to pull away, yet each movement only resulted in her grasp becoming increasingly constrictive, her soft whimpers growing louder. When he glanced up, he noticed that Yin Xiaoxuan had closed her eyes, biting her lip, embodying a state of dreamy submission. His breath quickened at the sight, and he inhaled deeply, urging, Please, Xiaoxuan, let go. The wound cannot endure further friction. However, it was as if she had not heard him. Her legs continued to entwine around his hand, slowly twisting. Was she not in pain? Had Yin Xiaoxuan's submissive nature awakened? Suga wore a perplexed expression. Yet, he could not allow her to remain in this state, for the blood loss would become excessive. Suga swiftly employed a series of acupressure techniques on Yin Xiaoxuan, rendering her legs weak before lifting her into his arms. Where he touched was nothing but fragrant, soft skin, as he carried Yin Xiaoxuan out of the park. Halfway through their journey, he suddenly spotted two blushing girls ahead, who, with a mix of shyness and curiosity, cast a glance at Suga and Yin Xiaoxuan before hastily retreating. Did they seem to know something? Had they been secretly observing from a distance? If observed from a distance, one could only catch a fleeting glimpse through the foliage, hearing only faint sounds. Imagine the scene. Behind the indistinct gaps in the branches, a girl reclines partially on the ground while a boy crouches before her, extending his hand. And then a series of sounds emerges. It is highly likely that misunderstandings could arise. Suga chuckled helplessly, cradling Yin Xiaoxuan as they hailed a taxi to the hotel. To prevent any blood from staining the car seat, Suga held Xiaoxuan in a princess carry. Xiaoxuan. Her arms wrapped around Su Ji's neck, nestled her small face against her, radiating profound happiness. In the past, Yin Xiaoxuan had been striving alone, diligently training in martial arts to protect herself. However, at this moment, she suddenly found herself with an extraordinarily handsome boyfriend, whose gentle demeanor surpassed her own strength. The tension and barriers she had held within her heart crumbled in an instant, revealing a youthful longing to be cherished and protected. Chapter 66. A grand entrance. The vehicle came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the hotel. The driver, having been treated to a visual feast throughout the journey, glanced at the couple in the rearview mirror and courteously announced, "Esteemed guests, we have arrived at the St. Paul Crown Hotel." Shug nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Please hold on for a moment." At that instant, Yin Xiaoxuan's thigh was still bleeding. If not tended to promptly, the blood might soon stain the ground. Moreover, her lower body was smeared with blood, making it quite embarrassing to walk down the street. With no other recourse, Shug slowly removed his t-shirt, preparing to bandage Yin Xiaoxuan's wound. The driver's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, what an impressive set of abs. He couldn't help but lift his own shirt to compare, only to be met with a belly devoid of definition, leading him to feel a pang of self-consciousness. Once Shug had skillfully bandaged Yin Xiaoxuan's injury, he opened the car door and lifted her out. As soon as he emerged, bare-chested, he captured the attention of every passerby. "What a handsome young man," they murmured. "His face is simply flawless. And it's all natural, a true gift from the heavens. I'm absolutely captivated by those muscles. They're so alluring. I wish I could touch them." Another voice chimed in. "Look at those chiseled lines, perfection incarnate. Look, he is carrying a beautiful girl." Someone exclaimed. "She is stunning as well. They make an exquisite pair. I feel no envy at all. This is the St. Paul Crown Hotel. They must be checking in." The onlookers felt as if their eyes might burst from the spectacle of such a striking young man being so ostentatious. Yet, Shug paid no mind to the gazes of the crowd, confidently carrying the blushing Yin Xiaoxuan into the hotel lobby. A stunning woman, likely a manager, approached them. Upon recognizing Shug, she was momentarily taken aback. Last night, when he had checked in, she had entertained fantasies for quite some time. Little did she expect to be graced with such a sight just this morning. As her gaze fell upon Yin Xiaoxuan, it faltered. To be so openly claimed by him was indeed a stroke of fortune. "Please, bring me some medical gauze and scissors," Shug instructed softly as he passed by the manager. Snapping back to reality, the manager responded, "Of course, I'll fetch them right away." When Shug arrived at the door of their room, the manager caught up with him, bearing the gauze and scissors, and even opened the door for him. In return, Shug gifted her a warm smile. With a soft thud, the door closed behind them, and Shug gently laid Yin Xiaoxuan upon the bed. With so many onlookers earlier, she had buried her head in his embrace, and only now, in a dazed state, did she sense the softness of the bedding beneath her. This is on the bed. Feeling a tinge of nervousness, Yin Xiaoxuan curled up slightly, her body aflame with embarrassment, wishing to retreat further beneath the covers. However, this movement seemed to aggravate her injury, causing her to emit a soft whimper as her small hand clutched the blanket tightly. Shug tenderly caressed her. "Hang in there, my precious. I'll tend to your wounds shortly." Taking the scissors, he made a decisive snip, exposing the injury with a clear view of the wound. Taking the gauze, Suga gently absorbed the blood surrounding the wound and wiped it clean. During this process, Yin Xiaoxuan's thighs and lower abdomen involuntarily trembled, akin to slight spasms. Suga dared not let his thoughts wander. Instead, he retrieved a red needle box from beneath the pillow. With a deft flick of his hand, he opened the box, revealing a multitude of glistening silver needles within. For lacerations, he selected needles numbered 89, 90, and 91, preparing to stimulate acupoints such as Bai Wei and Jian. Adjusting the pressure delicately with each needle insertion, Suga murmured to himself, extracting 3 silver needles from the box. Acupuncture is an incredibly profound and challenging medical art. Knowledge of the body's acupoints is secondary to the mastery of the technique itself. Most individuals, upon acquiring the esteemed Mingfei silver needles, would need to practice for several years merely to hold the needle correctly. However, Suga was different. Once the system imprinted the skills into his mind, he fully grasped all the techniques contained within. With a tranquil mind, akin to still autumn waters, he gracefully arced his right hand through the air, and the silver needle seamlessly penetrated an acupoint. Almost immediately, another needle followed suit, swiftly descending into place. Suji's movements were fluid and precise. Any acupuncturist witnessing his skill would likely be compelled to kneel in reverence. A fleeting chill coursed through Yin Xiaoxuan, prompting her to involuntarily emit soft whimpers. Chapter 67. Chillingly soft, sweet, and bouncy. Before long, Suga completed the acupuncture, and Yin Xiaoxuan's wound had stopped bleeding. He then procured fresh medical gauze to dress the wound, securing it with medical tape. As Suji's hands moved near the top of her thighs, they inevitably brushed against Yin Xiaoxuan's skin, causing her lashes to flutter delicately with each contact. "Does it still hurt?" Suga gently pressed on the gauze. Yin Xiaoxuan, her face flushed to the point of nearly dripping with crimson, replied, "It doesn't hurt, just a little itchy." pleasant. That's good to hear. Sugu smiled, internally musing, so it feels a bit pleasant, does it? I have techniques that can heighten sensitivity. I wonder if Xiaosun can endure it. As these thoughts danced in his mind, he was suddenly interrupted by Yin Xiaosun's voice. As soft as a whisper, Sugu, I'm a bit hungry. Hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll get it right away. Sugu inquired eagerly, realizing it was already noon, and he himself felt a twinge of hunger. I want a hamburger, Yin Xiaosun said with an adorable pout, her fingers playfully pecking at each other. And chicken wings, cola, chips. Sugu was taken aback. Aren't those all fried snacks? Don't you eat vegetables? Yin Xiaosun pouted. I usually eat these. The only way I get my veggies is through hot pot. Sugu couldn't help but chuckle. You eat all this yet look so stunning. Heaven must be favoring you. Am I beautiful? Though confident in her appearance, Yin Xiaosun still sought Su Ji's approval and praise. Of course, Xiaosun is the most beautiful of all, Sugu affirmed. Yay! Yin Xiaosun exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Su Ji's neck. And they tumbled onto the bed together. The atmosphere suddenly hushed, turning tender and intimate. Yin Xiaosun fluttered her lashes at Sugu before slowly closing her eyes. Sugu cupped Yin Xiaosun's cheeks and pressed his lips against her rosy mouth. With her first kiss stolen. Yin Xiaosun instinctively tightened her grip around Su Ji's waist, her heart racing at the sensation of his impressive muscles. Sugu savored the moment. The kiss was chillingly sweet, soft yet bouncy. Yin Xiaosun's breath carried the unique fragrance of youth, quick and fervent. Time slipped away as the bed linens became increasingly disheveled. After an indeterminate duration, Sugu finally released the blushing Yin Xiaosun. Ha. She gasped softly, her eyes shimmering with excitement and satisfaction. With a mischievous smile, Sugu remarked, Your pants are ruined. I'll go buy you some new ones. Huh? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Yin Xiaosun's cheeks deepened in color, her pants soaked with blood. If he bought them, he would need to purchase 2 pairs. Not at all. I need to buy myself an outfit too, and I'll grab you some food while I'm at it, Sugu said with a grin. Sliding off the bed, his own clothes similarly stained. Just before opening the door, he looked back and said, Having just completed your acupuncture, your wound will heal quickly. So remember not to touch it. Okay, Sugu, I'll wait for you to return. Yin Xiaosun nodded obediently, snuggling deeper into the blankets. Walking down the street. With her flawless figure on display, Sugu captivated the attention of everyone around her, achieving a remarkable gaze return rate of 100%. After ordering at the fried chicken shop, she casually purchased a piece of clothing from a roadside store before heading off to buy some pants for Yin Xiaoxuan. Upon entering a women's clothing store, Sugu suddenly paused. What size does Xiaoxuan wear? After a moment's consideration, she decided to opt for a one-size-fits-all short skirt, ensuring no fabric would irritate the wound. Having acquired a black checkered short skirt, Sugu returned to the fried chicken shop to collect her meal and drink, and then leisurely made her way back to the hotel. Chapter 68. Why only one skirt? Little darling, it's time for lunch, Sugu gently called out, causing Yin Xiaoxuan to emerge from her blankets like a curious folded ear cat. A delightful warmth filled her heart. Gone were the days of solo food runs for now. A boyfriend brought her meals. Yin Xiaoxuan felt as though she had indulged in honey. With a soft smile, Sugu placed the lunch on the table and retrieved a bag containing a dress, saying, I've got your things. Don't forget to change. Yin Xiaoxuan exclaimed. Clutching a large bottle of cola, and with a satisfying pop, she opened it. She took a generous swig, leaned back, and sighed, Oh, this feels so refreshing. Sugu smiled brightly at the sight and picked up a hamburger to begin her meal. The two soon finished their lunch, and with a full belly, Yin Xiaoxuan yawned. Evidently drowsy. Sweetheart, if you're tired, just sleep, Sugu said, gently ruffling Yin Xiaoxuan's hair. Half asleep, Yin Xiaoxuan murmured, What about you? I plan to. Just fall asleep right now, I suppose? The after effects of the injection are kicking in? Sugu realized her words had barely left her lips when Yin Xiaoxuan drifted off, prompting a bemused smile from her. After covering Yin Xiaoxuan with a blanket and adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable level for sleep, Sugu settled by the window, cross-legged, and began to practice the 5 immortal techniques. The system indicated a 3-star task, and Sugu felt it prudent to enhance her abilities, just in case. Time slipped by. And soon it was 10 o'clock at night. Yin Xiaoxuan stirred, her lips moving as she awoke suddenly. It was a dream. I wondered why there was a hamburger so large. Awoken by hunger, she scanned the dimly lit room, with only a sliver of light seeping through the curtains. Sugu sat quietly, her flawless visage glowing like jade in the soft illumination, while the curtains danced rhythmically in the gentle breeze. Sugu, already strikingly handsome, became even more captivating in concentration, leaving Yin Xiaoxuan momentarily spellbound. Regaining her composure, she gasped internally, "Is Suga meditating? And has he entered a state of complete oblivion? This level is exceedingly rare among martial artists. I mustn't disturb him." Carefully lifting the blanket, Yin Xiaoxuan stealthily slipped out of bed, clutching the bag of clothes as she made her way to the bathroom. It seemed her perspiration had left remnants on her trousers and legs, the bloodstains not fully dried. Her pants felt uncomfortably sticky. Yin Xiaoxuan discarded her torn shorts and undergarments into the trash and turned on the shower to cleanse herself thoroughly. However, despite her caution, she accidentally wet the gauze. It seemed a change was inevitable. Pouting, she rummaged through the bag for clothes. Wait, why is there only one skirt? Where are the undergarments? Searching frantically, she confirmed that only the dress remained, and it lacked safety shorts. What to do? There was nothing to change into. Glancing at the blood-stained undergarments in the trash, she averted her gaze in disgust. Just then, Su Ji's voice floated in from outside. "Xiaoxuan, are you in the bathroom?" "Yes, I am." Yin Xiaoxuan felt somewhat flustered. Sugu must have needed to use the restroom, but never mind, I shall simply wear a skirt. Sugu, feeling a bit anxious standing outside the door, had consumed too much cola at noon and had been engrossed in his training for 10 hours, leaving him in a rather pressing situation. Moments later, "I'm ready." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Yin Xiaoxuan. Clad in a black short skirt, her cheeks flushed as she emerged from the restroom. "All right," Suga chuckled softly, before slipping into the bathroom. Chapter 69. One more injection. Yin Xiaoxuan perched on the edge of the grand bed, feeling the dampness of the gauze, momentarily uncertain whether to burrow under the covers. Moments later, Sugu emerged from the restroom after washing his hands, only to find Yin Xiaoxuan unwrapping the gauze. "Xiaoxuan, leave that to me." Suga hurried over. Yin Xiaoxuan felt her cheeks flush. "Suga, I can manage it myself." With a playful grin, Suga snatched the gauze from her hands. "Nonsense, I am your boyfriend. It is my duty to care for you. Besides, I need to administer another injection." Okay. The gauze was taken away, and Yin Xiaoxuan bit her lip, lowering her head as her heart raced uncontrollably. "Now you're being obedient." Suga knelt before her, reaching for the already damp gauze. In Yin Xiaoxuan's eyes, that perfect hand drew ever closer, causing her to tremble and shut her eyes in anticipation. A hint of mischief danced at Su Ji's lips as he gently removed the gauze and retrieved the needle case to begin the injection, by Wei Point, Jean Point, and others. During the process, his hands brushed against the skin surrounding her wound countless times, making Yin Xiaoxuan instinctively clutch her skirt, yet fearing to distract Sugu. She released it with a quiver. Before long, Sugu completed the injection and replaced it with a fresh gauze. All done. Noticing that Yin Xiaoxuan had her eyes still tightly shut, Sugu reached out to tousle her hair. Yin Xiaoxuan softly murmured in response, opening her eyes to reveal a glimmer of brilliance. With a gentle smile, Sugu inquired, "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Blushing, Yin Xiaoxuan rubbed her belly and replied, "A hamburger, cola, potato chips." "Again with those?" Sugu chuckled softly. "All right, you rest. I'll order takeout." Yin Xiaoxuan quickly pulled her legs under the blanket, yet the emptiness still made her heart flutter like a startled fawn. Before long, the takeout arrived, delivered by a strikingly beautiful female manager. As she handed the food to Sugu, their hands brushed for a fleeting moment, sending a thrill through the manager, while simultaneously feeling envious of Yin Xiaoxuan in the room. After expressing his gratitude, Sugu closed the door and turned to Yin Xiaoxuan. Upon seeing her favorite food, her tension dissipated significantly, and she relished the hamburger in one hand and the cola in the other, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Sugu smiled contentedly. Although these were not his preferred foods, seeing Yin Xiaoxuan happy brought him joy, and he ended up eating quite a bit himself. After dinner, fatigue swept over Yin Xiaoxuan once more, and the thought of sleep banished all other thoughts from her mind. She yawned. "Sugu, let us sleep." With that, she nestled into the covers and drifted off. Sugu gazed at Yin Xiaoxuan, who resembled a sleeping kitten, a gentle smile gracing his face. Climbing into bed fully clothed, he settled beside her, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes. As time passed and the night deepened, just as Sugu was on the verge of slumber, Yin Xiaoxuan suddenly turned over, wrapping her arms around Su Ji's arm, while one leg casually draped itself over Su Ji's waist. Startled, Sugu widened her eyes, hesitating whether to evade or simply rise and retreat to the window for meditation. At that moment, perhaps due to the rapid healing of her wound, Yin Xiaoxuan sleepily nestled her leg against Su Ji's waist, murmuring drowsily, "It tickles. Scratch it." "Well, I suppose I'll just sleep like this." Suga made an effort to suppress the fluttering feelings within her heart and gradually drifted into sleep. Chapter 70. The anticipation begins. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the morning. What is it? Something is pressing against me. It's large and warm. Yin Xiaoxuan wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, her delicate face and earlobes flushed a soft pink. The quilt had been entirely ensconced by Yin Xiaoxuan, prompting Sugu to sit up abruptly, curling her legs to conceal a certain awakening presence. Yin Xiaoxuan was no longer a child. She certainly understood what that presence was. With her sparkling, doe-like eyes, she tentatively reached into the quilt and, with a complex expression, sighed in relief, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Eh? What is this? She looked at Yin Xiaoxuan with a playful smirk. Upon realizing her position sprawled atop Sugu when she awoke, Yin Xiaoxuan's face ignited with embarrassment. Perhaps. Sugu chuckled. I know. Sugu. You already know? Yin Xiaoxuan murmured, her head bowed, her small hands fidgeting nervously. At first, I was merely suspicious, but later I confirmed it. Sugu replied with a gentle smile. All right, I'll go buy you some pants and a few of your favorite snacks. Okay. Yin Xiaoxuan lifted her head, her eyes filled with calmness. I also want a hamburger. I know, and some cola and chips, Suga said as she rolled out of bed. Grabbing the room card and heading for the door, Yin Xiaoxuan sat languidly on the bed, the quilt sliding down to the floor, revealing her charming short skirt, her smooth, slender thighs, and her feet glistening like pearls. She reclined on the bed, contemplating Suji's gentle smile, and murmured, I am starting to look forward to that. Suga quickly returned, bearing a large bag of food and a pair of light blue striped pants. Hurry and put these on, she urged, handing the pants to Yin Xiaoxuan. Yin Xiaoxuan shyly stuck out her tongue. No rush to wear them. Let's have lunch first. I want to drink cola first. All right. Suga smiled warmly, handing the cola to Yin Xiaoxuan, and they began to indulge in their meal with gusto. However, just as they were enjoying their feast, Yin Xiaoxuan's phone suddenly rang. It's Uncle Gu. Hesitating briefly, she answered the call. Hello, Uncle Gu. What? My grandfather's old injury has recurred? All right, I'll come back immediately. After hanging up, Yin Xiaoxuan abandoned her cola and leapt into Suji's embrace. Sugu, my grandfather's old injury has resurfaced. Don't worry, I excel at treating old injuries, Sugu reassured, holding Yin Xiaoxuan tightly. Quickly put your pants on. We need to go home now. Yin Xiaoxuan nodded vigorously and hurried to change. Sugu watched quietly, taking in every detail, her heart stirring with emotion. Sugu, my injury has healed, Yin Xiaoxuan exclaimed, removing the bandage and naturally lifting her thigh to allow Sugu to inspect the tender skin where the scab had fallen away. Suga nodded in satisfaction. It seems the treatment from yesterday was quite effective. Yes. Let us hurry back to save Grandpa, Yin Xiaoxuan declared, her little fist clenched, her expression earnest. Once Xiaoxuan had tidied up, Suga took the needle box and led her to the car, heading towards the Gu family mansion. As for the room, he had booked it for a week, so there was no need for cancellation. The Gu family mansion is situated in the most bustling yet tranquil part of Nanjing City. This location is an island within the city, and the only villa on the island belongs to the Gu family, which speaks volumes about their status in Nanjing. The taxi they were traveling in was halted by the Gu family's bodyguards, who only allowed them to pass upon recognizing Yin Xiaoxuan inside. Shortly thereafter, they alighted at the entrance of the Gu family mansion, where a young man, who had been waiting, approached them. However, upon seeing Sugu, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 71. It seems you have a grievance against me. How can this man be so extraordinarily handsome? What chance do other men have? Gu Liqing stared in disbelief. As the eldest son of the Gu family, he had always believed that no man in Nanjing City could rival him. Yet, in an instant, his confidence shattered, giving rise to a surge of insecurity and jealousy. The subsequent scene left him utterly dazed. As if struck by a sudden blow to the head, Yin Xiaoxuan tightly embraced the man's arm, a radiant smile illuminating her face. What is the nature of their relationship? Deep down, Gu Liqing already knew the answer, but he could not accept it. Absolutely not. Yin Xiaoxuan had been raised by Yin Feng under the protection of the Gu family. And thus, in Gu Liqing's eyes, Yin Feng was a mere vassal, and so was Yin Xiaoxuan, as a subordinate of the Gu family. As the woman I had designated for myself, how dare someone attempt to seize her from me? This was intolerable. Fixating his gaze on Sugu, Gu Liqing's heart roared with fury, the veins on his temples bulged, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage and resentment. His expression revealed his feelings without reservation. And both Sugu and Yin Xiaoxuan immediately noticed. Sugu responded with a calm smile, while Yin Xiaoxuan regarded Gu Liqing with keen vigilance. Gu Liqing, What do you intend to do? Xiaoxuan, tell me, who is he? Gu Liqing gritted his teeth, pointing at Su Ge, wishing he could peel him alive. Yin Xiaoxuan let out a delicate huff, about to speak, but was silenced by Su Ji's finger pressed against her lips. I am Xiaoxuan's boyfriend, Su Ge. It appears you harbor significant grievances towards me. Su Ge placed the finger that had touched Yin Xiaoxuan's lips near his own, casting a nonchalant glance at Gu Liqing. This scene incensed Gu Liqing to the point of nearly spitting blood. He trembled as he pointed at Su Ge, saying, Do you believe that with a single command, I can have you chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs? Yin Xiaoxuan's beautiful eyes flared with anger, wanting to speak, yet once again. Su Ge pressed his finger against her lips. You may certainly try, he said, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent that made Gu Liqing's scalp tingle. Gu Liqing felt as though icy knives were grazing his skin, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He instinctively yearned to retreat and hide, unbeknownst to him. Su Ji's gaze was trained upon his vital points. Fear seeped into Gu Liqing, and he trembled on the verge of calling for his bodyguards, yet he hesitated. He understood that Su Ge could undoubtedly eliminate him before the bodyguards arrived, just as Gu Liqing found himself in a predicament. 4 or 5 individuals accompanied by 2 elderly men emerged from the adjoining courtyard. The 2 elderly men, clad in traditional tank suits, one with a youthful appearance despite his white hair, were clearly not ordinary individuals, while the others appeared unremarkable. Upon spotting the 2 elderly men, Yin Xiaoxuan immediately tugged Su Ge and rushed over. The elderly men, noticing the commotion, turned their attention towards them. Housekeeperly, Mr. Wenren, Yin Xiaoxuan exclaimed urgently. How is my grandfather? The elderly man, Mr. Wenren, with his youthful demeanor despite his age, shook his head helplessly. Xiaoxuan, your grandfather has suffered the accumulation of hidden injuries, and they have all suddenly erupted. I am powerless to assist. Powerless. The 4 words fell upon Yin Xiaoxuan's ears like a thunderclap on a clear day. Mr. Wenren, known as Wenren Zhu, is the leader of the most formidable medical and martial arts family in the Nanjing region, possessing remarkable medical skills. However, even he, Wenren Zhu, is powerless against Yin Feng's injuries. How exasperating must that be? Beside them, Steward Li wore a troubled expression. Old Master Yan's latent injuries have erupted. We can only temporarily suppress them. It seems he won't be able to participate in the upcoming territorial division battle. Old Master Yin is the most potent inheritor of the Gu family's martial lineage. Without his presence, our chances in the territorial division battle are likely to end in utter defeat. The elder Wenren sighed. It is not a matter of possibility. He certainly will not be able to participate. This time, Old Master Yin may not survive, let alone take the field. Upon hearing these words, Yin Xiaoxuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she leaned helplessly against Su Ji's shoulder. Su Ge gently patted her head. Stepping forward to address Elder Wenren, let us not be so pessimistic. Perhaps I can save Xiaoxuan's grandfather. Chapter 72. The Medical and Martial Family of the Wenren. Zhu's brazen remarks. Gu Liqing rushed over, glaring fiercely at Su Ge, leaving even Mr. Wenren powerless. You, with your fair visage, dare to speak so boldly? A young man beside Wenren Zhu chimed in. Indeed, our master has declared that old Master Yan's injuries are beyond remedy. How can you claim to heal him? Is your medical skill superior to our masteress? My Su Ge is exceptionally talented, Yin Xiaoxuan retorted. Unable to bear Yin Xiaoxuan defending Su Ge, Gu Liqing shot back. Talented? At such a young age, how formidable can you be? Can you rival Wenren? Wenren? The young man who had spoken earlier arrogantly lifted his chin. My medical skills are rather average, but among my peers in Nanjing City, none surpass me. A mere half-baked practitioner, Wenren Zhu chuckled helplessly, choosing not to elaborate on Wenren Zhi, for he was his most cherished grandson. Su Ge looked at Wenren Zhi and chuckled lightly. How lacking in confidence must one be to compare oneself to you? Wenren Zhi had never been so insulted before and was about to explode in anger. However, Su Ge shifted his gaze to Mr. Wenren. Does Mr. Wenren also believe my medical skills are lacking? Wenren Zhu furrowed his brows. Judging by your appearance and demeanor, you are indeed extraordinary. Perhaps you have learned a bit of medicine, but to speak so arrogantly in my presence is rather presumptuous. Su Ge smiled faintly. Since you believe your skills exceed mine, may I pose a few questions? Wenren Zhu's frown deepened. Are you attempting to quiz me? What a ridiculous notion. You shall answer my questions first. A smile played on Su Ji's lips as he continued. You possess decent skills. You must know of the woolly acupuncture point. Can you tell me how many techniques and effects there are when using a 3-inch long silver needle to stimulate the point? Wenren Zhu pondered for a moment, then suddenly scoffed. Nonsense. There are 345 extraordinary points along the 14 channels, 219 extraordinary points beyond the channels, and 91 collective extraordinary points, totaling 655 extraordinary points, among which there is no woolly point whatsoever. I initially thought you were a disciple of another medical martial family, but it seems you're merely a child. Huh? Suga chuckled disdainfully. So this is the extent of Nanjing's foremost physician's knowledge. Very well, allow me to reveal the location of the woolly point. As soon as he finished speaking, Suga swiftly reached behind him, retrieving a silver needle from a crimson case. He stepped forward and then retreated. His movements so swift they resembled a phantom. What did he do? It was unclear. It must be mere bravado. Wait, how could the master possess a silver needle? Upon hearing this, the others finally noticed a silver needle lodged in the left side of Wenrenju's chest. Astonished, they were rendered speechless, wide-eyed and exchanging glances. Wenrenju was equally startled. He had not seen Su Ji's movements clearly. Such martial prowess could only be described as at least inch power. Yet, upon seeing the silver needle, he sneered once more. Young man, the location you have pierced is the Shinsong point, not the woolly point. Sugo slowly shook his head, stating, the reason this location is named the Misty Abyss is due to its position beneath the Shinsong point. Why not give it a try? With a scoff. Wenrenju coldly laughed as he grasped the silver needle, only to suddenly feel a sharp jolt of electricity coursing through the needle's tip, rendering him immobile. So, do you experience such sensations when you acupuncture the Shinsong point? Sugo inquired with a smile. Wenrenju opened his mouth to speak but was at a loss for words. For he indeed felt that the location of the silver needle was not the Shinsong point, but rather an acupoint he had never encountered before. Chapter 73. Please. Save me. This young man is truly terrifying. Not only does he possess such profound knowledge, but he can also accurately strike the hidden acupoints beneath the Shinsong cavity, even through a layer of clothing. Who exactly is he? Wenrenju's heart raced with trepidation as he pondered this. At that moment, Wenrenji suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Sugo and shouting, "What have you done to my grandfather? How dare you?" Wenrenju quickly reprimanded him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He understood that the young man before him was no ordinary practitioner from a medical family. In fact, the Wenren family could not afford to provoke him, not at all. Grandfather. Wenrenji's expression turned to one of shock. He still wished to speak, but was silenced by Wenrenju's stern gaze. Wenrenju turned to Sugo, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. I apologize. I have been a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware. You need not inquire about my name or origin. Sugo waved his hand dismissively. Do you know why I specifically mentioned the woolly acupoint instead of others you're unfamiliar with? This. I do not know. Wenrenju stammered, at a loss for words. Sugo smiled gently, because you have inadvertently affected this acupoint recently. If time drags on, your life will be in grave danger. You speak nonsense. Wenrenji glared, furious. Wenrenju, in a sudden fit of anger, struck Wenrenji across the face. Be silent. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had indeed undergone acupuncture a few days prior and had since felt an inexplicable discomfort. However, he had not discerned the cause. Had it not been for the young man's warning, he might have left this world without ever understanding the reason for his demise. After reprimanding Wenrenji, Wenrenju wiped the sweat from his brow and respectfully bowed to Sugo. Please, save me. At this moment, the old man's face was filled with panic and desperation, while Wenrenji stood there like a statue, and the others, including Gu Liqing and Butler Li, were expressions of disbelief. Yin Xiaoxuan looked up at Su Ji's gentle visage, her eyes shimmering with hope. Feeling a sense of relief, Su Ji's medical skills far surpassed those of Wenrenju. He would surely be able to save her grandfather. Suga gazed at the beseeching Wenrenju and said calmly, since I am in a good mood, I shall inform you. Return and use 2.5-inch silver needles to acupuncture the Yuan Yi, Yang Qi, Ling Qi, and Zhang Chong points. Once every 3 hours for a total of 3 times. Ordinary techniques will suffice. Wenrenju raised his head, his mouth agape. But aren't those all forbidden acupoints? Believe it or not, I do not wish to elaborate. Suga waved his hand, stepping forward to retrieve the silver needles from Wenrenju's chest. Placing the needles into a red needle box, Suga turned to Butler Li and commanded, Take me to see Xiaosun's grandfather. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Why yes. Please, follow me. Butler Li nodded eagerly, then bent slightly to lead the way, like a subordinate. Yin Feng was the strongest inheritor of martial arts that the Gu family could employ. If they could bring him back, they would have a solid advantage in the forthcoming territorial division battle. This matter was crucial to the rise and fall of their entire clan. He dared not treat it lightly. Li Guangjia led Sugu away, and when Renju hurriedly followed, observing Su Ji's process of treating Yin Feng would be immensely beneficial for his medical skills. Wenrenju trailed behind, and the other members of the Wenren family, including Wenrenji, swiftly followed suit. This left Gu Liqing standing alone in the wind, his eyes reddened with emotion. Even Mr. Wenren felt inadequate in comparison. However, Su Gu, do not revel in your triumph. This is still my home. Moments later, Gu Liqing gritted his teeth and entered the secluded courtyard. Chapter 74. The Master Wen's family takes action. The group swiftly arrived at the courtyard where Yin Feng was recuperating. Yin Feng lay pale on the bed, attended by 2 hired caregivers. Grandfather. Yin Xiaoxuan hurried to the bedside, her gaze filled with deep concern for Yin Feng. It seemed her call had stirred him. As Yin Feng slowly awakened, "Ah, it's Xiaoxuan. Do not worry, Mr. Wenren has already treated me. It is nothing serious." Though it was evident that Yin Feng spoke these words to alleviate Yin Xiaoxuan's worry, Wenrenju felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Yin Xiaoxuan, both pained yet resigned, managed a smile. "I already know." Sigh. Yin Feng exhaled deeply, his expression somewhat gloomy. "But I am not worried at all." Yin Xiaoxuan playfully stuck out her tongue. "I have brought an even more formidable physician, my boyfriend, Su Gu." Upon hearing the first part of her statement, Yin Feng nearly rolled his eyes. However, the latter part left him utterly astonished. His gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on Wenrenju, who offered a sheepish smile before focusing intently on Su Gu. Although they had only communicated via video call once, Su Gu had left an indelible impression on Yin Feng. Thus, when he saw Su Gu, their eyes met, revealing a depth of understanding. Su Gu offered a calm smile. "Grandfather, rest assured, I will heal your hidden injuries." "Indeed." Yin Feng nodded solemnly. With Su Ji's piercing gaze, Yin Xiaoxuan's light-hearted demeanor, and when Renju's return, he found no reason for doubt. After affirming with a nod, Yin Feng smiled again, not for any other reason but because Su Gu is truly remarkable. To have such a gifted grandson-in-law was indeed the greatest fortune in his life. Su Gu chuckled, surveying the others before instructing, "Wenrenju, you may observe from the side." "Yes." Wenrenju exclaimed with delight, bowing repeatedly. As Su Gu had only permitted Wenrenju to observe, the other Wenren family members and caregivers were promptly ushered out. Su Gu approached the bedside, gently holding Yin Xiaoxuan's small hand. "Xiaoxuan, I will be administering acupuncture to grandfather. You should wait outside." "Okay." Yin Xiaoxuan nodded, planting a quick kiss on Su Ji's cheek before darting out of the room. Su Gu smiled as he touched his face, then unfastened the needle box from his back, revealing a dazzling array of silver needles. Wenrenju, discerning their value, gasped in astonishment, internally exclaiming, "A treasure." After selecting a silver needle, Su Gu turned to Wenrenju, instructing, "Please assist in removing the elder's clothing." Right away, Wenrenju hurried forward, appearing as a diligent assistant. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. "Grandfather, please rest for a moment." Su Gu administered a tranquilizing needle, and Yin Feng gradually closed his eyes. Once Yin Feng was completely asleep, Wenrenju's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Su Gu as he commenced the acupuncture treatment. As time passed, the sun rose to its zenith and then gradually descended, giving way to night. With stars twinkling in the vast sky, Yin Feng's body was pierced with a multitude of silver needles, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. A trickle of dark blood oozed from the needles, clinging to his skin and gradually forming dried scabs. Nevertheless, these scabs did not hinder Su Ji's precision in acupuncture. Wherever his mind directed, the silver needles followed, rising and falling with impeccable accuracy. "Very well, let us take a break for an hour." "Wenrenju, please stay here and keep watch," Su Gu said, wiping the sweat from his brow. After such an extensive period of acupuncture, even with his training in the 5 immortal techniques, he found himself somewhat fatigued. "Yes." Wenrenju responded with utmost respect, having witnessed Su Ji's skills in acupuncture. He was thoroughly impressed. Were it not for the understanding of the impossibility, he would have considered becoming Su Gu's disciple, starting from the very basics of acupuncture. Su Gu administered a few needles to himself to invigorate his spirit before stepping outside the room. Chapter 75. I have learned massage in the side room. Yin Xiaoxuan was dozing off when suddenly, a gentle tap on her shoulder startled her awake. Upon turning to find Su Gu, her face immediately brightened with joy. "Su Gu, how did it go?" "It went smoothly. After an hour of rest, I'll administer acupuncture to grandfather," Su Gu replied, enveloping Xiaoxuan in a warm embrace, the weariness of the day beginning to dissipate. "Thank you for your hard work, Su Gu." Yin Xiaoxuan nuzzled against Su Ji's chest, then suddenly lifted her head, exclaiming, "You haven't eaten lunch or dinner. You must be starving. I saved the best burger for you." With that, she dashed out of Su Ji's arms and hurried downstairs. Moments later, Yin Xiaoxuan returned with a steaming hot burger, presenting it like a treasure. This super burger is the best. She placed the enormous burger, nearly the size of a rice cooker, on the table, swallowing hard in anticipation, clearly hungry herself. Suga felt a mix of tenderness and gratitude. My dear, let's enjoy this together. Yin Xiaoxuan urged Suga to sit down, and they alternated between ravenously attacking the burger and feeding each other bites, occasionally playfully snatching food from one another. After nearly half an hour, the colossal burger was devoured by the two. Suga, after a long day. Let me help you relax. I've learned some massage techniques, Yin Xiaoxuan declared, having just washed her hands. She immediately leapt onto Suga. Suga smiled warmly at her words. Sounds great. Yin Xiaoxuan led Suga into a room adorned in soft pink hues, unmistakably her bedroom. Lie down on the bed. Yin Xiaoxuan shyly poked Su Ji's side before gently pushing her onto the bed. As Suga settled down, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, stirring her senses. Yin Xiaoxuan climbed onto Su Ji's legs, her skirt billowing around them. Feeling her weight, Suga took a deep breath and relaxed her muscles. I'm starting now, Yin Xiaoxuan announced, lightly patting Su Ji's back, her touch warm and reassuring. Suga felt the delicate hands gliding across her back, flowing like fish through water. Having trained in martial arts, Yin Xiaoxuan's pressure was perfectly applied, and with every stroke, the fatigue seemed to fade away. How does that feel? Suga? Is it comfortable? Yin Xiaoxuan inched her hands closer to Su Ji's shoulders, her petite frame nearly pressed against Su Ji's back, with eyes half closed. Suga savored the soft, yielding touch and the gentle, soothing breaths that caressed her ears, mingling with the heady fragrance enveloping her. As her breathing deepened, she felt the little hands dispelling her exhaustion while igniting a subtle warmth within her, gathering into a tantalizing flame. With a gentle exhale, Yin Xiaoxuan released a soft breath like the fragrance of orchids. Her delicate hands glided from Su Ji's shoulders down to his arms, the resilient and powerful touch making her heart leap joyfully like a little rabbit. As her hands moved forward, she surrendered the entirety of her weight to Suga, the warmth emanating from beneath her causing her to involuntarily writhe her legs. Suddenly, a vibration from a mobile phone shattered the enchanting atmosphere in the room. Who could be calling at such a late hour? With dreamy eyes, Xiaoxuan softly breathed against Su Ji's ear. Suga chuckled helplessly. It's my alarm. In 5 minutes. It's time for another injection. All right. Xiaoxuan pouted her rosy lips and planted a gentle kiss near Su Ji's ear before rolling off him. However, just as she lay back, Suga unexpectedly rolled over and pinned her down. Xiaoxuan let out a sudden whimper. Gazing at Su Ji's flawless visage so close, feeling his warm breath, she slightly parted her lips, her eyelashes fluttering. Suga flashed a charming smile and planted a kiss on her forehead, whispering, tomorrow, I shall give you a massage. Chapter 76, Miss Gu Kaching as the morning dawned once more. Suga had just completed administering acupuncture to Yin Feng and was meticulously placing the silver needles into a crimson case, when Renju, utterly fatigued, stubbornly resisted the urge to sleep, fearful that he might forget the image of Suga performing the procedure upon awakening. If you do not wish to sleep, then keep watch over old Master Yin, Suga yawned, shouldering the red case as she exited the room, coincidentally encountering Yin Xiaosun, who had just finished her morning grooming. Good morning, Xiaosun exclaimed, sticking out her little tongue, her cheeks flushed with color. Suga smiled at her response. I adore you. And I adore you too, Yin Xiaosun exclaimed cheerfully, bouncing towards Suga. Even without makeup, she radiated beauty, perhaps even more so. Suga pinched Xiaosun's delicate, rosy cheek, saying, I have finished the acupuncture for Grandpa. He merely needs 2 days of rest to recuperate. Then I shall not disturb Grandpa, Xiaosun replied, wrapping her arms around Su Ji's. I ordered a colossal hamburger. Let us enjoy it together. Just as Suga was about to agree, a girl's voice echoed from downstairs. This hamburger is enormous. Delicious, truly delicious. Who is that? Suga inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yin Xiaosun took a deep breath and shouted, Gu Kaching. Release my hamburger. Without hesitation, she dragged Suga down the stairs, their footsteps echoing with excitement. Upon reaching the staircase, they spotted a beautiful girl with curly hair clad in a light blue spaghetti strap dress, seated at the dining table. This is so delightful, the girl, Gu Kaching, was savoring the gigantic hamburger, taking a bite so substantial that her small mouth could scarcely contain it. Suga chuckled silently, bemused by the serendipity of encountering yet another girl with a penchant for hamburgers. Gu Kaching, that hamburger belongs to Xiaosun and me. Let it go. Yin Xiaosun exclaimed, her expression adorably fierce. Oh, yours and Sugu's? Who is Sugu? Gu Keqing, having just returned from a vacation in Sanya, was unaware of the recent events. As she chewed heartily on the hamburger, her fair neck turned toward the staircase, and then she froze, eyes wide in astonishment. This boy is incredibly handsome. Words fail to capture his allure. His name is Sugu? How did Jin Xiaosun come by such a striking companion? At that moment, Gu Keqing recalled that her mouth was still full of hamburger. Oh no, my image is ruined. She quickly turned away, hastily grabbing several napkins to cover her mouth. Sugu, witnessing the scene, chuckled softly and nudged her with the arm that Xiaosun was holding. So, her name is Gu Keqing? Indeed, she is the second miss of the Gu family, Yin Xiaosun replied with a gentle smile. She truly embodies the essence of a second miss. It is quite apparent, Sugu nodded with a smile. By this time, Gu Keqing had managed to expel the remnants of the hamburger into a napkin and discarded it into the trash. Sugu and Yin Xiaosun approached Gu Keqing, observing her flustered demeanor and rosy cheeks, and suddenly found her somewhat endearing. He chuckled and patted her shoulder. Gu Keqing? Gu Keqing shuddered slightly. Her cheeks flushed as she twisted the ribbon of her dress and turned around. Sugu? Sugu nodded, finally able to fully discern the appearance of the second young lady. Her azure waves cascaded down her back like a flowing waterfall, with softly curled bangs framing her face. Her autumn-like eyes, resembling tranquil waters, were complemented by elegantly arched willow leaf brows, and her petite nose was charmingly delicate. Her rosy lips bore a trace of hamburger crumbs, as a dainty, glistening tongue discreetly emerged, attempting to lick them away. Chapter 77. Demonstrating with Keqing you are truly beautiful. A subtle smile graced Su Ji's lips as he reached out to remove the remnants of a hamburger from the small tongue. The unique and pleasant scent of a man enveloped him like a gentle breeze, and suddenly, he felt a soft caress at the corner of his mouth. Gu Keqing's face flushed a deep crimson, her enchanting eyes fixated on Sugu. Yin Xiaoxuan let out a playful huff. Keqing, do not stare at my Sugu. Noticing the jealousy radiating from the lovely girl beside him, Sugu affectionately rubbed his chin against Xiaoxuan's temple, eliciting a soft coo from her. Gu Keqing gazed at them with intense envy, wishing fervently that Sugu were her boyfriend, but alas, Xiaoxuan had claimed him first. Xiaoxuan, resembling a pampered kitten, squinted her eyes and said, the hamburger is getting cold. Hurry and eat. Indeed. Sugu smiled lightly, pulling out 2 chairs for himself and Xiaoxuan. Xiaoxuan settled beside Gu Keqing, casting a fierce yet endearing glare at her before deftly cutting a piece of hamburger to feed Sugu. Gu Keqing rolled her eyes at Xiaoxuan, her gaze sparkling as it darted back to Sugu. By the way, Keqing, how was your trip to Sanya City? Xiaoxuan mumbled through a mouthful of hamburger. Gu Keqing took a small bite and sighed. We went to the beach. Aside from the blazing sun, there wasn't much to enjoy. Xiaoxuan teased. Oh, did you feel self-conscious seeing those girls in bikinis? At this, Su Ji's eyes drifted to Gu Keqing's chest, which had a delicate curvature, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom. It was not entirely flat, merely less pronounced than Xiaoxuan's. As he recalled the sensation of Xiaoxuan resting against his back last night, his heart fluttered. Of course not, Gu Keqing retorted, her cheeks flushed as she covertly stole glances at Sugu. Though she had often brushed off Xiaoxuan's barbs in the past, today, she was particularly concerned about Su Ji's thoughts. Suddenly, Xiaoxuan playfully lunged at Gu Keqing, shaking her claws and laughing. If you say it's not true, then just look at this little bit. I've told you countless times to train with me to enhance your figure, but you never listen. Sugu licked his lips, his gaze wandering between the 2 girls, pondering what Xiaoxuan had felt when she touched Gu Keqing earlier. Is this ever going to end? Gu Keqing frowned, taking a bite of her hamburger. Who says practicing martial arts can enhance one's figure? I refuse to believe it. Won't exercising every day just make it smaller? Xiaoxuan, feeling it was challenging to persuade Gu Keqing alone, wrapped her arms around Su Ji's, playfully pouting. Sugu, martial arts are indeed effective for enhancing one's figure, right? Upon hearing Xiaoxuan's inquiry, Gu Keqing turned her attention to Sugu, eager to learn his perspective. Seeing the anticipation in both girls' eyes, Sugu smiled gently. Well, I truly cannot say. Both Xiaoxuan and Gu Keqing felt a tinge of disappointment at his answer, but just then, Sugu added with a grin, however, my acupuncture skills can certainly achieve that. In just one night, one can transform splendidly from an A to AC. Yin Xiaoxuan widened her eyes in surprise. Really? Acupuncture can not only heal injuries but also enhance breast size? The results are that remarkable? Sugu nodded affirmatively. When have I ever deceived you? Please refrain from looking at me with such hopeful eyes. It is unnecessary. Haha. Yin Xiaoxuan, caught in her thoughts by Sugu, chuckled awkwardly before pulling Gu Keqing over, but I am still quite eager to witness it. How about having Keqing demonstrate? Upon hearing Yin Xiaoxuan's suggestion, Gu Keqing's face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Despite feeling embarrassed, she harbored no resistance whatsoever. Ever since childhood, she had been teased by Yin Xiaoxuan for being a flat princess, and over time, she too had developed a slight disdain for her modesty. Especially after comparing herself to the bikini-clad beauties in Sanya, the desire for a fuller figure grew ever stronger. Seeing Su Ji's enigmatic smile, Yin Xiaoxuan turned to Gu Keqing. Su Ji's acupuncture skills are truly exceptional. Even the venerable Mr. Wenrenzhu acknowledges her prowess. You must consider this carefully. Chapter 78. Is living to 110 feasible? Must I truly allow Su Gu to perform acupuncture for breast enhancement? Gu Keqing's gaze flitted nervously, unable to meet Su Ji's eyes. If she consented, she would surely be exposed, perhaps even touched. Yet, if it were Su Gu, Yin Xiaoxuan gently shook Gu Keqing's shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Relax. Do you truly wish to undergo surgery at a beauty clinic and have some inexplicable substances inserted into you?" Absolutely not. Gu Keqing shuddered. She had always harbored a fear of needles, examinations, and medication since childhood. Yin Xiaoxuan smiled. The opportunity stands before you. Whether you seize it or not depends solely on you. In juxtaposition to the sterile sin of the hospital, the gentle and refined Su Gu appeared as a beacon of hope. Gu Keqing twisted the ribbon of her dress around her finger, pondering. So, when shall we proceed? Su Ji's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. It would be best to do it in the evening, allowing for rest post-treatment. Evening. Gu Keqing's heart raced wildly, blood coursing through her veins. Yin Xiaoxuan nodded affirmatively. If Su Gu says evening, then evening it is. Let's have a meal first. We still need to tend to Grandpa afterward. What happened to Grandpa? Gu Keqing inquired. Yin Xiaoxuan recounted the events while munching on a hamburger, and Gu Keqing's eyes sparkled with interest. Before long, the trio finished their burgers and descended to the second floor, where Yin Feng was recuperating. Upon noticing Su Ji's arrival, Wenrenzhu promptly rose to his feet. Mr. Wenren, Gu Keqing and Yin Xiaoxuan greeted before rushing to the bedside. Su Gu nodded at Wenrenzhu. Have you remembered everything? Wenrenzhu's face lit up with excitement. I have. Your acupuncture skills are truly remarkable. It is only now that I realize how rudimentary our family's acupuncture techniques are. Su Gu chuckled, understanding that the techniques Wenrenzhu had observed were merely the surface of the exquisite art of the Ming-Fei silver needles. You owe me a favor, Su Gu said, handing a red box to Wenrenzhu. Please clean the silver needle case for me. Since he would be performing acupuncture on Gu Keqing that evening, the needles required thorough cleaning. Certainly. Wenrenzhu cradled the needle case as if it were a royal decree, bowing slightly. Su Gu then approached Yin Xiaoxuan and Gu Keqing. At that moment, Yin Feng had awakened, looking considerably better than before, engaged in conversation with Yin Xiaoxuan, appearing quite spirited. Upon seeing Su Gu approach, Yin Feng attempted to sit up, propping himself against the bed's edge. Su Gu quickly intervened, pressing him back down. Grandpa, you need to rest. Simply lie back. Yin Feng nodded and reclined, smiling. I feel significantly better now. After more than 10 or 20 years, I have never felt this unburdened. It is as if I have regained 7 or 8 years of youth. Grandpa will surely live to be 100, Gu Keqing declared, clenching her tiny fists. Su Gu smiled faintly. Not merely 100. With proper care, reaching 120 is quite possible. Really? Yin Xiaoxuan gasped in astonishment. Su Gu, you are incredible. Beside her, Gu Keqing widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Su Gu. I want to live to 122. Su Gu chuckled softly. Then you must train in martial arts alongside Yin Xiaoxuan. Gu Keqing's slender brows furrowed slightly as she pitifully remarked. What if I choose not to practice martial arts and simply live to be 110? You wish. Yin Xiaoxuan rolled her eyes and playfully delivered a light tap to Gu Keqing's head. At that moment, Wenrenzhu entered the room and approached Su Gu, stating, The silver needles have been meticulously cleansed with a special medicinal solution. He then extended the needle case to Su Gu. Su Gu accepted the case and instructed. Old Master Yin can begin his recuperation. Please prepare the medicinal cuisine accordingly. Is that acceptable? Wenrenzhu replied respectfully, absolutely. Su Gu nodded. Then off you go. Ensure the medicinal dishes are delivered promptly. Understood. Wenrenzhu exited the room expeditiously, observing Wenrenzhu's demeanor before Su Gu, akin to that of a servant. Both Yin Feng and Gu Keqing were taken aback. Yin Feng, who had been in a state of unconsciousness during the acupuncture, was unaware of Wenrenzhu's assistance. Seeing the head of the esteemed medical and martial family from Nanjing show such deference to Su Gu left him astonished. For Gu Keqing, Wenrenzhu was someone who commanded great respect from her father, Gu Weilong. To witness him bowing before Su-gu raised her curiosity about the latter's medical prowess and formidable background. Noticing the expressions of both individuals, Su-gu smiled gently. Wenrenju's medical skills are commendable, yet after learning a few of my techniques, he shall undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost practitioner in Nanjing, second only to me. Su-gu, you are truly remarkable, Yin Xiaoshuan exclaimed, clinging to Su-ji's arm and shaking it enthusiastically, causing him to exclaim in delight. Chapter 79. A posture that will certainly be misunderstood. Su-gu and Xiaosun accompanied Old Master Yin for the entire afternoon, only parting ways after dinner. As they chatted, the conversation turned to beauty techniques. In her earnest effort to share the small tips about beauty from the Mingfei silver needles with Xiaosun and Keqing, Su-gu spoke with great enthusiasm. Should she consider enhancing Keqing's bosom? Perhaps she could detoxify herself as well and enhance her own beauty. On their way to another villa, Yin Xiaosun was bouncing with excitement, while Su-gu and Keqing hurriedly followed behind. Keqing walked beside Su-gu, gradually inching closer. Her face flushing as Yin Xiaosun twirled around, eagerly anticipating beauty tips from Su-gu. As they passed over a cobblestone path, Keqing suddenly slipped, tumbling directly into Su-ji's embrace. Watch out, Su-gu exclaimed, startled, as she instinctively caught Keqing, the softness of her form pressing against her. Unable to resist, Su-ji's hand gently squeezed. How soft! The sudden thrill and excitement caused Keqing to let out a high-pitched scream, her legs giving way beneath her. Su-gu instinctively tightened her hold around Keqing, but to her surprise, Keqing's form was so slippery that she slipped out from under her arms. What happened? Yin Xiaosun turned her head, only to be struck dumb by the sight before her. There stood Su-gu, wide-eyed, arms wrapped around Keqing's delicate neck. As Keqing knelt closely before her, her head buried against Su-ji's abdomen. The most shocking part was that Keqing's dress had hiked up, revealing her lace pants and hidden straps. Yin Xiaosun's face flushed crimson, disbelief written all over her features. Ah, you too. How could you do such a thing in front of me? Su-gu smiled brightly. It's not what you think. Keqing seems to have twisted her ankle. With that, she slid her arms beneath Keqing's armpits and helped her to her feet. The warmth of Su-ji's hands glided across Keqing's skin, effortlessly lifting her with strong arms. The intimate contact sent delightful shivers through Keqing, as if a current of electricity danced across her skin, igniting every cell within her. Keqing could not suppress a soft moan. At the same time, Su-gu felt her heart race. Holding another beautiful girl in front of her girlfriend was exhilarating. Once Keqing stood up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her right foot, losing her balance and instinctively wrapping her arms around Su-ji's neck, pressing her body against her. Su-gu inhaled deeply. Just then, Yin Xiaosun rushed over, her heart torn between anger at Keqing for daring to embrace her boyfriend and concern over the severity of her injury, unsure whether to pull Keqing away from Su-gu. After circling around the two, Yin Xiaosun could no longer contain herself. Keqing, could you please get off my boyfriend? She emphasized the phrase my boyfriend with particular weight. No way. I twisted my ankle. Gu Keqing gazed pitifully at Yin Xiaoshuan, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yin Xiaoshuan pouted. You fell on purpose, didn't you? You're trying to steal Su-gu from me, right? Of course not. I merely borrowed him for a moment. Once my foot feels better, everything will return to normal. I've lent you so much in the past. Today it's your turn to repay me, Gu Keqing replied, wrapping her arms around Su-ji's neck, the thrill of the moment making her reluctant to let go. All right, I permit you to embrace my boyfriend for 3 minutes. Yin Xiaoshuan's calf quivered as she began the countdown. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su-gu chuckled at the sight of Yin Xiaoshuan shaking her leg, eagerly timing the moment. Chapter 80. The enormous bed 3 meters wide feeling a twinge of shyness. Gu Keqing dared not meet Su-ji's gaze and instead rested her exquisitely delicate chin on his shoulder. The fragrance was delightful. Su-gu gently inhaled, feeling an intoxicating warmth spread within him. Though similarly subtle, Gu Keqing's scent was softer, gentler, and sweeter than Yin Xiaoshuan's. Gu Keqing. Know when to stop. Yin Xiaoshuan took a deep breath, her calves trembling increasingly, as if poised to kick at any moment. Gu Keqing, somewhat apprehensive, remarked. What about the promised 3 minutes? All right. Yin Xiaoshuan bit her lip, resolutely thinking that if the 180 seconds elapsed and Gu Keqing did not relent, she would kick her posterior. Time passed, and the numbers in Yin Xiaoshuan's mind climbed higher. 130, 150, 170. 10 seconds remaining. How reluctant. Gu Keqing exhaled her fragrant breath and suddenly, with a burst of boldness, extended her tiny tongue to lick Su-ji's neck. Oh, a delightful electric thrill coursed through Su-ji's body, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. 180. Yin Xiaoxuan nearly shouted, then swiftly delivered a playful kick to Gu Keqing's backside. Ah! Gu Keqing squealed, hopping away while clutching her rear. Su Ge felt an emptiness in his embrace. Only lingering warmth from Gu Keqing remained, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. Hurry, I'm about to topple. Gu Keqing wobbled unsteadily on her feet. And Yin Xiaoxuan huffed, moving forward to support her. Let me assess the damage. Su Ge crouched beside Yin Xiaoxuan and Gu Keqing, noticing that Gu Keqing's right foot appeared slightly swollen. Don't worry, it's just a bit swollen. I'll perform acupuncture shortly, and it will be fine. Su Ge reassured her softly, then looked up to see two skirts elegantly draping overhead like little umbrellas. Pretending to notice nothing, Su Ge licked his lips, reluctantly rising to his feet. Just a bit of swelling, how fortunate it wasn't a fracture. Yet, after clinging to my boyfriend, she still needed my support. It's truly a debt to you. Yin Xiaoxuan pouted, her face adorned with a hint of grievance. Gu Keqing laughed. Shall I have Su Ge support me instead? Yin Xiaoxuan huffed a couple of times. Dream on. If you wish to avoid a broken leg, keep quiet. The trio strolled leisurely, taking a considerable time to arrive at the main structure of the Gu family estate, a 5-story villa. Upon their arrival, the impeccably dressed butler Li emerged from the front door. What has happened to the second young lady? Su Ge replied nonchalantly. She twisted her ankle. I'll administer acupuncture shortly. Butler Li, please keep an eye on old Master Yen. Understood. Rest assured. Butler Li nodded solemnly. After Butler Li departed, the three ascended the villa's elevator to the 5th floor, which was entirely Gu Keqing's domain, a miniature world in itself. Upon entering the room, the first thing Su Ge noticed was the enormous 3-meter-wide bed. It could easily accommodate all three of them. Lie down. Yin Xiaoxuan tossed Gu Keqing onto the bed, adeptly placing a glass of water on the bedside table. Gu Keqing wriggled and rolled to the center of the massive bed, prompting Yin Xiaoxuan to remove her shoes and climb up beside her. Su Ge removed the red needle box and opened it, instantly revealing a dazzling array of silver needles, which startled Gu Keqing into an exclamation. Are these needles meant to be used on me? Her lifelong fear of injections made the sight of so many needles overwhelming. The fact that she didn't faint was a small miracle. Su Ge responded with a gentle smile. Of course not. We only need 2 for the sprain, and a few more for breast enhancement. But rest assured, it won't hurt. Due to the oversized bed, Su Ge found it necessary to remove her shoes and kneel on the mattress to reach Gu Keqing effectively. Under Gu Keqing's anxious gaze, Su Ge skillfully inserted the silver needles into the Chiao Su and Jia Shi acupuncture points. In typical acupuncture practices for treating sprains, one would require additional points such as the A Shi and Liang Qiu. However, Su Ji's exquisite Mingfei silver needles were far from ordinary, making the treatment of just 2 points entirely sufficient. Before long, Gu Keqing felt hardly anything at all. The pain in her ankle gradually dissipated, and even the swelling vanished, revealing a soft and smooth complexion. How marvelous! Yin Xiaoxuan clapped her hands in delight. Now, let us proceed with the breast enhancement. Upon hearing this, Su Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. Then let us begin. Meanwhile, downstairs in the villa, Gu Liqing and a middle-aged man clad in a black robe intercepted Butler Li. Chapter 81. The Art of Creation. As Gu Keqing observed Su Ge preparing the silver needles, her cheeks flushed crimson, reaching even to her earlobes. She nervously grasped the hem of her dress, attempting to lift it, her trembling hands betraying her anxiety. There's no need to lift your dress, Su Ge remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Gu Keqing's gaze appeared dazed, as if she had not fully comprehended his words, continuing to tug at her garment. Little one, you really don't need to adjust your clothing, Su Ge gently chided. Yin Xiaoxuan, playfully gnawing on her teeth, reached out and tickled Gu Keqing under her arms. Ah! Gu Keqing squealed, unable to stifle a soft whimper, her complexion blooming like a fresh flower, almost as if one could wring water from it. Su Ge watched intently, finding himself captivated by the presence of these 2 exquisite beauties. Any claim of indifference would be a blatant falsehood. At that moment, Xiaoxuan yanked down Gu Keqing's skirt, concealing all that was on display. Su Ge redirected his gaze, smiling as he said, although there's no need to lift the skirt, that still needs to be undone, otherwise, I cannot proceed with the needling. While the Mingfei silver needle technique was indeed formidable, it was ineffective through thick layers. I'll help you with that, Yin Xiaoxuan declared, raising her petite hand to deftly turn Gu Keqing around, causing her to kneel against Su Ji's legs on the bed. Xiaoxuan then shifted beside Gu Keqing's shoulder, her small hand skillfully unfastening the fruit milk. The azure-striped fabric, imbued with warmth and fragrance, arched gracefully through the air before settling at the foot of the bed. All done. Su Ge, it's your turn now. Yin Xiaoxuan clapped her hands and obediently sat still. With a parched throat, Suga nodded appreciatively, reaching out to grasp Gu Keqing's delicate shoulders and gently assisting her in turning over. The light blue dress, thin and silk-like, flowed like water over Gu Keqing's skin, revealing the elegant contours beneath. The proximity to such enchanting softness was intoxicating. Suga inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to dispel the burgeoning thoughts within. At the moment of needling, his mind must remain as tranquil as autumn waters, as clear as a bright mirror. After a considerable time, Suga finally calmed his thoughts, a demeanor of earnestness and serenity enveloping him, which inadvertently reassured Gu Keqing. There may be some unusual sensations. Gu Keqing, prepare yourself, he stated calmly, picking up a 2-inch silver needle. The slender needle shimmered under the light, its tip slowly piercing the delicate fabric, making contact with her tender skin. Gu Keqing felt a slight chill at her heart, soon followed by a cascade of subtle electric currents dancing beneath her skin, awakening every cell with an exhilarating sensation. Almost immediately, a second needle was introduced into her skin. This sensation was entirely different, akin to a soft tendril probing her flesh, inducing a delightful itch that prompted another soft whimper from her lips. Before the tingling could dissipate, a luscious, sweet sensation flowed into her being through the third needle, causing Gu Keqing to bite her rosy lower lip, softly humming in response. Suji's eyes sparkled with a radiant glow, her face adorned with a smile as she deftly inserted the fourth silver needle, followed by the fifth and sixth. Enigmatic sounds resonated throughout the room, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that even Yin Xiaoxuan found herself blushing. Outside the door, Gu Liqing and Su Wu approached Keqing's room. Gu Liqing furrowed his brow and queried, "Su uncle, do you hear any peculiar sounds?" Su Wu, with a strange expression and a hint of embarrassment, replied, "It seems they are making a baby." "What?" Gu Liqing's expression shifted dramatically as he pressed his ear against the door. The revelation struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. His eyes suddenly clouded with a tempest of rage and resentment. He trembled as he exclaimed, "Scoundrel! Not only did you steal my intended woman, but you dare to approach my sister?" Chapter 82, play a song rich in emotion. There are people outside. Suga distinctly heard the furious shouts from beyond the door, a faint smile curving her lips. Yin Xiaoxuan also seemed to have heard it, her expression peculiar as she remarked, "It sounds like Gu Liqing. What could he be doing here?" Meanwhile, Gu Keqing, with her eyes closed, was lost in a whirlwind of sensations, excitement, and various other feelings coursing through her, rendering her utterly entranced, to the extent that she was oblivious to the exchange between Suga and Yin Xiaoxuan. Casting a glance at the door, Suga remarked, "The needling requires a relatively quiet environment. That uproar is simply too jarring. I'll go chase him away," Yin Xiaoxuan declared as she prepared to rise from the bed. Suga hurriedly intervened. "There's no need for that. Just turn on the television and play a soothing melody. Ever since we met will do nicely." In Gu Keqing's little world, everything was at her disposal, including a television and even a 360-degree surround sound system. "All right," Yin Xiaoxuan replied, expertly turning on the television and inputting the song title to initiate playback. Instantly, the room was enveloped by music brimming with emotion and allure, every inch of the air filled with a profound meaning and a romantic charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Yin Xiaoxuan seemed to be entranced by the atmosphere as well. Her eyes gradually became dreamy, and she kicked off her slippers, half reclining on the bed while quietly observing Sugu as she performed the acupuncture. As one silver needle was withdrawn by Sugu, Gu Keqing suddenly felt a loss of a delightful current within her, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her pretty face revealing an expression of lingering desire. However, just as quickly, another silver needle pierced her skin, akin to the searing heat of wax dripping from a candle. Gu Keqing let out a soft hum, her dainty toes instinctively curling in response. The dreamy murmurs and the richly emotional music melded together perfectly, forming a seductive and enchanting melody. Outside the door, as the sound of music wafted from within the room, Su Wu's expression grew even more peculiar. Using music to mask the noise, they're indeed up to something. Hearing this, Gu Liqing's eyes widened, and he pressed his ear against the door, immediately absorbing the melodious strains that filled the air. Each captivating note and soft sigh felt like countless daggers piercing through him. "Sugu, you scoundrel! Open the door!" Gu Liqing growled, his teeth clenched so tightly that a crisp cracking sound echoed, reminiscent of the snap of a crocodile's jaws, revealing the depth of his ire and resentment. At that moment, Su Wu interjected, "Young Master Gu, your gums are bleeding." Gu Liqing stiffly turned his head, his eyes wild with madness, blood staining his teeth as he hissed, "Su uncle, open the door. This is the second Mrs. Private Matter." Furrowing his brow, Su Wu A master of close combat and Gu Weilong's bodyguard, had accompanied Gu Liqing in hopes of sparring with Su Gu. Knowing that Gu Liqing had yet to earn the authority to command him, "Su uncle, please open the door," Gu Liqing bellowed, his fury palpable. He had never endured such a profound humiliation. If Su Gu were not dealt with, it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Seeing Gu Liqing's expression spiral into a frenzied state, bordering on the brink of despair, Su could only sigh, "Very well then. Hurry." Gu Liqing's face was a tumult of ecstasy and cruelty. In his heart, Su Gu was merely a physician. Despite his swiftness, he was no match for Su Wu. He had already concocted a gruesome plan to flay Su Gu alive and feed his remains to the dogs. Su Wu took a deep breath, first rapping on the door. Yet there was no response. The soothing music continued to play uninterrupted. He retreated 2 steps, half closing his eyes, and suddenly opened them wide. Delivering a powerful kick to the door. Bang! Su Gu cast a fleeting glance at the entrance, his actions remaining undisturbed. Yin Xiaoxuan, startled, rushed to the door and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to break down the door?" Chapter 83. You stepped on my foot. Is it Miss Yin Xiaoxuan, the granddaughter of the esteemed Elder Yin? To be candid, Su Wu harbored no fondness for Elder Yin, for they were both formidable individuals supported by the Gu family. Yet Elder Yin always seemed to hold the upper hand. In the realm of martial arts, where competition and aggression reigned supreme, Su Wu felt perpetually overshadowed by Elder Yin. Yin Xiaoxuan, attending to that Su Gu alongside the second young lady? Su Wu furrowed his brow. If Gu Keqing and Su Gu were genuinely in love, he would not wish to interfere. However, given the current predicament, should word of this affair escape, the Gu family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. It was imperative to intervene. Yin Xiaoxuan opened the door. It is Su Wu. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Xiaoxuan was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware that Su Wu served as Gu Weilong's personal bodyguard. Nevertheless, even Su Wu ought not to disturb Su Gu, especially as Gu Keqing was currently undergoing acupuncture. Setting aside the notion of disturbance, the sight of Gu Keqing blushing and reveling in the treatment was not something that should be exposed to outsiders. "Uncle Su, I cannot open the door right now," Yin Xiaoxuan replied. "Su Gu is administering acupuncture to Keqing. If it's urgent, please wait a moment." "No. Open the door this instant," Gu Liqing bellowed. Unable to endure another moment, Su Wu asserted, "Since it is acupuncture, it should not be of great concern." "Open the door, Yin Xiaoxuan." "Absolutely not." "Then do not blame me." Su Wu forcefully kicked the door once more, the resounding impact causing fine cracks to appear in the ceramic tiles of the wall beside it. "Stop. You cannot disturb Su Gu." Yin Xiaoxuan bit her lip, her face flushed with anger. Unmoved, Su Wu continued his assault, delivering kick after kick to the door. Even a standard anti-theft door could be breached by a determined individual, and though the doors of the Gu villa were of superior quality, they were no match for a skilled martial artist. After a dozen powerful kicks, the door had begun to warp, revealing a slender fissure. Yin Xiaoxuan glanced back. Su Gu remained engrossed in administering acupuncture to Gu Keqing. Taking a deep breath, she adopted a serious demeanor, standing tall just behind the door. Should Su Wu break through, she would be his first obstacle. With a thunderous crash, a corner of the anti-theft door was forcefully breached, and the entire door subsequently collapsed. Amidst the flying debris, Su Wu's dark figure strode in, followed closely by the vengeful Gu Liqing. "Humph!" Yin Xiaoxuan shouted in fury, her long leg lifting in a swift sidekick. Her toes piercing like a spear, Su Wu's eyes widened in instinctive response, retreating just in time to evade that ferocious strike. However, a pain cry still echoed through the room. "Uncle Su, you stepped on my foot." A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Su Wu's face as he discreetly shifted his foot, then turned his gaze toward the room. Inside, enchanting music played, and Gu Keqing lay ensconced beneath the covers, her face flushed with a charming hue. Meanwhile, Su Gu had just finished donning his shoes, an enigmatic allure radiating from his countenance. "Is this acupuncture?" "It hardly appears so." "What exactly are you all doing?" Su Wu fixed his gaze intently upon Su Gu. Su Gu offered a faint smile and inquired, "Must I provide an explanation for my actions?" Gu Liqing, clutching his injured foot, glared at Su Gu with venomous intent, exclaiming, "You wretch, I wish for your demise. Even if you kneel and beg for forgiveness, I shall not spare you." Su Gu cast a dismissive glance at Gu Liqing, retorting, "What are you, a pitiful second-generation failure? You possess remarkable talent, Su Gu, yet you have crossed the line." Su Wu's brown eyes gleamed with a cold light as he executed a swift sidekick. Yin Xiaoxuan, with a sharp cry, raised her leg to counter the attack. A resounding crash echoed as they collided. Yin Xiaoxuan let out a pained cry and fell to the ground. Though she too had just attained the skill of inch power, She was no match for Su Wu, who had long mastered it. Suga swiftly moved to embrace Yin Xiaoxuan. Her expression as frigid as ice as she glared at Su Wu, stating, "I shall return this kick 100-fold. Such audacity. Su Wu's legs shifted slightly, establishing a solid stance as his calloused hands rose to his chest. Suga said nothing further, gently placing Yin Xiaoxuan back on the bed before slowly turning away. Chapter 84. 100-fold retribution for Xiao Sun. Two piercing gazes intertwined like lightning. Suga gradually channeled the 5 immortal arts, and the enigmatic aura surrounding him intensified. "This is a master?" Suga nearly exclaimed in astonishment. When Suga had previously performed acupuncture, his demeanor had been markedly different due to his mental state. But now, as he suddenly activated the 5 immortal arts, Suga was thrown into disarray. How could this be? How could there be such a young master? As a master of inch power and the personal bodyguard of Gu Weilong, Suga was accustomed to commanding respect in Nanjing City, facing few rivals and often walking with an air of invincibility. Yet, at this moment, turmoil raged within him. Suga's mind raced with countless thoughts, struggling to comprehend the existence of such a young master. Just then, Suga moved. 2 6-inch-long silver needles shimmered, concealed between Su Ji's fingers. Their occasional glint cold and blinding, wind-piercing significantly enhanced Su Ji's speed and agility, especially after practicing the 5 immortal arts, as this technique was inherently part of the discipline. With a light step, he bent low and leapt forward, his left hand executing the first move of wind-piercing to propel the silver needles silently towards Su Wu. As the sense of impending doom washed over him, Su Wu felt every hair on his body stand on end. And the spot targeted by the silver needles felt as icy as a slab of ice, chilling him to the bone. So swift. Is he truly a master? Su Wu's mind screamed, and he instinctively lost the will to fight, raising his elbows to protect his head and shouting, "I concede." Humph. Suga scoffed coldly, driving the long needle directly into Su Wu's Xiamen acupoint. Su Wu's body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground. By this time, the echoes of his concession still reverberated in the air, and the room fell into a profound silence, thick with embarrassment. "Su, uncle? He just started. And he concedes?" Gu Liqing's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. Su uncle was a master of inch power, second only to the elder Yin in their family hierarchy. How could he surrender, especially to Su Gu? Su uncle, rendered speechless and numb after Su Ji's strike, could not respond to Gu Liqing's inquiries. Suga cast a nonchalant glance at Gu Liqing, raising the silver needle in his right hand, causing Gu Liqing to retreat in fright. "This is a demon." "Yes, a demon. I want my daddy." Under Su Ji's unrelenting gaze, Gu Liqing's legs weakened in terror, and he fled, clutching the wall for support. Truly a waste of a second-generation heir. Suga rolled his eyes lightly, shifting his focus back to Su Wu. At that moment, Su Wu lay awkwardly on the ground, his rugged mouth agape, a pale tongue limply hanging out. "I warned you, that kick would be repaid 100-fold. Suga lifted his foot and planted it firmly on Su Wu's leg. With the first stomp, bang, another stomp followed. With the second, Yin Xiaoxuan watched as Su Gu repeatedly stepped on Su Wu's leg, her heart swelling with delight. Su Wu had always had a tumultuous relationship with his grandfather, and having just kicked himself in the leg, he felt a sense of retribution at last. Suga moved with remarkable speed, delivering 100 strikes in less than a minute. At this moment, Su Wu's leg was contorted beyond recognition, his eyes shimmering with excruciating agony. Yet, rendered speechless by the pressure on his acupoints, he could only emit pitiful moans, unable to utter a word or mount any form of resistance. "I have spared your life with these 100 blows. Consider yourself fortunate," Su Gu remarked disdainfully as he cast a glance at Su Wu and withdrew the 6-inch silver needle. With the needle removed, Su Wu quickly regained his ability to move, but fear held him captive. He dared not stir, terrified of incurring Su Ji's wrath once more. Consequently, he lay on the ground like a crippled monkey, emitting low, mournful cries. Just then, the sound of the elevator echoed ominously, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching. Chapter 85. The head of the Gu family, Gu Weilong. Su Gu pulled a chair and seated herself before Su Wu, awaiting the arrival of the guests. Soon, Butler Li entered, flanked by 10 burly bodyguards escorting 2 individuals. Butler Li's expression was complex, while the bodyguards, each a muscular giant, cast menacing glances at Su Gu. Among those being escorted was the visibly shaken Gu Liqing. His heart raced with a mix of fear and exhilaration. This devil. Even if my father cannot handle him, I refuse to believe he can defeat 10 bodyguards. Once he is captured, I shall subject him to the most horrific tortures. Beside Gu Liqing stood a man clad in a silver suit, appearing to be in his 40s, with an impassive countenance and a gaze that exuded steadiness. tinged with a hint of weariness and wisdom. Gu Liqing bore a striking resemblance to this man. He must be Gu Weilong, the head of the Gu family. Su Gu mused. Even with Gu Weilong's arrival, she remained unmoved, seated comfortably in her chair. Conversely, Yin Xiaoxuan curled up nervously under the blankets, embracing the soft figure of Gu Keqing. On the floor, Su Wu, clutching his legs in anguish, groaned softly. Upon seeing Gu Weilong, he forced himself to shake his head in pain, casting furtive glances. But Lurli swallowed nervously. He had anticipated Gu Liqing would seek trouble with Su Gu and had tried to delay him, yet unexpectedly, matters had escalated, and quite dramatically at that. However, to his astonishment, it was not Su Gu who suffered, but Su Wu and Gu Liqing. Truly, Su Gu was an enigma. A similar thought echoed in Gu Weilong's mind. How could even Su Wu be unable to contend with her, conceding defeat? Now, in such a state, he implored me not to offend her. Just how formidable must Su Gu be? A master of internal strength? Perhaps even a grandmaster. What a fearsome background she must possess. One word from her could likely upheave the very foundations of Nanjing City. Such a person could have been an ally. Yet his son had provoked her. It was imperative to mend this rift swiftly, or the Gu family would be doomed. The more he contemplated, the greater his trepidation grew. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his son, Gu Liqing, come here. Gu Liqing stepped forward, his heart exhilarated. Father is going to avenge me. Slap. A resounding blow struck Gu Liqing's face, extinguishing his excitement and leaving him in a state of bewilderment. But Lurli and the bodyguards wore expressions of disbelief, the atmosphere in the room thickening as if frozen. He turned, incredulity etched on his features as he gazed at his father. Dad. Slap. Gu Weilong delivered another fierce slap. Gu Liqing cradled his stinging face. Why? Slap. 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 Gu Liqing's face was now completely swollen. He was no fool. His confusion morphed into sheer terror. Dad. Stop. I understand my mistake. He genuinely recognized his error. To provoke someone who could intimidate even his father was a grave miscalculation. Encouraging his father's bodyguards to confront her was tantamount to courting death. The son admitted his mistake, yet Gu Weilong continued unabated, delivering slap after slap. The sound resonating through the room like the crack of firecrackers. Gu Liqing was brought to his knees, clutching Gu Weilong's leg, tears and snot forming a puddle beneath him. Dad, I understand my mistake. I should not have envied Su Gu, nor should I have incited Uncle Su to trouble him. I was wrong, utterly wrong. Gu Weilong maintained a stoic expression, unmoved, despite his own hand beginning to swell. However, for the sake of the Gu family, as long as Su Gu remained silent, he had no intention of ceasing, even if it meant inflicting fatal harm upon his only son. It was only by satisfying Su Gu and prompting him to speak that he could avert the cataclysmic disaster threatening their family. Chapter 86. The subtle schemes of Gu Weilong. Su Gu sat in his chair, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Gu Weilong would prove to be so astute and ruthless. Rather than confronting him with accusations or offering a verbal apology, Gu Weilong chose to express his contrition through decisive actions, a sincerity that greatly pleased Su Gu. Enough. If you continue, you might just kill him. Do not frighten Xiaosun and Keqing, Su Gu remarked with a wave of his hand and a smile. At that moment, Yin Xiaosun and Gu Keqing were genuinely alarmed. Gu Weilong, who had always appeared as a dignified yet amiable figure before them, was revealing a fierce side they had never witnessed. Thank you, young Master Su, for your mercy. Gu Liqing will never appear before you again, and the Gu family will ensure that all your needs are met. Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Gu Weilong's expression softened as he silently rejoiced at having preserved his family's standing. Meeting all my needs? Very well, I happen to require some items. Su Gu nodded in agreement. Upon this declaration, Gu Weilong felt not a twinge of regret, but rather a sense of relief. As he glanced at Yin Xiaosun and Gu Keqing, other thoughts began to stir within him. If he could leverage his daughters to forge a connection with this formidable individual, not only would the impending territorial disputes be effortlessly resolved, but the domination of the region of Nanjiang, and even the conquest of Beijiang, would soon be within reach. Gu Weilong's mind raced with calculations, his demeanor relaxing slightly as ambition and excitement flickered in his gaze. However, had he known that Su Ji's prowess was merely superficial and that his stay would be limited to a mere 7 days, one wonders what thoughts might have crossed his mind. At that moment, Su Gu spoke nonchalantly. I have given Su Wu a light reprimand. I trust the head of the Gu family will not take it to heart. Of course not. Gu Weilong swiftly responded. Su Wu acted without discernment in offending you. He got what he deserved. Su Gu nodded. His injuries are not severe. Let Wenrenju attend to him. Take him away. Furthermore, I would appreciate your assistance. head of the Gu family, in procuring some medicinal herbs. The older, the better. As for the specific list, please bring me some paper and a pen. Upon hearing this, Butler Li promptly stepped forward, producing a sleek black pen and a small notebook, which he handed to Sugu. Flipping to a blank page, Sugu began to write with elegant strokes. Ginseng, cordyceps, reishi, ambergris, hishowu, snow lotus, musk. He continued diligently for several pages before finally pausing. That should suffice. Please gather them swiftly. Let us conclude today's affairs. Good night, everyone. As he spoke, Sugu half closed his eyes, signaling an end to further conversation. Gu Weilong's expression shifted as he realized this indicated Su Ji's intention to remain in the bedroom, which meant he would be spending time with Yin Xiaosun and Gu Keqing. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Gu Weilong. He envisioned the glorious future of the Gu family made possible by his decisions today. With this thought, a smile spread across his face. Good night. This exclamation prompted Butler Li and the 10 bodyguards to echo in unison, good night. Shortly thereafter, Gu Weilong quietly departed with the injured Su Wu and the bruised Gu Liqing, even taking the time to prop up the fallen security door before leaving. As Gu Weilong and others departed from the 5th floor, Sugu opened his eyes and couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a remarkable individual. A son who strikes at will and a daughter who gives away at her discretion. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxuan finally jumped out of bed. Her wide eyes filled with curiosity as she inquired, Sugu, who exactly are you? Even Uncle Gu shows you such respect. I am your shared boyfriend, my dear. Sensing a hint of shyness from Yin Xiaoxuan, Sugu stepped forward, enveloped her in a gentle embrace, and planted a soft kiss on her lips. Only releasing her after a considerable moment, Yin Xiaoxuan clung tightly to Sugu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sugu, you are truly incredible. Suddenly, Gu Keqing poked her head out from under the blanket, her face adorned with a mix of bashfulness and excitement. Sugu is a shared boyfriend? A boyfriend that can be shared. Chapter 87. After heightening sensitivity, Gu Keqing, do not harbor any illusions. Yin Xiaoxuan pouted her lips, clinging tightly to Sugu. Sugu chuckled silently, about to speak when suddenly the phone rang from the bed. It's my call. Oh? A message from Dad. Gu Keqing pulled out her phone and glanced at it, her face turning crimson in an instant. Yin Xiaoxuan, puzzled, inquired, Uncle Gu sent you a message? Why didn't Yi mention anything earlier? Is it some kind of secret? A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corners of Su Ji's mouth. He could roughly guess the content without even looking. It's nothing. Gu Keqing hid her phone beneath the quilt, her face flushed with embarrassment. This expression only deepened Yin Xiaoxuan's curiosity. What is it? Show me. With that, she bounced onto the bed, squeezing him beside Gu Keqing, and reached out to snatch the phone away. Gu Keqing, not trained in martial arts, was no match for Yin Xiaoxuan, who easily seized the phone after a few moments of struggle. As she opened it, she involuntarily read aloud, Keqing. It's evident that you have a deep affection for Sugu. Tonight presents a splendid opportunity. If he makes any requests, do your utmost to fulfill them. Dad hopes for your success. Stop. The message, once read aloud, rendered Gu Keqing's face nearly steaming with embarrassment. At that moment, the phone vibrated again, revealing a new message on the screen. Yin Xiaoxuan, wide-eyed, read aloud. Dad wishes to embrace his grandchild as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Go for it. Both Sugu and Yin Xiaoxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Never would they have imagined that the usually authoritative father would exhibit such a lack of decorum. Gu Keqing, utterly mortified, burrowed under the covers, too shy to emerge. Yin Xiaoxuan laughed uncontrollably, leaning against Su Ji's shoulder, her giggles echoing as if she could hardly catch her breath. All right, stop laughing, Sugu said, gently patting Yin Xiaoxuan's back to help her regain her composure. Once Yin Xiaoxuan had calmed down, Sugu set her down on the bed, teasing, if you keep laughing, your acupoints will misalign, and how will I beautify you? Huh? Are you going to beautify me? Yin Xiaoxuan's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation. Sugu chuckled. Keqing still needs one more acupuncture session. Let us start with enhancing her bust. With that, he retrieved a red acupuncture box amid Yin Xiaoxuan's sulky gaze, then pulled back the covers to reveal Gu Keqing curled up like a kitten. Lie still. Sugu knelt beside Keqing, grasping her slender legs and delicate shoulders, gently stretching her out. It seemed the remnants of the previous acupuncture treatment lingered, as a faint blush appeared on Gu Keqing's fair face, adding a touch of allure to her innocence. Seeing her in this state, Su Ji's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Was the previous sensation enjoyable? Gu Keqing covered her small face with her hands, her voice as delicate as a whisper. What a little enchantress. Yin Xiaoxuan huffed, stepping forward to smooth out Gu Keqing's skirt. Sugu smiled in agreement, retrieving 3 2-inch silver needles and deftly employing a skillful technique that flowed like water. Inserting them into Kaching's Zhongxue, Guanyuan, and Sanyinjiu acupoints. Each of these points pertains to sensitivity. And Su Gu's specialized method significantly heightened Gu Kaching's sensations while also enhancing the effects of acupuncture for breast enhancement. The delicate hem of her skirt glided over Kaching's skin, amplifying the previously subtle sensations, making her feel as if countless ants were crawling across her body, evoking a simultaneously ticklish and tantalizing sensation. Kaching's body involuntarily writhed. However, the more she moved, the more intense the sensations became. And if she remained still, she found it impossible to resist. The sight of her writhing form left Su Gu breathless, prompting him to take another silver needle and aim it at the acupoint over her heart. In the next moment, Chapter 88, the premature territorial division battle in the soft light of a beautiful morning, Su Gu lay languidly on his bed. After 2 consecutive nights of acupuncture, even he felt utterly fatigued. Fortunately, Xiaosun and Kaching knelt on either side of him, providing a soothing massage. Their delicate, almost ethereal hands kneaded his back gently, their slender fingers gliding over his skin, coaxing him into a blissful state of relaxation with his eyes blissfully closed. The sensations brought by the 2 pairs of hands were distinctly different, yet both were incredibly comforting. Xiaosun, having trained in martial arts, possessed slender yet strong fingers. Her touch roused the half-asleep cells within Su Gu's body. Kaching's hands were akin to the soft, warm paws of a folded-eared kitten, gliding smoothly over his skin in a way that was utterly irresistible. Kaching, move over a bit. It was agreed that my Su Gu is to share only a third with you, Xiaosun declared, asserting her claim over Su Gu. Kaching playfully stuck out her tongue. The third refers to time. I only need 8 hours at night. Xiaosun huffed adorably. At night? Dream on. Su Gu chuckled silently, shifting to lie on his back, instantly revealing his perfectly sculpted physique before Xiaosun and Kaching. The defined lines of his body, the alluring curves reminiscent of a mermaid, and the pronounced, chiseled abs all exuded an intoxicating aura of masculinity. Both Xiaosun and Kaching paused briefly in their breathing. Then, as if in unison, placed their small hands on Su Gu's abdomen, kneading it gently, lying back and gazing at the 2 uniquely beautiful girls. While feeling their hands dance across his form was a sensation that was truly exquisite, almost prompting a sigh of pleasure. So delightful, Su Gu inhaled deeply, relishing the stimulating comfort of the massage. At that moment, the sound of the elevator arriving echoed from the damaged door, followed by the voice of Butler Li resounding from the corridor. Young Master Su, I apologize for the intrusion. The head of the family urgently wishes to see you. Although Butler Li did not appear at the door, Xiaosun and Kaching blushed simultaneously and ducked under the covers. Feeling his pleasant moment disrupted, Su Gu frowned. If there's something to discuss, just say it. If it's not important, I shall not attend. Indeed. The territorial division battle scheduled for 3 days hence in Nanjing City has been unexpectedly moved forward by the other 4 families. The territorial division battle? Is that the match where Old Master Yin will be participating? Su Gu pondered, speaking lightly. Understood. You may leave now. I shall join shortly. Yes, sir. Butler Li replied respectfully before departing swiftly. Why has it been moved forward all of a sudden? Kaching asked, puzzled. Su Gu smiled faintly. The news of Old Master Yin's unhealed wounds must have leaked, prompting the 4 families to pressure the Gu family into advancing the territorial division battle. If the Gu family refuses, they will have grounds to jointly target them. If they agree, they will seize this opportunity to bring the Gu family to its knees. How despicable. Kaching clenched her small fists. Xiaosun peeked out from under the covers, her face etched with concern. Grandfather just had acupuncture yesterday morning. He has barely recovered for a day. With me here, Xiaosun, you need not worry. Su Ji's lips curled into a subtle smile as he extended his supple fingers, gliding them ever so lightly over Yin Xiaoxuan's collarbone. Su Gu. Yin Xiaoxuan murmured softly, tilting her head back to elongate her delicate neck. Her skin is smooth as jade, evoking an irresistible desire for closeness. A chuckle escaped Su Ji's lips at the sight of Yin Xiaoxuan's dazed expression, prompting him to withdraw his fingers. Meanwhile, Gu Kaching gazed intently at Su Ji's fingers, the allure of their tips igniting a longing within her to experience a similar sensation. Soon after, the trio finished their morning rituals and descended in the elevator, encountering the attentive and respectful Li Butler awaiting them. Upon seeing Gu Kaching and Yin Xiaoxuan, Li Butler was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, the second young lady and Miss Yin appear even more exquisite. Could it be a result of young Master Su's nurturing? Unbeknownst to him, Su Gu had spent the entire night administering beauty acupuncture to Kaching and Xiaoxuan, and now the two ladies radiated vitality and charm, a testament to his labor. However, it must be noted that both Xiao Xuan and Keqing were already blessed with natural beauty. Su Ji's techniques merely served to enhance their allure. Mending minor imperfections. Young Master Su, second young lady, Miss Yin, please proceed this way for your meal, Li Butler announced, his initial astonishment giving way to an unmistakable glimmer of concern and urgency in his eyes. Su Ge cast a fleeting glance at him before making his way to the dining area alongside Xiao Xuan and Keqing. Chapter 89. Lion Mountain of Nanjing. The Gu family restaurant exuded opulence beyond compare, dwarfing the typical living room of an ordinary household. A grand dining table, measuring over 10 meters in length, was centrally positioned, adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Su Ge, accompanied by Keqing and Xiao Xuan, settled down to indulge in the feast. Following his practice of the 5 immortal techniques, Su Ji's appetite had notably increased. Astonishingly, he consumed 10 bowls of rice alone, yet his abdomen remained flat. Can Brother Su really eat so much? Keqing, who had finished her meal long ago, rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing Su Ge. Xiao Xuan echoed her sentiment. Brother Su is a martial arts master. It is only natural for him to eat more. Otherwise, where would he derive such strength? Upon finishing the last morsel, Su Ge set down his utensils and surveyed the disarray of the dining table, chuckling to himself, surprised by the quantity he had consumed. As he concluded his meal, both Xiao Xuan and Keqing simultaneously reached for napkins to wipe his lips, their delicate fingers occasionally brushing against his mouth, stirring delightful emotions within him. Meanwhile, Butler Li shifted his stance but remained silent. Glancing at him, Su Ge inquired, Butler Li, where is the head of the Gu family? Butler Li promptly replied, the territorial division battle is scheduled for noon at 12. The Gu family head and old Master Yin have already departed for Lion Mountain. He instructed me not to rush you. Su Ge nodded. Lion Mountain? We should go as well. Old Master Yin has yet to fully recover. If a confrontation is to occur, I must be there to safeguard him. Indeed. The car is ready. Please follow me, Butler Li urged, leading the way briskly. Su Ge took Xiao Xuan's hand in one and Keqing's in the other, swiftly following Butler Li to the villa's garage, where a long wheelbase Range Rover was already running, its deep rumble resonating through the air. Given the height of the vehicle, Butler Li opened the door, and Su Ge effortlessly lifted Keqing and Xiao Xuan into the car. Relishing the warmth and softness in his embrace, the Range Rover sped away, swiftly leaving the Gu family island and entering the city. After navigating through a congested route, they ascended a winding mountain road. The vehicle raced forward, and as they gazed out the window, the precipice loomed perilously close beneath them. Xiao Xuan clutched Su Ji's arm tightly. Introducing, Lion Mountain is the tallest peak in the Nanjing region, named for its majestic lion-like silhouette. It is also one of the most inhospitable and least traversed mountains. My grandfather informed me that the location was chosen due to the clandestine nature of the territorial division battle, as it is a place with few inhabitants. Su Ge acknowledged her words. Battles among martial artists often resulted in severe injury or death, and thus, it was indeed inappropriate for ordinary people to spectate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine resonated from outside the window. Su Ge turned to see a yellow convertible McLaren racing alongside the Range Rover. Inside the McLaren sat 2 pallid youths, clearly intoxicated. The McLaren then audaciously honked its horn, swiftly overtaking the Range Rover and vanishing around the bend. It seems to be those 2 ruffians from the Tian family, Tian Shi and Tian Liao, Keqing remarked, frowning slightly as she clutched Su Ji's other arm. The infamous reputation of Tian Shi and Tian Liao was well known. They indulged in every vice imaginable, from drinking and gambling to drug use. Their favorite pastime is to bully the weak, especially men and women alike, emboldened by their family's formidable connections. Is the Tian family one of those 4 families? Su Ge inquired. Xiao Sun shook her head, stating, no, apart from the Gu family, the other 4 families are the Feng, Shui, Tong, and Gao families. The Tian family is merely a vassal of the Gao family, yet they are still considered affluent in Nanjing City. Su Ge nodded. Will the Tian family also participate in the territorial division battle? Gu Keqing responded. Not only the Tian family, but also other families that may not rival our 5, yet should not be underestimated, will take part. Some, like the Tian family, are vassals of the 5 families, while others are newcomers, each with differing motives for entering the fray. Some seek to seize territories from other families, while others are driven by personal vendettas. Su Ge remarked with a smile, it seems that this territorial division battle serves as a means for the people of Nanjing to delineate interests, resolve grievances, and maintain order through physical confrontation. This approach seems preferable to assembling a large group to engage in chaotic street violence akin to gang warfare, or resorting to underhanded schemes. Gu Keqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was reportedly my grandfather who initiated this concept back in the tumultuous 1990s when Nanjing was in disarray. And thus this method has endured to the present day. Chapter 90. Tianshi and Tianliao. The winding mountain road soon reached its terminus. The Land Rover came to a halt in a muddy expanse, surrounded by an array of luxury vehicles. Amongst this opulent display, the Land Rover appeared rather unremarkable. However, its license plate was strikingly conspicuous, unmistakably belonging to the Gu family of Nanjing. Numerous individuals scattered among the vehicles turned their attention toward this direction. Look! Someone is getting out. A figure clad in traditional Tang attire emerged. It was the Gu family steward, Li. And that young man, my goodness. How extraordinarily handsome. His striking features were almost blinding. Who is he? If only I could have such a handsome boyfriend. I wonder if he would be inclined towards someone like me. Humph. A third or fourth tier celebrity daring to dream of such a handsome man. What a delusion. Only a beauty queen like me could capture his affection. Just look at his eyes, his lips, his collarbone, how I long to spend a night with him. Those who managed to gather here were all either wealthy or of noble lineage, men and women from prominent families, as well as third and fourth tier stars. Their standards were considerably elevated, yet they were all mesmerized by Su Gu's striking appearance and extraordinary charisma, especially the multitude of enchantresses, each with eyes gleaming, fixated on Su Gu, occasionally uttering bold and audacious remarks. At that moment, a woman exclaimed, "Look! That handsome guy is carrying a girl out of the car. It's Gu Keqing." An excited matron remarked, "Even with such a modest figure, she has won his affection? I must give it a try." Suddenly, a man shouted, pointing at the Land Rover, "Look, he is carrying another girl. It's Yan Xiaoxuan. Wow, he is truly incomparable. Managing to charm two at once, both from the Gu family. How enviable. If only I were that handsome," the onlookers murmured among themselves. Su Gu had long grown accustomed to such attention, while Xiaoxuan and Keqing, being embraced by him in front of so many, felt a mix of bashfulness and exhilaration. Their faces flushed with happiness. This location could not possibly be the battleground for territorial disputes. Su Gu surveyed his surroundings, noting the plethora of vehicles and people amidst the muddy ground littered with debris. Steward Li gestured toward a narrow path, respectfully responding, at the summit of the secondary peak. Shire Mountain. There is a site that was established long ago, ostensibly built for stargazers to facilitate their observations. Following Steward Li's indication, Su Gu observed a sparse crowd slowly ascending the narrow path, with a concrete structure faintly visible at the summit. Just as he was about to suggest they proceed, a light-hearted taunt echoed from nearby. "Hey there, you look quite good, but I wonder if you can live up to that appearance. Care for a little assistance?" With a calm demeanor, Su Gu turned to see the two individuals driving the McLaren, Tianshi and Tianliao. How dare anyone insult Su Gu? Steward Li's eyelids twitched in agitation as he barked, "Tianshi, you have truly lost your sense of survival." "Brother, he says we've lost our sense of survival." Ha ha ha. Another individual, known as Tianliao, laughed heartily, oblivious to the imminent peril he faced, still considering himself one of the 5 prominent families. Tianshi joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, but they are no longer one of the 5 families. They will only be removed from the list after the territory division war. Can we not allow them to revel for a moment?" With that, they allowed their mirth to continue. Tianliao lit a cigarette, stating, "Once our family eradicates the Gu family, we shall consume them entirely." Tianshi's eyes gleamed with a lewd anticipation as he chuckled. "At that time, there will be much to indulge in. I have yet to savor the taste of the daughters from the 5 families. I prefer the wild ones. They possess a certain vigor." Tianliao responded. As Tianshi and Tianliao chattered incessantly, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Ji's eyes. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with force. Bang! A sharp sound resonated, akin to the clash of stone against stone. "Ouch! My teeth!" Tianshi's face turned a deep shade of purple as he screamed, trembling hands clasped over his mouth, blood and several teeth spilling forth. "Brother!" Tianliao hurried to assist Tianshi, only to be struck by a second stone that split his lip wide open. Su Gu, his expression icy, clapped his hands and remarked, "If you speak indiscriminately, you must face the consequences. Your lips and teeth are no longer of any use." Chapter 91. The Zhongshan Suit. High Peaks. Alas, we shall not let you escape. The Gu family has fallen. We will see you torn to shreds. Tianshi and Tianliao squatted on the ground, incessantly cursing, their words laden with filth and venom, erupting like a torrent of excrement. The stench was unbearable. Su Ge hurled another stone with great force, striking Tianshi squarely on the nose, causing his once proud feature to collapse. A wave of dizziness washed over Tianshi as excruciating pain radiated from his mouth and nose, sending him sprawling to the ground. Upon witnessing Tianshi's fall, Tian Liao screamed in terror. Su Ge picked up another stone, coldly remarking, "If you dare to shout again, the next explosion will be your eyes." His icy tone and fierce gaze rendered Tian Liao mute, covering his foul mouth in fear. "Bravo. Well done," a young man whispered in approval. Tianshi and Tian Liao, notorious for their arrogance, had crossed paths with many present, and now witnessing their downfall brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers. "Well done, handsome. They deserve to be beaten to a pulp." A young woman clenched her fists. She had almost faced humiliation at the hands of the Tian brothers. Now, as Su Ge avenged her, her gaze shimmered with admiration, wishing to dedicate herself to him. Others who had suffered under Tianshi and Tian Liao also expressed their delight. Feeling a sense of relief, and many men harbored no jealousy, only reverence. Qing excitedly clung to Su Ji's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Su, you are amazing. You made those rascals flee in disgrace." Shaosun also wrapped her arms around Su Ji's arm, shooting a fierce glare at the Tian brothers, declaring, "If they dare to provoke us again, we shall castrate them." Su Ge smiled and nodded. "That's a splendid idea. Now, let us ascend the mountain." "All right." Shaosun responded eagerly. Although territorial battles had been waged numerous times, she had previously been forbidden by Yin Feng from attending. Thus, she was particularly exhilarated, especially after witnessing the Tian brothers bleed. Due to the muddy terrain, Su Ge effortlessly hoisted Shaosun onto his back while carrying Gu Keqing in his arms, ascending the mountain with both of them. This scene caused others to gasp in astonishment. Goodness, this display of affection could suffocate us. Carrying one while embracing another. And climbing such a steep ascent, a fall would indeed be comical. Look how steady he walks, how could he possibly stumble? The climb from the parking area to the summit of Lion Ear Mountain did not take long. They reached the peak in under 10 minutes. Su Ge gently set Gu Keqing down, and Shaosun dismounted from his back, clutching a red box and following closely behind. Atop the mountain stood a grayish-white structure resembling an observatory, entirely occupying the summit. Su Ge scanned the site and noted that the observatory was divided into two sections, a 4-story main building and a dilapidated platform sprawling 50 meters. At this moment, the area with the most expansive view was furnished with chairs, while the rest was surrounded by rows of plastic stools. Such a rudimentary venue had maintained a gray order in the Nanzhong region for decades. As Su Ge and his companions surveyed the surroundings, a group of individuals suddenly surged forward, each exuding an air of menace. The imposing leader, with a frigid gaze, declared, "It is this man who has shattered the mouths of our 2 young masters. Let us deal with him." "Humph, who are we to confront?" Another throng descended upon them, encircling Su Ge and his 3 companions, who were none other than the bodyguards of the Gu family. The 2 factions, numbering in the dozens, stood at an impasse, the atmosphere thickening like ice, causing passers-by to retreat hastily, wary of being caught in the crossfire. "Who dares to make a move?" A voice resonated with authority. "If there are personal grievances, settle them on the stage. Otherwise, do not blame me for my wrath." It was Gao Zhang, the patriarch of the Gao family. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and there, on the 3rd-floor windowsill, stood an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit. "Mr. Gao?" "They struck my son first." A one-eyed, middle-aged man stepped forward from the Tian family's ranks, his single eye fierce, yet his demeanor respectful. This man was Tian Fun, the head of the Tian family. Gao Zhang regarded Tian Fun with a measured tone, stating, "Though you are of my Gao family lineage, do the decades-old customs still hold weight? If you wish to disregard them, you may act now." Upon hearing this, Tian Fun, though reluctant, could only grit his teeth and reply, "Very well, let us resolve this on the stage." Chapter 92. Gradual unveiling. Tian Fun cast a fierce glare at Su Ge before departing with his entourage. "Let us return." Gu Weilong emerged from the throng of bodyguards, dismissing them and butlerly, "Master Gu," Su Ge greeted with a smile. "Young Master Su." Gu Weilong beamed, devoid of any semblance of authority, much to the astonishment of those familiar with him, who simultaneously grew more intrigued by the strikingly handsome Su Ge. Gu Keqing rolled her eyes. "Father, are we just going to stay here?" "Of course not. We shall go inside to converse." Following Gu Weilong, Su Ge and the others entered the building. The structure, though dilapidated and rudimentary, was remarkably sturdy, a testament to the considerable effort expended in constructing a house atop this mountain. Ascending the steps, Gu Weilong remarked. The rooms have been allocated. Each of the 5 families has 2. If you prefer not to spend the night here, you may return to your vehicles or head back to the city. Spend the night? The competition lasts more than a day? Sugu inquired. Gu Weilong replied. Our family's contest takes place on the 2nd day. The first day is reserved for settling grievances and such matters. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, Gu Weilong opened a room, revealing only a bed and bedding, nothing else, not even a place to charge devices. There's no electricity here, of course. There can be no charging, Gu Keqing remarked disdainfully as she surveyed the room. Sugu ruffled her hair. Indeed, without electricity, charging is impossible. By the way, where is old Master Yin? Yes, where is my grandfather? Yin Shaosun inquired. Gu Weilong responded, he is in the adjacent room with Mr. Wenren. Young Master Su has treated old Master Yan's hidden injuries and is currently recuperating. Sugu nodded. Let us check on him. If he is to compete tomorrow, he should be fine. Then I shall rest easy. Gu Weilong smiled, leading Sugu and the others to the neighboring room. Old Master Yin and Gu Weilong stood by the window, turning to glance as they heard the sound of the door opening. Grandfather. Yin Shaosun bounced over to Yin Feng, greeting Mr. Wenren as well. Good girl, Yin Feng replied with a warm smile. Sugu approached and asked, Old Master Yin, how do you feel? Yin Feng smiled. After a day and night of rest, I am nearly recovered, though I am slightly low on vitality. I shall examine you. You must be in good form for tomorrow's competition, Sugu stated. Very well, Yin Feng nodded. Sugu conducted a thorough examination, saying, The medicinal cuisine prepared by Wenrenju is excellent. Your recovery rate is already at its peak. Wenrenju exhaled in relief. Previously, Sugu had entrusted him with the post-acupuncture care, and had Sugu indicated any issues, he would have been at a loss. Yin Feng chuckled. No worries. We still have a day. Besides, those 4 families are all old rivals, familiar with each other. There will be no problems. At that moment, a loudspeaker blared from outside. As the Gao family organized the attendees to take their seats, Sugu glanced out the window. It has begun. Let us proceed downstairs. The group exited the room and descended to the lower level, where the atmosphere on the platform had transformed entirely. Muscular bodyguards, armed with electric batons and clubs, stand menacingly to the side. Figures who usually command respect in Nanjiang now congregate on a modest platform, seated on rudimentary plastic stools. Their gaze is fixed on a corner where 10 empty chairs await. Their voices are hushed, breaths heavy with anticipation. After a moment, Gao Zhang strides onto the stage, accompanied by a young woman in a short skirt, and they take their seats on the 2 central chairs. As they settle in, a murmur ripples through the crowd. The foremost in Nanjiang, the Gao family. They recognize Gao Zhang, the patriarch, and beside him sits his granddaughter, Gao Yingying, who exudes an enchanting allure. Gao Yingying has just turned 18 and already possesses such captivating charm. One can only imagine what lies ahead. Subsequently, the other 4 families make their entrance in succession. The Feng family, the Shui family, the Tong family, and the Gu family, each arrival sparking lively discussions. Gu Weilong also invites Sugu to occupy a chair, with Qing and Shaosun flanking her side. Chapter 93. He should rightfully be my man. Look at the position of the Gu family. It is not Gu Liqing but that dashing young man who had confronted the Tian brothers. How extraordinarily handsome he is. The number 1 handsome man of Nanjiang pales in comparison, trailing behind him by 10 streets. Who is this enigmatic figure that commands such respect from the head of the Gu family? At this moment, Sugu sat calmly in his chair, observing the crowd below with an unruffled demeanor, despite this being his first encounter with such a scene. All eyes were fixed upon him, and the murmurs of the audience created a somewhat raucous atmosphere. My dear Sugu is the center of attention. How fortunate I am to have such a boyfriend. Yin Xiaoxuan clung to Sugu's arm, her heart racing with excitement, a hint of pride adorning her face. Gu Keqing also nestled close to Sugu. Her cheeks flushed as she rested her petite hand upon his shoulder. Goodness. This man is simultaneously entangled with the second daughter of the Gu family and the beloved granddaughter of the Yin patriarch. My heavens, Gu Weilong is right beside him, wearing a broad smile. Who exactly is this young man? The whispers from the audience grew increasingly louder, prompting Gao Zhang to clear his throat. The territorial division battle officially commences this year. Those with grievances may seek revenge, and anyone wishing to contest territory may begin. The crowd quieted, and a tall man stepped into the designated space. I, Liang, have returned this year, and I seek vengeance. Those from the Zeng family, come forth to meet your doom. Immediately, a muscular man emerged from the throng, and a fierce brawl erupted between the two. Meanwhile, Gao Zhang's granddaughter, Gao Yingying, was fixated on Suga. The sunlight illuminated his flawless visage, casting a soft glow around him, as if he were enveloped in a delicate golden halo. As Suga blinked slightly, that halo transformed into twinkling golden specks that danced between his eyelashes, accentuating the allure of his deep-set eyes. My heavens, how extraordinarily handsome. You should rightfully be my man. Gao Yingying felt her heart racing uncontrollably, her breath quickening. She recognized this as the sensation of infatuation. How could the spirited Yin Xiaoxuan and the foolish Gu Keqing possibly deserve such a strikingly handsome man? I must find a way to claim him for myself. Born into the foremost family of Nanjiang, Gao Yingying had never lacked for anything, yet she found herself yearning for this coveted treasure for the first time. She had previously fantasized about what her future boyfriend would be like, yet none of those imagined figures could compare to the reality standing before her. His charm surpassed all expectations. Suddenly, Suga cast a fleeting glance in her direction, their eyes locking momentarily. Gao Yingying felt an electric jolt to her heart, the thrill and excitement causing her to emit a soft gasp. What's wrong? Gao Zheng queried, turning his head in confusion, only to see his granddaughter blushing furiously. Her gaze dreamy as she stared towards the Gu family. Understanding dawned on him, this young man's striking appearance and exceptional demeanor, coupled with Gu Weilong's evident regard for him, suggested an extraordinary background. Who could this formidable figure be? Now, the fierce dragon stands by the Gu family, and it seems quite challenging to remove them from the ranks of the 5 prominent families, unless... At this thought, Gao Zhang gazed at his granddaughter. Gao Yingying, do you have feelings for that young man? Gao Yingying trembled her lashes and nodded. I desire him. Then you must defeat Gu Keqing and Yin Xiaoxuan to claim him for yourself, Gao Zhang remarked with a smile. With her grandfather's support now firmly behind her, a resolute glimmer sparkled in Gao Yingying's eyes. Chapter 94. The innate charm of Gao Yingying. Su Ji's gaze, though subtle, continuously swept over Gao Yingying, his heart secretly captivated. She donned a high-waisted short skirt, cinched at the waist, the gray and white checked hem contrasting sharply with her elongated, smooth legs. The delicate pink T-shirt above complemented her 2 jade-like arms, while a slender black ribbon adorned her fair neck. Observing the black ribbon around her neck, a certain yearning within Sugu was unexpectedly stirred, causing him to swallow hard. Nevertheless, what truly commanded attention was her enchanting, almost otherworldly visage. Her brows, dark eyes, exquisite nose, and luscious lips radiated an allure that was irresistibly captivating. Suga silently praised her beauty, noting that she was on par with both Xiaosun and Keqing, each possessing their unique charm. Such innate allure was indeed what was meant by born with a seductive bone. It is worth noting that Yin Xiaosun was recognized by the system as an exceptional goddess. To be comparable to her indicates that Gao Yingying also belongs to this elite echelon. At that moment, the battle in the open area had concluded. With the vengeful Liang lying defeated on the ground, his face ashen, bodyguards promptly approached to drag him away, leaving a long trail of blood behind. The sight of blood sent a shiver of excitement through the onlookers, a collection of pampered elites who relished thrills. With the first match concluded, another imposing figure stepped into the arena, Tian Fun, the head of the Tian family. The presence of the Tian family patriarch was unexpected. Who could he possibly challenge? It was likely the Gu family, with whom tensions had previously nearly erupted into chaos. As anticipated, Tian Fun fixed his gaze on Sugo before declaring, I know not the depth of your background, but having risen from a mere thug to this point, I fear no one. I challenge you. Wagering the culinary street in the west of Nanjiang City, Suga cast a dismissive glance at Tianfan. You recognize yourself as a thug yet dare to challenge me? Do you possess the qualifications? Insulted by Su Ji's disdain, Tianfan's anger flared. Since you have participated in our territorial division battle in Nanjiang and taken a position within the Gu family, you must adhere to our rules. Gu Weilong rose, scoffing coldly. Challenges can only be directed at designated families. Personal grudges must target individuals. If you wish to challenge the Gu family, we are ready to respond. Yinfeng approached, his eyes fixed intensely on Tianfer. Old man, I will fight you. Tianfen regarded Yinfeng, then briefly nodded at Gao Zhang, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He was a man who repaid grievances in kind. Having suffered at the hands of Su Ji's 2 sons, he yearned to reduce Su Ge to a state of helplessness. However, Gao Zhang's subtle encouragement suggested he should gauge Yinfeng's strength. At that moment, Su Ge stood up. Enough. If you wish to fight, let us settle this in a single battle. He turned back to Yinfeng, saying, Grandpa Yin, you should take another day to rest. I will resolve my personal grievances. Seeing Su Ji's resolute demeanor, Yinfeng nodded in agreement. Very well. He had accepted the challenge. Given his delicate appearance, It seemed likely that just a few blows would leave him broken and battered. Indeed, Tianfen has ascended from humble beginnings to his current esteemed position, exhibiting remarkable skill and an exceptionally ruthless approach. I believe there is no need for excessive concern. If the Gu family remains untroubled, why should you indulge in baseless speculation? What do you mean by baseless speculation? Shall we place a wager? If so, I shall stake 5 million, betting on that dashing young man to prevail. I wager on Tianfen, 5 million. Count me in as well. Chapter 95. A 180-degree split. A wealthy individual initiated a gambling game, prompting a fervor among the onlookers as they eagerly placed their bets. Sugo, with a tranquil demeanor, approached Tianfen while holding 2 6-inch silver needles, his expression betraying a hint of a smile. You have shattered my son's mouth. I shall dismantle your head. Tianfen bellowed like an enraged bear, charging forward with fists as large as cooking pots. Such a display of aggression was undeniably fierce. Sugo lifted his gaze slightly, his expression gradually turning icy. As the 5 Immortals technique flowed through him, an aura of mystery enveloped him, intensifying with each moment. The moment this presence emerged, the surrounding martial artists were struck with awe, and even those nurtured by the 4 prominent families were taken aback. Is this a master? The aura resembled that of a grandmaster, yet his movements seemed almost deceptive, just as the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty. An infuriated Tianfen had closed the distance to within a meter of Sugo. At that instant, as if conjured from thin air, Suji's body shifted abruptly. His right hand propelled the silver needle in a swift arc, targeting the area beneath Tianfen's ribcage. Having navigated countless battles, Tianfen sensed impending danger and instinctively launched an elbow strike downward. In the blink of an eye, the 2 strikes were destined to collide, but in the next moment, Suji's form glided forward as if by magic, the silver needle unerringly piercing Tianfen's back at the Julian acupoint. Realizing his elbow strike had missed, Tianfen shouted in alarm, yet he was no match for Sugo, who possessed the chasing wind skill. Before he could react, a surge akin to an electric shock erupted within his heart and lungs, causing his entire body to convulse violently, a wave of weakness spreading from his back. Nevertheless, Tianfen refused to surrender. His waist muscles twisted uncontrollably as one arm swept towards Sugo like a mighty serpent. Sugo merely smiled faintly, stepping back 3 paces to evade the devastating blow capable of snapping a small tree. Have the guts to stand your ground. Tianfen roared in fury, akin to a defiant beast, his voice echoing painfully in the air. He summoned every ounce of strength he had left, taking 3 steps to gain momentum, then launching a kick aimed directly at Suji's face. If this kick connected, it would surely result in disfigurement and a concussion. Yet Sugo remained unperturbed. He simply sidestepped gracefully, evading Tianfen's frontal kick. With no strength left to counterbalance, Tianfen could only helplessly execute a 180-degree split before the astonished crowd. Crack! The sound of his pants ripping echoed, plunging the venue into an eerie silence as all eyes widened in disbelief at Tianfen's predicament. His face drained of color. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, and his eyes bulged in agony, the audible gasp of breath unmistakable. I believe I just heard something break. I do not know if he is fine, but I lost 5 million. My heart aches for him. As the spectators reveled in Tianfen's humiliation, their gazes drifted toward Sugo, who leisurely tucked away his silver needles, the men filled with admiration and the women enamored. The most perfect man in the world must indeed be him. Indeed, when compared to him, we are but mere footnotes. How incredibly handsome, and so powerful. Even Tianqing cannot rival him. Alas, if only he could cast a glance my way. His speed is astonishing, his physique so powerful. Chapter 96. The arrival of Feng Anyuan. Observing Sugo, who returned to his seat with an unwavering demeanor, Gao Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. In merely a few exchanges, he had dispatched Tianfen. Could he truly be a master? Yet, is it possible for someone so young to attain such a status? In actuality, Suji's cultivation was merely at the inch force level. However, his combat skills, chasing wind, piercing wind, and the acupuncture technique Ming Fei's silver needles, combined, created a formidable synergy far exceeding the sum of their parts. Had it only been chasing wind and piercing wind, even wielding 2 daggers, Sugo would have had to engage in a prolonged struggle with Tianfen to secure a victory. Yet, with the knowledge of Ming Fei's silver needles and his precise needling technique, Sugo possessed an acute awareness of the human body's vital points. What might appear as mere vulnerabilities to an ordinary person were, in his eyes, glaring openings ripe for exploitation. Thus, during his confrontation with Tianfen, he leveraged the speed of chasing wind, the ferocity of piercing wind, and the pinpoint accuracy of Ming Fei's silver needles, delivering a decisive strike to Tian Fan's vital point and shattering his combat effectiveness. Suge, you are truly remarkable. After Suge settled down, Gu Keqing placed her small hand on his shoulder, gently massaging it. Of course, my boyfriend is incredibly skilled. Yin Xiaoxuan chimed in with a proud smile as she retrieved the silver needles from Su Ji's hands, returning them to their crimson case, before also beginning to massage him. Standing behind Gao Zhang, Gao Yingying watched this scene. Her small fist clenched tightly, wishing to push Xiaoxuan and Keqing aside to claim Suge for herself. Once Tian Fan was taken away, a lean, dark-skinned man from Thailand stepped up to the stage, a taekwondo practitioner eager for battle. Compared to the clash between Suge and Tian Fan, the duel between these two was far more exhilarating. However, it was merely a contest of closely matched abilities, with both fighters at a level akin to that of newly initiated Inch Force practitioners. Such battles persisted throughout the afternoon, resolving the grievances among the various factions beneath the 5 great families and settling territorial disputes. Those placing bets saw their fortunes fluctuate dramatically, with some suffering devastating losses while others experienced exponential gains. As it became evident that no one else was willing to take the stage, Gao Zhang rose and cleared his throat, prompting a silence to envelop the platform. Let us conclude for today. Tomorrow we shall commence the division of interests among the 5 great families. With his words, Gao Zhang prepared to leave his seat. At that moment, a sudden piercing cry echoed through the arena. Your personal grievances have been resolved, but mine remain unaddressed. Following this declaration, a figure soared high into the air, treading upon the heads of numerous wealthy patrons before landing in the center of the arena. Who dares? How dare you tread upon my head? The crowd erupted in outrage, but their cacophony was swiftly quelled by 2 piercing gazes laden with menace. There stood a barefooted giant clad in a gray tank top, his hair streaked with white and muscles bulging like a wall. This man exuded an aura of intimidation. Xiaoxuan and Keqing clung tightly to Su Ji's arm. Su Ji's expression sharpened. This person is quite audacious. These individuals are either affluent or noble, yet he dares to tread upon their heads? Gu Weilong and Yin Feng also bore grave expressions. Yin Feng inhaled deeply, stating, "This man is Feng Anyuan, a master of Inch Force from over 20 years ago." At that time, the region of Nanjing City was home to 6 prominent families. The Feng family opposed the territorial division proposed by Old Master Gu, resulting in their exclusion and subsequent division among the other 5 families. Since then, Feng Anyuan and his family members vanished without a trace. Little did they expect that he would return to Nanjing City. Feng Anyuan, bearing a face marred by scars, spoke as if worms were writhing upon his visage. You devoured my Feng family, fostering a deep-seated grudge that I have endured for a full 25 years. Today marks the downfall of your 5 esteemed families. Gao Zhang snorted coldly. To think that one man could aspire to annihilate our 5 families is nothing short of a dream. Chapter 97. Master of Power Dreaming? Feng Anyuan scoffed, lifting his right foot and delivering a forceful stomp. Bang! Amidst the thunderous roar, the faint sound of cracking stone could be discerned. Looking towards the source of the noise, one could see that the concrete beneath Feng Anyuan's feet had been shattered into a spiderweb of large fissures. Power. Yin Feng was taken aback, his voice lost in astonishment, while the martial artists from other families displayed expressions of alarm. The wealthy individuals who had been trampled fell silent, frozen in fear. In contrast to Su Ji's enigmatic aura, Feng Anyuan exuded palpable strength. To crush the concrete floor to such a degree was akin to the might of a steel machine. It was indeed power. The strongest martial artist among the 5 prominent families of Nanjing was merely at the pinnacle of inch strength. Gao Zhang contemplated this and glanced at the martial artist of his lineage, only to receive a warning glance that conveyed, "This is unmanageable," causing a chill to run down his spine. Feng Anyuan relished the fear he inspired in everyone, and then bellowed, "Gao Zhang, I can offer you an opportunity. If you acknowledge the Feng family's return as one of the 6 major families of Nanjing, I shall spare your lives." The 5 families exchanged anxious glances, understanding the implications of his words, and hesitated. Yin Xiaoxuan, puzzled, inquired, "Suge, what does he mean by that?" Suge replied with a smile. He aims to exploit the territorial division rules to extract concessions from the 5 families, rather than annihilating them. Gu Keqing exclaimed in realization, "So that is it. If he resorts to mass slaughter, he would ultimately be forced to flee and hide. However, if he triumphs in the territorial division battle, he could restore the Feng family to its former glory. The outcomes are worlds apart." Gu Weilong nodded in agreement. Indeed. If none of the 5 families produce a master of power, Feng Anyuan will consistently carve out pieces from us during the territorial division battles. ultimately ascending as the foremost family in Nanjing. A master of power? Suga pondered before asking, Patriarch Gu, should we acquiesce to Feng Anyuan's demands? Acquiesce? Gu Weilong hesitated. Suga asserted gravely, agree to his terms, and then eliminate him. Otherwise, we face endless troubles. That makes sense, but how do we eliminate him? Elder Yin furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting? A faint smile played on Su Ji's lips. What about the medicinal herbs I asked you to gather? Have them brought here, along with a large vat of hot water and a bathtub as spacious as possible. Suga, are you planning a medicinal bath? Elder Yin inquired. Suga nodded with a smile. I am not limited to acupuncture. Seeing Su Ji's serene expression, Gu Weilong felt a wave of reassurance wash over him and promptly made a call to arrange for the herbs, hot water, and bathtub to be delivered. Once everything was set, Gu Weilong stood up and declared loudly, Our Gu family agrees to Feng Anyuan's proposal. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously silent platform erupted into a buzz of murmurs. Gao Zhang fixed his gaze on Suga, inwardly noting, agreeing implies confidence, a gamble. With that thought, Gao Zhang proclaimed, the Gao family accepts Feng Anyuan's proposal. Upon the sudden agreement of 2 of the 5 prominent families, the remaining 3 sensed an opportunity and readily acquiesced as well. Feng Anyuan was taken aback by the swiftness of the 5 families' consent. Could it be that they had formidable allies? No. If any of them possessed a master of extraordinary prowess, they would have summoned them long ago. I had previously conducted a thorough investigation, and the lineage warriors revered by these 5 families remained the same, proving to be of little concern. So, why did they acquiesce so readily? Was there a hidden agenda? Or perhaps they simply wished to buy time? Pondering these enigmas, Feng Anyuan furrowed his brow and declared, Since you have all agreed, let us commence at once. Chapter 98. Procrastination. Suga rose to his feet, and all eyes in the room converged upon him as he declared, the territorial division battle among the 5 great families. No. The 6 great families will take place tomorrow, as per tradition. Humph. He clearly intends to delay, Feng Anyuan scoffed. Having observed Su Ji's duel with Tianfen, he had disowned Su Ji's capabilities, merely a practitioner of inch force, thus he dismissed him with disdain. Gao Zhang cast a glance at Suga. Though uncertain of his reasons for the delay, he chose to place his trust in the young man, for Suga was undeniably exceptional and shrouded in mystery. Stepping forward, Gao Zhang proclaimed loudly, rules are rules. If you refuse to comply, you shall face the consequences. Feng Anyuan cackled in response, very well. However, should you dare to summon external assistance or attempt to slip away from the summit of Shire Mountain, I will personally eliminate each and every one of you here. At these chilling words, the affluent crowd quaked in fear, with some women breaking into terrified sobs. Suga gazed upward. The sun was on the verge of setting, and dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding an impending storm. Let us not linger here, he urged, leading Yin Xiaoxuan and Gu Kexing toward the 4-story villa, followed closely by Gu Weilong and Yin Feng. Gao Zhang addressed Feng Anyuan. Since we are now the 6 great families, we shall prepare a chamber for you. Without awaiting a response from Feng Anyuan, he entered the villa alongside members of the Feng, Shui, and Tong families. Feng Anyuan snorted derisively, commanding the assembled wealthy individuals, all of you inside the house. Instantly, they scrambled to their feet, hastily trailing behind the 5 great families into the villa, though they could only squeeze into the narrow corridors. Inside the Gu family's room, Gu Kexing whispered, I'm scared. She nestled close to Su Gu, while Yin Xiaoxuan clutched his hand tightly. In this moment, only Su Gu's warmth and strength offered them solace and security. Su Gu smiled reassuringly, patting Yin Xiaoxuan's hand. Do not fear. I am here. Young Master Su, are you truly confident? Gu Weilong inquired, still harboring some concern. That will depend on whether you have diligently gathered the medicinal herbs I requested, Su Gu replied with a grin. Gu Weilong quickly assured him, I have spared no effort. I've procured every high-quality herb available in the market. I even inflated prices throughout the entire traditional medicine market of Nanjing City. That is good to hear, Suga nodded. Now, you all may move to the adjacent room. Once the items are delivered, bring them to me. Xiaoxuan, Kexing, you should also go next door. Oh. Very well, the 2 girls replied reluctantly but ultimately complied with Su Ji's instructions. Once Gu Weilong and the others departed, Suga settled onto the bed in a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation of the 5 Immortals technique. The spiritual energy atop the mountain was indeed far denser than that in the city, Suga mused, as he fervently channeled his technique, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to draw toward him as if caught in a black hole. Time slipped away unnoticed until a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he discovered Gu Weilong waiting outside, accompanied by 6 bodyguards. Bring them all in, he commanded. Gu Weilong called out. And the bodyguards promptly carried a large cardboard box into the room, accompanied by 3 bulging snakeskin bags and buckets of steaming hot water. Under Su Ji's watchful gaze, the bodyguards opened the box to reveal a gigantic white bathtub. Indeed, pour in the hot water, Suga nodded in satisfaction. Then approached the 3 bags and tore open one of them. Small boxes tumbled out, and upon opening one, Suga discovered a finely aged ginseng, approximately 50 years old. By this time, the bodyguards had filled the bathtub with hot water, and Suga waved his hand, instructing, "You all go to the adjacent room and refrain from disturbing me, no matter what sounds you may hear." Gu Weilong nodded. Leading the 6 bodyguards into the adjoining room where Xiao Sun, Kaqing, Yan Feng, and Wenren Zhu were waiting. Chapter 99. A gentle touch as the sky grew increasingly dark, heavy clouds loomed and torrential rain poured down, plunging both the room and the hallway into utter darkness, where one could hardly see their own hand. Everyone was compelled to turn on their mobile phones, seeking a glimmer of light to provide some solace. Amidst the shifting shadows of the corridor, a figure navigated through the crowd, making its way toward the room where Suga resided. These medicinal herbs are of remarkable quality. Suga methodically placed each herb into the bathtub before shedding his clothing and immersing himself within. The practice of medicinal baths is documented in numerous martial arts traditions. With an array of methods, however, the 5 Immortals technique is rather simplistic, requiring no elaborate preparation, just soaking in hot water suffices. With a long exhale, Suga began to circulate the 5 Immortals technique. A peculiar force emanated from his pores, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and the medicinal properties infused within the water. If someone were to illuminate the scene with a flashlight, they would observe numerous raindrops swirling around Suga, forming a tiny vortex. The medicinal essence was absorbed into his body and subsequently refined and digested by the 5 Immortals technique, causing an intense warmth to engulf him. It started from his abdomen, then spread to his heart, followed by his back, limbs, and head, until he felt as though he were a boiled lobster. His skin flushed and steam rising from his crown. It was unbearably hot. The potency of the herbs seemed overwhelmingly strong. Suga gasped for breath, desperately circulating his technique to process the medicinal properties. Yet, despite his efforts to maximize the technique's speed, he found himself unable to fully digest the herbal essence within. A sensation of fullness and itchiness overwhelmed him. However, the 5 Immortals technique was also advancing. Suga sensed his strength gradually increasing, with every muscle throughout his body being fortified, particularly those minute ones that seldom received exercise, now growing stronger. As time passed, an ever-increasing amount of undigested medicinal essence accumulated within Suga, making his body feel as if it were on the brink of bursting. Simultaneously, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, with only a sliver of clarity remaining to maintain the flow of the 5 Immortals technique. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the entrance. Under normal circumstances, Suga would have noticed immediately, but now, he was blissfully unaware even as someone entered the room. A shadow slipped into the chamber and quietly closed the door behind them. Moments later, the screen of a mobile phone illuminated, casting a soft glow within a 2-meter radius. If Suga were to open his eyes, he would discover that the visitor was none other than the alluring Gao Yingying. How striking. And she is, in the midst of bathing? Wait, is he asleep? My luck is truly extraordinary. Gao Yingying noted with delight that her arrival had not disturbed Suga. Approaching him, she observed that he lay with his eyes tightly shut, his entire body flushed and his breathing heavy and rapid. What could be the matter? No matter. I shall explore further. Gao Yingying's eyes reflected Suga's flawless physique, his powerful muscles subtly revealed amidst the rising steam. She extended her hands, gradually drawing closer to him. Suga, engulfed in heat, felt as if the accumulated medicinal essence was about to burst forth when suddenly, he sensed a coolness on his shoulders as delicate, icy hands pressed against him. A profound sense of comfort enveloped him, as if a portion of the warmth within his body had dissipated. Was it Xiaoxian? Or perhaps Qiqing? Although Suga felt a tinge of confusion, he was unable to dwell on it, for all his focus was devoted to absorbing the medicinal properties at hand. After a moment of wandering, the small hands upon his shoulders began to exhibit signs of restlessness, gliding slowly down along his collarbone, tracing circles upon his skin, occasionally pressing and kneading with an insatiable eagerness. As the medicinal herbs steeped in the bath for a while, their potency intensified, leading to a corresponding surge of medicinal energy within Suga, raising his body temperature further. Gao Yingying's eyes became glazed, her delicate form leaning in close to Su Ji's ear, softly exhaling, accompanied by faint, almost imperceptible moans. Suga could sense the excitement radiating from the girl behind him, causing a ripple of disarray within his mind, momentarily halting the flow of the Five Immortals technique. This pause in the technique resulted in a drastic increase in the medicinal energy coursing through him, overwhelming his senses. At that moment, his singular desire was to cool down. The small hands that roamed his body were exquisitely cool, providing immense relief. Thus, Suga seized both hands and yanked them forward with vigor, causing Gao Yingying to let out a startled cry as she tumbled into the bathtub, splashing water everywhere. Before she could regain her composure, she felt a searing body pressing against her, rendering her completely still, as a wave of intense sensation surged through her mind. Chapter 100. Arriving just in time in the adjacent room, a black-clad bodyguard knocked on the door, announcing that the head of the Gu family, Elder Yin, and Mr. Wenren were requested by the master of the Gao family for a discussion. Upon recognizing the voice of the captain of the Gao family security team, Gu Weilong replied affirmatively. Very well, we shall proceed at once. Subsequently, Gu Weilong and his companions departed the room, leaving Yin Xiaoxuan and Gu Kexing behind. Xiaoxuan, a skilled martial artist, was not easily threatened, thus everyone felt reassured about any potential mishaps. Not long after their departure, peculiar sounds emanated from next door, reminiscent of damp hands clapping. Xiaoxuan, do you hear that sound? Gu Kexing whispered into Yin Xiaoxuan's ear. After listening attentively, Xiaoxuan responded, it must be Brother Su practicing his techniques. I recall that during medicinal baths, certain auxiliary methods are employed, such as striking the skin or kneading the muscles, to help martial artists absorb the medicinal properties. So that's how it is, truly fascinating. Gu Kexing nodded in understanding. An hour later. No more. It hurts. I feel so uncomfortable. Bring me back. With a splash, Gao Yingying attempted to escape the bathtub, only to be pulled back by Su Ji's strong arms, sending a cascade of water flying. Soon, the darkness was filled with rhythmic gasps and soft moans. Moments later, strange sounds filled the room again, akin to two fish leaping from the water onto the floor, flopping and writhing, leaving a trail of water behind. Gu Kexing yawned. Brother Su has been practicing for an entire hour. He truly is dedicated. Yin Xiaoxuan nodded in agreement. The hardships faced by martial artists are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Gu Kexing playfully stuck out her tongue. That is precisely why I have no desire to train with you. Lazybones, fine, let's get some sleep. Yin Xiaoxuan yawned as well, gently embracing Gu Kexing as they gradually drifted off. Yet, amidst their drowsiness, the sounds of Su Ji's practice continued to echo in their ears. After another hour passed, the sounds finally subsided. A faint creaking of the door signaled Gao Yingying's return, her eyes glistening with tears as she cautiously made her way to her room, each step sending waves of discomfort coursing through her. Sugu had been as fierce as a tyrannosaurus, and this was her first experience of such intensity. She nearly fainted from the overwhelming sensations. Moreover, having sneaked in, she felt embarrassed to cry out loudly, instead letting out soft, mixed cries of pain and pleasure. Upon reaching her room, Gao Yingying appeared to regain her composure and, after dealing with the bodyguards, slipped into her bed. Fortunately, he recognized me. After tonight, I will undoubtedly hold a significant place in his heart, she mused to herself, soon succumbing to the embrace of slumber. In the room, Sugu remained calm and focused, once again channeling the Five Immortals technique. Compared to before, this time his practice flowed much more smoothly. As time passed, the vital energy in the air and the medicinal properties in the water propelled the progress of Su Ji's technique. When the first rays of sunlight broke over the mountains, Suga finally ceased his practice and opened his eyes. After exhaling a long, murky breath, Suga shifted his form, and instantly, a sound reminiscent of frying beans resonated throughout his body. The concept of embodies the idea of transparency, where strength permeates every inch of his being, uniting each muscle, enabling him to concentrate 90% of his power during an attack and unleash an astonishing force. My current strength is indeed 3 to 4 times that of before. Suga gently grasped the edge of the bathtub, exerting a slight force, and with a crack, he effortlessly broke off a substantial fragment, tossing the shard aside. He glanced at the bathtub, which now held nothing but remnants of precious traditional Chinese medicinal herbs worth millions. Rising from the tub, he allowed the droplets to cascade down his skin, shaking off his body before heading to the bed to change his attire. Just as the enchanting Gao Yingying arrived, it was the perfect moment to quell my inner fire. Otherwise, this session of cultivation would have proven quite arduous. Reflecting on that bone-gnawing, soul-stirring sensation, Suga couldn't help but feel a pang of thirst.